So yeah, just as a precursor. So the streams chat, voice chat is only for the devs, but then we're using the stream chat channel for interaction. So it's similar to like a Twitch stream, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Cool.
I'm gonna put these headphones away. I'll be right back.
All right. Welcome, Ninetales. Yeah, if you want to chat, like Jib said, we have the stream chatting, the stream chat channel. We'll be getting started in a bit.
Mm-hmm. I guess real quick, because you were the first one to join the stream, we may ask you to be our guinea pig. Can you see the screen share and everything? If you wouldn't mind just saying yes or no in the stream chat for us.
Yeah, AV check. 1 2 1 2.
Check, check, check.
On mobile.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. So they're on mobile.
Yeah, cool.
Oh, awesome. That's a good consideration though, because that will make it difficult for people to
Yeah, I mean, I
chat
guess you'll
while.
be able to see like code very easily, but things like Tangletorn
Yeah.
should show. Okay, I'll make sure everything's fully zoomed in.
Mhm.
I could bump my
I think
resolution a bit,
worst
but I think
case, yeah.
I better.
I figure worst case, we could also probably eventually just like have the voice chat open to everyone. You know, if people are behaving, like, no, I don't see any issue with that, but
I think it's
even
true. I'm gonna try increasing my resolution, not resolution, my bump this up a little bit,
EPI.
so the code's a bit bigger.
Mm-hmm. Well, can't you just zoom in the code itself without everything else? Or do you want the UI as well?
It's like it's more Unity as well, and Tango specifically that I'm concerned about.
That's a good point, yeah.
That's it's never really been a problem, but some of my students recently been asking. Well, one of my students asked me finally, "Do you mind bumping your resolution?" I'm like, "Okay." That's a bit bigger.
Sweet. Yeah, that looks fine for me.
No, it's totally messed this up.
Nah.
1080p, man. 1080p.
Oh well.
It's completely.
A lot of help our mobile users as well.
Hmm?
Hopefully they can text a lot better.
What is it doing? Okay. Well,
What do you mean?
we'll wait till there's a couple people in here, and we'll get rolling. Still only just turning the top of the hour.
Sure.
Ooh, I should ask. Yeah, I'll ask them to do a tweet.
Oh yeah. Yeah, get our art team to post.
I guess Kencat, Dixie.
Yeah.
Who else says they were gonna do a post?
Maybe PETA? I don't know if she actually said.
I'll just go with that for now.
Sure.
And Tess is probably still out in the desert somewhere.
True. Is she out in like Wyoming right now or what?
I don't know. Hopefully she's camping.
Hmm.
First time in a while.
I was gonna go camping this weekend. Plans fell through, but
sorry.
yeah, it could be worse. I had a good time last night, so. Hello, welcome.
Hello. I can't seem to log on somewhere. Sequence of numbers, hey! It's been a while. How you doing?
Hello, welcome. Roval von Renard.
Hey,
I
Pete.
may have pronounced that incorrect. I hope
I
not.
am absolutely professional at pronouncing people's names wrong, and I'm a teacher, so it's the worst.
Hmm. Okay, is it Reynard in this case, or is it like Renard like French? That's the question.
I have a question for anybody who can see my screen. What does the resolution look like to you?
Holford. Holford von Renard. Sorry, I'm just
Yeah.
geeking out about pronunciation.
So in terms of the resolution, I'm supposed to be able to stream at 1080, but I don't know if it supports 1080 on with this many people enabled. So you guys read this code?
It,
Is it readable?
I'll say on my end, it looks like 1080 at least.
I bumped my DPI up a bit, so it's hopefully readable. Maybe not on mobile though. Probably not on mobile.
At that point, good luck with any DPI, right?
You go ahead and steal the code. Open source it. Get it out there. What about, let's see what Tangler looks like. Let's see our AI graph. Flash mob. This is my concern is like being able to work around with this fully zoomed in. It's gonna be pretty. We'll have to move around a lot.
For sure.
I can always put my resolution back. Worst comes to worst. Just this is a bit. This is
Sure.
a bit. Or I can zoom out a bit.
It looks like Ninetales can actually read it as well, so I think we're good
Cool.
to go.
Well, that's excellent.
Or at least the code.
So this is our system that our engine that lets us create all of our behaviors in a graph format. So, for instance, here's a very simple card. Slice. This is a very simple card. In fact, it's so simple I should probably squish it a bit. Let's do shield. Shield looks more fun.
Well, if we want to show them how it's going to work, Slice is probably better, and then Shield would be a next step, I feel like.
Yeah. Well, if we're going to do a walkthrough, maybe we can wait until there's a few more people.
Sure.
Where is shield at these days? On use shield. Effect. Of course, it's a nested graph, isn't it?
Right.
So many colored lines.
So much going on.
All moderators are kind of slackers, I'm gonna lie. They kind of
I'll be the moderator for now, it's fine. I guess I'll put that hat on.
We'll just promote everybody here to a moderator.
Yeah. Got here early. You're a seer now.
Yeah, you're all promoted. Give it a couple more minutes before we get spicy. I will find my place though. Agent target. It's kind of what I'm wanting to be thinking about right now. I actually have to shrink that code down a bit for my own sanity. I think this agent target's gonna translate pretty well to multiples.
Yeah, I mean we already have it in
Yeah.
categories. So we just say
It's
find
just like,
all that are this category.
It's just the well, it's basically just replacing this with okay, I'm gonna have to get resolution down because I realize if by default it doesn't hopefully this doesn't make it too unreadable. I can zoom the code in, it's just
The UI is gonna be a little,
I have to zoom out
tiny.
each single code file. It's per code file, so it's kind of annoying.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I'd rather zoom in when I want to.
Right, trying to just like search for
Windows for a
things.
complete loop when you change the recipe. It's like, what is going on?
I use an external GPU to plug my laptop into multiple monitors, and every time I do that, it has to like relearn how to be a computer. It's ridiculous. It's like, what?
Yeah, this should be more tolerable. So, yeah, it's pretty much just going to be re-implementing this. We'll lose some of these relics. And man, this is more substantial than I remember. Oh, well, this is on encounter. Encounter, fine.
Ah.
Get target. Get agent target. Right, this is used inside. Oh, well, it's even simpler because. So we'll re-implement this here, and this will just get targets. I guess some old school to dos here. Yeah, that was all reactions. Yep, yep. Tags, whatever. Cool. Well, that's all done. So re-implement that, and then we just need a new one of these. What is happening over on Telegram?
Oh, she wants to post. She didn't have the login.
Everybody on the Discord's a backer. Is that how that works?
Yep, everyone in here is.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. Confusing. I don't know if at any point we opened it up more.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, like someone who's in the Discord but isn't like on there a lot, but is on Twitter.
Technically, oh yeah, no. I think I'm just gonna wait for. I was hoping Tess could do it, but she's got the most.
Yeah, I don't know.
She's got the most mad reach.
Right.
She's online 6 minutes ago. Come on, I messaged her directly.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, hey, Leroy.
Hey.
Hey.
Thank you for being a moderator.
No problem. Sorry for being delayed momentarily. I just had to finish the hot chocolate. It was just taking longer than I expected.
That is no problem. I appreciate your priorities.
Well, I need to keep the throat.
It goes like a hot chocolate forest fire stream. In that order.
It's true.
Yeah, the hot chocolate did come first.
Oh yeah, Ninetales. There are lots of to-dos. Actually, fun thing about the IDE that Cache is using is that you can custom code the color for any of those. So like to-do is one color, hack is a different color.
Hack.
Like I actually just midline, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
We've got some other ones.
Note.
It's like a note is nice lime green.
You got credit if I pulled it off Stack Overflow, which isn't very common, but nice to refer back to.
Isn't there like there's a purple one of some sort that's like bugs?
Bug.
Yeah. It's great to just like pop out and be like,
yeah,
look.
I don't know. Like, what's it to do? What's it to do looking like these days? There's so many. Honestly, there's so many that have probably have been done for months.
Right.
The most important one is the ASDF.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's our best.
Every time we finish a coding session, I basically here's the one. Last coding session, I just leave ASDF in there, which is a compiler error. So when I launch Unity later the next time, if I've forgotten where I was, it's like, hey, you got an error right there, and then it takes me directly to my to-do, which is what I was thinking at the time. It's easy to warm my brain up too much. So this is what's last to do from Wednesday's session.
It's a pretty good tactic, honestly.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
You don't reserve any brain power trying to remember. It's just right there.
Yeah, you just write your entire train of thought down as it was. Especially if you're in the middle of a really nasty bug or some like new algorithm you're working on. Mm-hmm. It's just you don't want to.
Totally.
And it's like 3 in the morning. You're like, I need to sleep. Okay, well, whilst they're figuring out how to do a tweet or something, we might as well get started on this. So, just to clue everybody in, we'll describe, I guess, what. I'm not going to do a full run through of the game up till now and the engine and all its features, but currently, the main difference between this engine and a lot of other engines we have is something called Tangler. You may have seen some pictures of. Tangler is this graph-based system, which makes it incredibly easy for non-programmers to make new cards and eventually things like encounters, boss fights, dialogue, all kinds of stuff. And this will also be a tool that we release publicly after launch. That doesn't run inside of Unity. It will be an external tool, and that will allow anybody to mod the game, make what they want of it. Because I'm a huge fan of modding. I think modding is incredibly important for games. So Tangletorn has got modding built into it from the ground up. Because that's my jam. And so a Tangler currently lives inside Unity, but this is going to be something that's going to be external as well. Hey everybody, welcome. Oh wow, it's all pouring in now. Did someone finally?
I think we've done the everyone that would have helped the first time.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
okay.
well,
I got.
Oh, hey Dixie, how's it going? I'm hoping that this 25 person limit, we set it to 99, but it's not showing me on 99 yet on the channel. So hopefully, if we do go past 25, it doesn't stop.
We'll see.
Maybe we have to pay more money.
Oh, for what you're doing. Okay, I was like, I know we can have as many as we want in here, but I guess that's something for what you're doing.
Oh no, it's
Yeah, for the streams.
it's
channel,
the channel.
there's like a maximum.
The stream voice channel says 25, 14 out of 25 right now. But we edited the channel and set the usual limit to 99. It just doesn't seem to have updated. Hopefully, it just doesn't update that title. We'll see.
Yeah.
More people are coming in. So, hey everybody. Hey Pep, how's it going?
Welcome.
I don't know if you guys can see the screen clearly. I had to unfortunately put my resolution back down a bit because it was a bit too Duplo for my eyeballs.
Too Fisher price for you.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're just getting warmed up. These dev sessions tend to go on fairly late. Sunday's like our main dev session. So we're probably looking at 4 or 5 hours probably, thereabouts. Streaming. So stick around as long as you want. I'm also recording it, and we'll put this up on Kickstarter. Well, after this is over. More peoples, yay! So you can see if we can break my record for the number of students I've had at once. I had 64 at one point. We can break that at least. That'd be in unknown territory. I'll suddenly fold.
As long as you don't express there's going to be a test or anything, because that might cause some people to go.
Oh, what? Oh, test.
There's a test at the end.
Oh, it's already. Wait, it's already a test.
If that's the case, I'm not backing this project anymore.
Technically,
No.
everybody here's a backer except for us because we're not allowed to back it.
True.
We were not allowed to back
We're
it.
the only.
Well, you can technically
channel.
back it, but it's seriously frowned upon. Do not back your own Kickstarter, it turns out. Bad news.
It's like liking your own tweet. Just don't do it.
Except it's slightly more legal.
Yeah. Oh yeah, poor European fans. I apologize that we are starting so late for you all.
Yeah.
But
Well, it is being recorded, so if you want to... We haven't got warmed up yet. I know it's getting late over there.
it's already late over there.
Yeah, I mean, depending where you're at. Yeah, well, wherever
True.
you're at over there, it's late. Where is everybody from?
But still,
Where's everybody at? I know it's
yeah, I'm curious about this. I always want to know where
I'm
people are
really
from.
I'm curious too, because I don't really know much about people's location.
I'll start. I'm in Denver, Colorado, in the United States, where Kenket also is.
I'm in
Hey,
Vancouver, Canada.
Hey, y'all realize like everybody else is muted but us, right?
I know that, but
Yeah, so on the
Oh.
stream chat.
Okay. Oh, I didn't see you edited chat. I am. It's been a
Oh
long.
yeah, no, sorry. No worries. I did it like 2 days ago or something. We figured this will kind of like model kind of like a Twitch stream where it's like they can chat and interact, but it's not going to be too much like vocal,
Yeah.
interference or anything.
it's
Okay, now I see it.
it's our first run. Hey, we got some.
From UK.
We got Ontario.
Hey, you lived in the UK for quite a bit, didn't you, Cash?
Yeah, only about 27 years.
Only
17,
about.
come on.
Huh?
17. I know it was a long time,
I
but
can't remember. I lived at.
What is
I
time?
lived no, wait.
Portland.
it,
I
yeah,
was just
okay.
in Portland.
Portland. I fucking love Portland.
Love that place.
Yeah.
Indiana. I was also in Indianapolis, actually. My other work's headquarters are there, so I visit every once in a while.
Poland. Nice. The Polish do know how to celebrate. I know this much. All right, shall we get rolling?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So, I mean, this is very much going to be a development session. We're very happy to have you guys here. It's nice to have the company, to be honest, because me and Jib are going to slowly become like an old married couple. and yeah, so this is a dev session, but if you have any questions or anything at all, feel free. And we've reached a spot where the engine's really kind of solid now. Tangler's like pretty powerful in what it can do, so we're kind of just to really push its boundaries. We're trying kind of complex card mechanics, just like complex as we can come up with, basically, to see what features we can add to Tangler. Tangler is the editor that you're looking at right now, the graph-based editor, which does all of our behavior. Good question. When do you think Tangletorn will be released? That's one of those when it's ready kind of answers. But the demo, we're hoping to have a playable combat demo, by the end of the summer. That's what we're aiming for right now. Aiming for it's kind of been an unprecedented year, as I'm sure you'll familiar with. It's been an interesting one, but it's pulled people in different directions, but we have been very steadily working on Tangletorn. Me and Jib meet up twice a week for a good dev session. I do some stuff on the side too, and the art team's doing its thing, and it's progressing. It's just
Yep.
a lot of it's unfortunately one of those cases behind closed doors. It's probably a bad habit, but that's why we want to do more of these streams if you guys enjoy them. So I think it'd be really cool to get your feedback, and also see what's going on, the actual thing come to life a bit. So I hope you guys enjoy this.
Yeah, do we want to walk through real quick, maybe how like Slice works again,
Yeah,
just like
let's do
step by
let's do
step?
Slice. So right now, Tangler is being used for our cards. So this is our it's pretty ugly right now, but this is a quick demonstration of how combat sits right now. The UI is obviously kind of a little bit programmer art, a little bit finished. It's also in super fast motion for debugging purposes. Let me just
Turn that off.
There we go. So we have our cards are here. This is a test combat, so it's designed to we can do combat very quickly and test our new cards out. So one card here is Slice. Also, this is obviously the screen's just a bit small here, so it's difficult to read what he's saying. This does 10 damage to a target. So we've got Maya here, and she's currently taking on two of these goats. They're cleverly named Goat 1 and Goat 2. So if I play a card Slice on Goat 1, that appears up here in the timeline. And the timeline is very much placeholder UI at the moment. But the way this works is that when we end turn, the different events that are different cards and actions that are taking place progress toward the middle of the timeline. When they reach the middle, they take place. So this is like the future. You can see what they're planning to do. So it's a bit like what Slay the Spire did, in showing like an indicator of what's coming up. What enemies are going to do next, but it's a bit more in depth than that. And you're going to be able to actually have influence the time. So there's going to be some lore behind that. You're going to be able to influence the timeline. So it's like magics, but you'll be able to influence the timeline and right now you can see everything on the timeline, and we're still playing around with the idea of with the mechanic of how much of the timeline you'll be able to see ahead of it. There's gonna be some kind of fog of war or that kind of thing, and then maybe certain cards that you see further ahead. So we're still toying with that idea. Currently, it's you can see everything that's gonna happen. So if I let the next turn happen, then Goat 2 again. All this is all debug information, so the tooltips are a little bit noisy, but Goat 2 is gonna nibble Maya, which should do 5 damage, I think.
I think so.
5 physical damage. So yeah, all of this is clearly a programmer art UI, but I'm amassing quite a few cards here. But when Slice, that's because Slice keeps respawning itself. When slice comes along, we'll do some damage to the enemy we targeted. So we've only got these the cards we've been working on right now, just to flesh out Tangler, and Tangler's pretty rock solid now. As we've got slice, super simple. I'll show you what slice looks like. That's a graph actually. Yeah, Jib was suggesting. So if we look at slice, the actual card graph. So this is what the graph for slice. It's the simplest card we have. So what happens when this graph runs? This graph is run. This is executed when you play the card. And so the graph starts over here in the start node, and it'll go out of that start node, and it'll flow over to this node. So these nodes are different actions. They can be different actions, or they do different things. So this will place a timeline event. So it places something on the timeline. In this case, it places a slice on the timeline 3 turns away, and it'll be targeting. Sorry, the source of that. So the source is who played the card effectively, and that will be Maya in this case. This basically will be whoever played the card, in this case Maya, and the target will be whoever you targeted. And then so that gets placed on the timeline, and then this part of the graph reacts to the timeline event actually occurring. So when it eventually reaches the middle of the timeline, then this gets triggered. It checks that it's the correct timeline event, and then it actually does some damage. So it's a very simple card. It does some damage from Maya to the target, and the amount is 10 physical damage. And then the graph's finished. So this is an incredibly simple one, but the graphs go get much more complex. Like this is the AI graph which is actually quite straightforward. The AI is pretty simple at the moment. This is the AI graph for our goat. They only have 3 abilities currently. But this graph could be very complex if you have like a multi-stage boss battle. This could also be used for dialogue, just encounters in general. Even be used for game flow and map generation and all kinds of stuff like that. And I guess we should just jump into some stuff. So that's what we're going to do is probably what we like to do when we're thinking about new cards is look at some art. It's always inspiring. So here are some cards that we haven't, most of these we haven't used. So I think this one, so these are all square unfortunately, but so they're a bit squished, but this is the Inferno art. So we're probably going to do a quick Inferno card and use that to do a area of effect that damages all of the enemies in the encounter. So currently you target single enemies, but because the way that it's very easy to add to Tangler and make it more powerful. But what we don't have right now, we have this node called get target, and what we're going to add right now is one called get targets. So it's going to get a list of targets. So like give me all of the enemies, and then we'll have another node that will go through each one of those enemies and then apply damage to it. So that's what we're going to work on first here. So we can do area of effect or any thing is once you have that get list of agents, like we call them agents. An agent is either an enemy or a friendly or whatever. Something that has health, you can do things. And once we add these nodes, the possibilities for the designer become exponential. You can say, okay, well, I've got this get targets now, and I've got a way of looping through them, so I have if statement nodes and all these other fancy nodes, and I can do nested graphs and all this like fancy if you want to, you can do some mathematics and stuff. So you adds a lot of power, and this is eventually going to be that external tool I talked about. This is going to be an external modding tool after release. We'll be releasing Tangler as, not on release, but after release, we're releasing Tangler as an external tool. So Tangletorn will be completely moddable, because I don't believe in making games that aren't moddable. I think it is an affront to game development. So we're going to dive into some code here. I'm not going to be able to have time to really explain every little bit of code. If you have any questions, please feel free. But there's a lot of code, as you might imagine. We've been doing this for a while, and we're just going to press on. So our goal here is to make a get target. So let's look at let's start making the card. So we'll just rip off slice for now. We'll call it Inferno. You call that name, Jim?
Sure. Yeah.
Maybe that's the art we have. So we can just grab the Inferno card art. I don't know how that's gonna look. And what do you think? What do you reckon should do?
5 damage to every target, maybe.
All enemy targets?
Keep it simple. Yeah.
What do you reckon for warm up?
Obviously, this would be eventually play tested, so this is for the sake of
Of
demonstration.
course.
Well, actually,
Yeah, yeah.
playtesting, we plan on using AI to do that quite a lot. We're gonna some of my background is in AI programming, so I plan on having the AI play against each other like thousands of times a second kind of deal, so we can see if cards are completely OP before we have to apply the human touch effectively. There's nothing wrong with an OP card as long as it's it's difficult to acquire.
Precisely.
So we're going to offload a lot of the balancing onto AI and add our own human touch after that. So what do you think? Wind up? We're just spitballing ideas right now.
I mean, yeah, let's keep it 3, whatever.
Okay, so valid
Technically,
targets.
it now has, yeah.
You I guess you could target any enemy. It's gonna hit them all, as opposed to
Mhm.
they should be. I guess
Well,
it doesn't really matter if they're alive or
If
dead.
it's valid target, though, we should probably just make that be any, so you just play it into the field, basically.
So none.
Or none, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you play into the field, right?
Mhm.
That we need to look at the UI, UX elements of that because it's kind of difficult to cancel them right now. So we'll have to think about that at some point.
You're right, yeah.
Like even if it's like a right-click cancel or whatever. But the card drawing it was working great for a while, and it's been a while since we looked at that code, so it's kind of code rotted a little bit. All right, so we don't have. I can't believe that discard graph still works.
Yeah.
We haven't changed. We completely did almost a complete rewrite of. Well, I guess, yeah. So we do need to bring this into. Well, this was kind of dumb, but we do need to bring the concept of discarding into the new event-driven style at some point.
Yep.
Do you want to pop that in Trello actually?
Yeah, I'll put that in there.
Thanks. Okay, so we're gonna have
Basically,
a draft.
just on discard card.
Yeah, bring
like event style.
discard cards. Make it an event basically.
Okay.
Event based on discards. So I'm gonna dupe Slice. It's probably the closest. Inferno, and we'll wire that up to our new Inferno card. So it's the graph that's run, and that should be all we need. We need to then add it to our deck, which I think. Which rules was it set? Was that in theme flows? Let's figure what that is. Do you remember we put the starting deck? It was
Should be in encounters, I think, or like the game launch variables or something. Yes. There we go.
Default game rules.
Mhm.
So we had 20 of each. So it was four. It was four of each. Yeah, it was.
I think so.
Yeah, so we'll have four. We'll have four of the four Infernos. This is our currently our testing deck. So this would be something you obviously collect and build up through your playthrough and unlock as you play the game. But currently we have a testing deck just so we can test easily. So we got 4 Infernos. That should be enough. I think the rest there was 4 of everything else. 5 cards, yeah, 20 total, 4 of each. Okay. 4 Inferno cards, and here's our Inferno graph. Over here somewhere. Right, so it places Inferno on the timeline. 3 away. Nothing here should change except for the target is. How do we deal with this in Zap? It's the closest one, isn't it? Zap does.
That one doesn't have besides itself because my cast is on herself.
Source, right, it's fine. The target doesn't really matter because the targets are there is no particular target for this card. It's all enemies, so.
Right.
So it doesn't actually. It can do a source. We can just leave target blank. Actually, be curious to see what happens if we do leave target blank.
I think it'll yell at us, but I'm curious.
Yeah, let's see what blank and see what blows up in our face. If it does, it doesn't really matter if we use the self as source too, because it's not going to be used in the same way that this is. So when Inferno comes along and gets triggered, we're gonna have something like that, and something like this. This isn't gonna be connected in the same way, so we need to make some new nodes here. We're not gonna let's disconnect these. We will be doing a damage of 5, but we need to get our targets and make. So that's gonna be a new node for get targets, and then we're gonna have a new node for each target. It'll do damage for each one, and then when that's completely finished, we'll have well, basically the for each node will have an execution flow for when it's finished, and then we'll hit the end. Yeah. Makes sense, Chip?
Yep.
Right. So let's do this as top down as possible. So we'll rip off this one first of all, in true lazy coding fashion. I'll just rename it.
Not lazy, it's efficient.
Okay. They're both they're the same thing in my mind, ideally.
Oh yeah, no.
The filtering. Does this make sense anymore? Now we got.
What is this for? Getting the target agent?
We don't try to make this thing everything to everybody right now. Let's keep it fairly simple.
Yeah, we don't need a unique random target here. No.
No, and let's not overcomplicate this. We can totally banana it if we need to. So this will be just simply return the targets. So we'll have a new get targets, which will take valid targets, and that just does the alive state checking. And that will be valid because we'll want to know that they're alive still, obviously. The stuff we're attacking should be alive. Graph passing through target agent type will be, random enemy. Sure. That's for once actually still makes sense as a word. So let's just cheat here a bit and go over there, and then rename it and copy it. So for our targets, it will take in, still have the valid targets, doesn't have anything, returns an empty list. So this will be returning an IEnumerable, or should we just go straight to array? Oh no, it's gonna be returning event targets, a new class.
Oh yeah.
So let's go make that guy.
But then in there, we're doing that as an IEnumerable or an array.
IEnumerable.
So is it going to be an issue with an IEnumerable if we change their health or something like that, and then go to the next one? It might freak out.
If we kill one of them, it'll be a problem. But we just do a to array at that point, and it's fine.
Sure.
So we don't get the collection modified during whilst being looped over. So that can live. Where is this? You can target like curiosity scripts. Okay, let's pollute the scripts a bit more. And this will basically be a list of agents this time, IEnumerable. Well, and a enumerable of agents. So we'll pull that guy in. That'll be our agents, and this will do the same thing. And that'll be agents. And if that's null, I can't remember what this is for. Do you remember?
Lagos asks, isn't there a risk in pre-calculating the array of targets before evaluating the effect? Like,
yes,
imagine a corpse explosion inside a spire.
Pre-calculating the array of targets. That's actually exactly what we're doing here. Agent targets is not actually calculated, if you will, until the exact moment that it needs to be used. It basically until you evaluate. This is kind of what this is doing here.
Yep.
It's kind of like a generator. The way that these graphs work is that when a graph is executed, it has all these inputs you can see on the left hand side. These are things called runtime inputs, and when this is executed, and only when this is executed, will it seek the value from all of its inputs. So if this never gets executed, it never actually evaluates any of the providing nodes that provide the inputs through their outputs. So you always basically have fresh data when you evaluate it. And even then, we don't when we place here get target into the source here, that's an agent target, which is the class here, and only the very last second when we do the population, basically where this is set, which is in and only in our get target node. Scrolls.
Now, Shro says, I'm going to make a food. Don't do anything too cool until I get back. So make sure you're not doing anything
Okay,
cool.
We'll just
Okay.
reformat our comments. We'll
There you go.
reticulate our splines. Yeah, it's
Turn all of the
it's
tabs
kind
into
of
spaces manually.
Lagos. It's kind of one of those things when you see it in action, it kind of makes more sense as this graph kind of comes together. We do have like a step-by-step debugger for our graphs because they can get a little complex, so you can step through and see exactly what's executing, and we can look at values as it happens.
I think a good rule of thumb, though, a good rule of thumb is kind of like, as you can see, there's a start and it has a purple output that goes into place timeline event and it has a purple output that goes on timeline. So the execution of the actual actions goes from left to right with that purple, but then every one of those actions, when it has the parameters, it grabs those kind of from right to left.
Yeah.
So like the slice might be a good example of that graph as well.
Yeah, if we look at slice again, so
you can see it starts out.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So for instance, here's a good example. Yeah. So when we place the timeline event, it starts out with start, and the purple lines, like she was saying, are the execution flow. So this runs, and then it will immediately trigger this action, this node, and in doing so, this node will evaluate all of its inputs. So it'll say, okay, what should source be? And it will ask the thing it's connected to, in this case, get target, and say, hey, what is source? What's my source? And get target's the one that actually will find in the encounter something that matches these criteria. In this case, it's the self, so whoever cast the card in that case. And then it goes forward and says, okay, well, who should my target be? And this one says, well, it should be target. And then we have, if you select target, if I change this, you can see if depending on what you have selected, you have further constraints. If we select target, we want to know, are they alive or dead or either? Because again, until this might be placed, this is placed 3 turns ahead, and it's very possible that target's dead by the time this thing executes. So if they aren't alive, then that will fail basically. So like, well, fizzle out, can be whatever. But if it doesn't have a target, maybe you can do something else. It's down to the designer really. That's a good point actually. We should allow if the original target. Maybe we can put that in Trello actually. Fallback targets.
Mm-hmm.
Like what we should do.
Well, that's a game design question. Is that does it take away the event, or does it just like to the next target? I feel like taking away the event would probably be better, but
well, the thing is when it eventually. That's a potential issue. It's a potential issue because this will be evaluated here when this runs, yeah. So this person will be alive at this point, but they might not be alive at this point. Which
right.
For this in this case means doesn't make a difference. That damage will just be ignored because they're dead already. But it may be it might something might care. It might want to have different behavior if the thing already died. So it's a fine balancing act between like playing so far ahead, like what could the potential things be. We try to keep things open-ended enough that we don't code ourselves into a corner, but at the same time not get too bogged down in details that don't exist yet. So which is just generally good programming practice.
Yeah, I'll put them in the Trello just like to figure out what to do if timeline event targeting an agent has that agent dead before it executes, basically.
Yeah. Okay. So I can't remember exactly what this was doing. I think this was oh, I think I remember. This was some test stuff. I'm not entirely sure it's necessary, but that's to do with saving, loading, or save games. So we can ignore that for now. So set. This should pretty much look exactly the same. It's just going to be. I said this will. No, yeah, it'll be an enumerable as well. And that will always be our runtime value because we can't have a graph time value for that. And counter. So that works now. Let's just code this guy. So now our found targets will be basically the same. Self doesn't make sense anymore, although you can still return a list of self, right? Yeah. So
if you had multiple good guys, yeah.
So this thing was creating it at the end here. So we should probably we have to settle on a type here. So this will be found targets. Oh no, we've already done that here. Found targets. This will have to be. Let's just make it an array.
Lagos actually did have an idea that maybe we could do it as like you can yield new targets until there aren't any.
You can yield these targets.
So it would be like a one-off,
just like a
but
generator. Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if all we're doing is iterating over it, it would kind of make sense, but at the same time, we can also just do a one-off, and then it depends on what we're going to be doing with these agents
Yeah, it depends.
afterward,
It
I
depends when it's
guess.
evaluated. So yeah, the generator that would just mean we could treat use agent targets even further down the line as a generator. I don't think it's functionally going to make much sense. Not much sense. Make much difference in this use case. But I do like the idea of a generator, because it can defer that. It can be even lazier evaluation than it is now, which is already kind of lazy evaluation. But that would be like kind of proper lazy evaluation. It does make it tricky to do things like how many do we have? Should we care how many of these targets do we have? And with a generator, that's a bit trickier without evaluating the whole thing and then I guess caching that value for later use, which again is not far from what we're doing.
And that begs the question then, are we going to find all targets up to like 3 targets total, for example? That sort of thing too? Like randomly affect 3 enemies that are on the screen.
Well, that's probably
we can probably build that in.
This is what we should be considering right now, because this get target should very much have a limit, shouldn't it?
Yep, and just if it's -1, gets as many as possible.
We'll make graphs essential. I don't really want to make it. I guess it could be at the end. Int limit equals max value. So.
Well, do we want to do the same convention as otherwise, where it's -1 means
this
infinity?
Because it's easier to check against actual looping.
Yeah.
Also max values and stuff. So, if we've got, for instance, if we've got a limit of 0, which is bail. If limit 0, then that's that. Return. That'll have to be a default, which will have an empty. This is actually never created. I just realized. But we actually only ever set it. Oh no, it doesn't actually matter because we do a check here, so we never actually. That doesn't actually make a difference. We do a check anyway. Saying actually that's why we need that proper error message saying it was never actually populated by this. So that's dealt with that. So we don't have to worry about self, because it's always going to be just we already know we have at least one. I'm gonna so if it's equal to 0 bail, we should get the full list first. Now, do we have to order by anything? Since we introduce limits, we have to. There's the concept of order by. Currently, I think we shouldn't bother, but we should leave it to do in there. Because we might want to order by like max health. It's gonna depend on the card.
Yeah.
It's gonna completely depend on the card, and we could totally pass in some kind of predicate, lambda expression or something into this to do.
I was gonna say it would have to be lambda.
Yeah.
If we're gonna do that.
Yeah, predicate lambda.
Right.
But we don't need it right now, so let's not fuss. We'll put a to do in there for it.
Yeah.
To do, add order by ordering support with lambda predicate. Okay, so I love this there. It's like it's so confused. It's a var. It's like I'm struggling here. What kind of type is it? So player, same deal. That'll be Maya or whoever's playing. Target, same gig. Now we get interesting. Now we want to. We don't need random elements anymore. It's basically all of the friendlies. And I'm going to do the limiting after. There's no point doing it here. And any will just be all the agents. And then let's just correct this. Wow, that's old school. Okay. Now if we don't find any, Now, it's possible that these could be nulls, so we should be doing found targets as null, or found targets not any, because it's possible to be null. Things like that could be null, or yeah, these could be null. Well,
Right.
even those would still exist, but this could be null theoretically.
Yep.
And we already have a check for that. Actually, let's just it's kind of a pointless check. We've majorly broken our code if that's not. That is the case somewhere else, but
Mhm. Well, why would the and be there then?
so yeah.
Wouldn't it automatically? Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Good catch. Alright. So couldn't find any agents with type. And then this will be our targets, found targets. Now we need to do our filtering, I guess, here. Why? Oh, sorry, limits. So if we have a limit, then we'll just take it in the order that it already is. So we'll just say our found targets equals found targets dot skip. Not skip, sorry. Take. And then the limits. That will take up to. That'll take up to the limit and ignore the rest. Just confirm sanity check my revenue's taken a while. Yeah, that's right. So that'll take the first limit amount, and then there we go. So now we have this new guy who's got its agent, so it's been populated. Now we have this just being used here, which feeds back into our get target agents node, which then is making an out, which should have an output for targets. So this is now going to be our target agents, targets, and targets, and then return the targets. Again, this is just doesn't actually store anything. It's just used for this check. That was aimed at you, Jim. I don't expect anybody else to understand that. You still there, Jim?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, you still catching my Boolean fuck ups.
Only barely.
How's everybody doing out there? I'm probably recording on autopilot right now. There, get agents. We're gonna have to add this as a type of. I think type of is probably being used up there. Type of. Yeah, thought so. So we do actually have a new type. So this will be agents. I hate to do it, but it's gotta go at the end. Just because I don't potentially don't want to mess up any. That's a really bad habit to stick to. Of a hard good habit to stick to.
Because previously coded enums will be fucked up.
Yeah, because it's backed by agents, so any damage types would have just become agents. You know.
Ah, I see. Right.
I can never remember if C# smart enough to do that or not to handle that. I don't think it is. So now we've got a new type here. Same gig here. That's maybe no. This will be type of. Now, are there other places that we use agent? There's probably going to be a few other places we need to do this. Like this. Very much so. Very likely. So we support nested graphs as well. Oh, sorry, Pertan. It's being recorded, if that helps. We're going to post it on the Kickstarter after the fact. And these sessions go on quite long usually. So I'm probably got to do another 4 hours at least of this. But we'll post the recording after. Yeah, so
I do like the trail dead emote. I did not know that was a thing. I'm very pleased. The trail dead emote.
Oh yeah. Okay, so this is for our. So yeah, I was saying we support nested graphs as well, which is really important because if you look at something like shield, so a shield effect is something that we want to use all over the place for various reasons, but different kinds of shields, different amounts, different durations, potentially what kind of damage they can shield against, all that kind of stuff. So we came up with the concept of well, it's not a new concept, but we have nested graphs. So if we look at our shield card, do we even have a shield graph? Unused shield?
Not on use, I don't think. It's just a shield effect. Which begs the question: how do we
trigger it?
do? Oh, we never do. It's only on the agents, right, or the enemies
Oh,
right
yeah,
now.
yeah, of course. Right. I thought we don't have a shield, do we? Yeah. So, if,
No,
if, for
not
instance,
for us.
in this case, if this is deep in the enemy AI, the goats AI graph, if they randomly choose to, if they're able to, first of all, and then choose to cast a shield, then once that occurs, you can see it's the same as Slice. It places something on the timeline, and then the timeline event happens after. These are not connected; they're just put next to each other because logically they're kind of the same thing. And when that happens, we have this node called execute graph, and this one's kind of cool because it'll actually execute a nested graph. So this can be any graph. And what you do is you set up a graph with all of these input variables, and they can be any type you want. We're currently adding the new type right now. I got to compile here, so it won't show, but we're adding the new type of agents into this. But then you can see this is everything that makes up a shield effect. So we can then have very easily add a shield effect to anything from any other graph. Well, the cool thing is all of these variables, once when you make a start nested graph node, like we did in trash mob, this one, as soon as you select your graph, in this case it was shield effect, it adds all of these nodes to this. All of these inputs to this node based on those variables that you had inside the graph. So this thing becomes almost like a function. So these are the parameters to the function effectively, and we're going to have the same. We're going to do outputs as well. We haven't got around to having a use case for outputs yet. We're going to have the same deal with outputs. So you can have a graph and you can have graphs nested within graphs, and so on. So this makes it very easy to say, yeah, I just want a shield that'll block for 40, and last forever in this case. And in other things like will it stack and other kind of information.
For those programmers who know the don't repeat yourself principle, this is basically just like the answer to that. We only have to make the graph in one spot, and we just reference it every single time.
Super dry.
Yep.
And this actually was a bit of we can't take full credit for this this system here we're looking at. There was an open source system called Xnode, which effectively at this stage, it's really handling at this point is rendering these nodes and these lines. Everything else we pretty much mostly tore up. It didn't support execution, for instance. It was mostly for making things like shaders and stuff. It was never meant for flow like execution flow or anything. So it was a good starting point.
Yeah, it was not designed for runtime.
Yeah, there was not much. It had no concept of being used at runtime. So it was for making like kind of shaders and stuff like that. And dialogue, I guess, could be used for, but it was totally static. So we kind of repurposed that massively, and Tangler was born. And luckily, because it's open source, it also has an example, a very primitive example of it being used outside of Unity. So it's being used in Unity for convenience purposes right now. It's nice to have it in Unity, great especially for like debugging and all that. But this can also run in an external tool, so you can dig through all your total conversion cards to turn it into a game of whatever. So where was I? Yes, I was adding new types. So we'll need a new agents output, and that'll be agent targets, and we provided input blah blah blah. So we'll go over here and duplicate our it's input node. Sorry, input node will be type agents. This is gonna have to be a new. Oh, we did that already. That'll be agents. There's gonna be a fair bit of copy pasting for a moment here. As we populate new stuff, we shouldn't care about if statements. We're not gonna need to add.
Oh, oh no, never mind.
What was that?
Never mind. No.
I was checking where else there was mention of this, basically. That's where it's getting. Well, actually, I was searching the type of that, wasn't I? So once we've got that covered. That should be our get targets node, I think. Well, it's ready for testing now. I think I'm mistaken now. So we should be able to do our get targets, and we'll want to do some quick debugging on that. So before I go for a for each loop, I'll quickly have this guy, when it actually gets this, it'll results.
Agreed, Ninetales. That is exactly where a chunk of the dev time went.
I know
It was kind of just like wrestling Xnode to like please do anything we needed to.
Yeah, Xnode was.
It did a lot of the graph stuff though.
If I could
will
go back
say.
in time, I'm not a person. I don't normally have regrets, but if I go back in time, I probably would have written it from the ground up. It gave us a lot to start initially, but it was never designed for what we were using it for. So there's been quite a lot of fighting it along the way. It was never meant to do flow, runtime inputs, basically almost everything we're using it for. It looks pretty. It's
Yeah.
even that's a little bit slow for my liking. But that's okay. The Unity editors, the frame rate of the graph of Tangler is a Unity editor problem, and that's our problem. It's not going to be a problem for anybody but us. So.
So out of curiosity,
once
this
we
is
tackle
something
it.
I was wondering as well. Once you have it like as a separate application, basically, as modding tools, as I understand, it'll be faster, won't it? Because it won't be running through the framework of Unity. It'll all be like
Eventually
generated.
at that point you're running into game engine speed, and I'll be writing everything from scratch there, so it'll be fast. It'll handle like a million nodes on the screen at once if you want, like because I'll be writing out from the ground up, and that's kind of my jam, making things like that. So we'll do it in. We'll say just to see if it's working. Found results document. So what is results still? Oh yeah. So we haven't actually legitimately checked yet. That is counted there, and then we'll return results. Not that we're going to use it right now, but let's test this out. So we'll make our Inferno card playable, and all it will do is do big. It won't actually do anything yet. It'll just run that get enemies, and we'll see if it spits out 2. We're expecting it to say 2, and then we can move forward. So we should have a new node. This is something we really need to work on, and we were putting it off for ages. In Tangler, to add a new node, you have to go into here, and this is just a mess. It's unfortunately based
Not even alphabetical.
It's based off namespace. It's not alphabetical. It's a mess. I want something like I want to be able to like hit space, and have like a filter, a fuzzy
Like a
search
fuzzy
filter,
search.
and then I'll right click and see the same thing. I don't want this. So this is something I've been putting off for a long time. It's one of those things I think I'll get around to it, and we'll just like blast it out on like one of our like afternoon sessions and just get it done.
It's one of those things where like the effort to make it doesn't offset the effort to try to find the nodes at the moment.
Yeah.
But once we're at the point where we have more of them, we'll be like, okay.
I know that, even by my standards, and I have very low tolerances for inefficiency. The second something feels like this could save me a few seconds per session, I'll write it. But this is yet to cross that. It's very close though. Very close. I'm not gonna do it in this session because it's probably not the most interesting thing to watch. But here we go. So we got our get target agents, and we'll say random enemies. So this should spit out 2, but it won't execute by itself. So we have a bit of a pickle here, in that this won't get executed unless it's providing its value to something. And this is a new type of value. So I think we can get away with it by just logging it. It'll probably say it can't log it, because log just puts something to the console down here. It expects a string, but I'm pretty sure it will just try to convert it to that. But by the time it's tried to convert it to that, it would have already executed this debug log that I'm interested in. So, as you may notice, Xnode, again, something we can solve, but we haven't got around to. Xnode's not particularly picky on types. You can see It does have a very nice effect though. It shows in this nice what's that color called? Turquoise.
Turquoise,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's a nice turquoise color for targets, and then it blends it into that kind of dark brown gray color for. It's like I don't care about types. It just doesn't care. Runtime arrows for days. But for our purposes right now, it's perfect. So if we run this guy, it doesn't. This log does need to run though. So you'll notice I need to actually execute that. Now, if I want to save a little bit of time and not have to wait for this to reach the middle, I could just I could run this
At the start.
like basically from start, just so I don't have to. Again, I'm lazy or impatient. Patient and lazy.
Or efficient.
Yeah.
All synonyms here.
Okay, well, we got Inferno right off the bat. Nice. Oh, we didn't give a description. It stings less than 6 of the time. Okay, we need.
I mean, I guess
Jesse,
that is true of Infernos as well.
Jesse, get on it. We need
What?
we need a very quick description for Inferno. Does 5 damage to all enemy targets. We need a quote. Right now it stings us with time. It's not good enough. You have until I play.
I like how they all actually have that description now that I look at it.
So that works perfectly. It got 2 as expected, and then it gave me the error that I expected as well because it tried to convert that to a string, which it can't. So that's working perfectly. We can lose that. We can go back to our graph and make it real. And that's going to involve a new, slightly more interesting node. The for each node. Well, actually, it's going to be more specific than that. It's going to be for each agent. So get rid of our log, and we'll make a new node. Now, we do have a loop node. Now, we have to be really careful here. Well, actually, no, I don't have to be careful. I just need to basically roll with the whole loop node, because the loop node, I tried to be super clever when I first wrote this node and have it like analyze the entire graph downstream of that node and be super clever. I think I can get away with not having something like an end loop, and then I realized why or continue loop, and then I realized why every programming language in the world has an end if or an end for or a curly brace tends. Yep. And I'm not that smart. I can't reinvent all programming languages. So nice try, Cash.
Oh,
it was a fun afternoon.
Gosh.
So yeah, it's basically doing the same thing. In fact, I'm wondering if this is a good opportunity to inherit from loop, and then break some of this stuff out to abstract and to virtualize some of this stuff. Polymorphism. I'm just gonna use the bathroom real quick.
Those OOPs.
And I'm gonna have a quick cigarette and then I use the toilet. I'll be right back. Do like a funny dance. Yes.
I'm the only other one on target on camera. I can't do this. This wasn't in my job description. How are y'all doing in the chat? I see we still have about 12 of us. We appreciate your support, and we hope you've been enjoying it so far.
I had written something for the Inferno card before, and I found it, and it was terrible. So,
Oh, yeah.
For Maya, she'd be freaking out saying, "That's not how you spell." This is a weird esoteric word.
I like that. That's very much her energy. And yes, sequence of numbers, very difficult. I'm a musician and I'm a programmer, but I'm not an actor.
I love seeing the difference between yours and Cash's workspace. Like yours is just so contrasting of each other.
Yeah, I'm very sterile and he's very maximal.
Whilst he's away,
he should turn his camera around and show you the other side of his room because it is incredible.
Oh, I think I've seen it before when just on our calls, but yeah, it's pretty great.
Mm-hmm. Let me find. He put a Reddit post up. He got what's the Reddit? It's the one where it's like everyone shows their workstation or whatever.
Yeah, I forget what it's called. One second.
Let me find it. I think I have it in my chat with him, my Telegram chat, and I'll put it in here because it's pretty impressive. Battle stations. That's a subreddit, and then
yes.
Oh, he didn't permalink it for me though.
Let me see if I have it in my history.
Okay, yeah. Should just be like, welcome to the lab or something like that.
Oh yeah,
If not, I can just post a picture as well. But I figure
I
it'll
found it. I
format
found it.
it.
What's good? I'll post it
Okay.
in the chat.
Perfect.
There we go. Yeah, that's what Cash is looking into when he's speaking and using the computer. So you can very well imagine that he thinks we're all just weird blips in the Matrix.
Precisely. It's neat. It's like what's interesting about it is whenever I see people with this kind of station, it feels like it's kind of like a they're just doing it for the aesthetic or whatever, but he actually has a use for like everything on that desk, which to me is the most impressive part.
I use the Reddit, but a lot of people are insulting it because they're used to these really slick things with nice glowing LEDs and everything polished and the rest.
Oh yeah.
And
They're
people
used to, like,
commenting,
my
saying
stuff.
things like, "How often do you just type something randomly, say, I'm in?" Which is probably, I don't know. It could be his computer password. I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. It's like I feel like battle stations is very much about like let me look at like my very sterile setup. It's just like an RGB light and there's nothing on the desk but a keyboard. It's like that's fine, but like this is just so much more like it has so much more character, I feel like.
Well, yeah, and I'm looking at the top, but there's like a person sitting on a toilet. What is that?
Oh, it's a game. It's I think it's by the creators of Cards Against Humanity or something.
Okay, so that makes sense. I was just kind of like, what
Yeah.
is that?
I also like the Plague Mask and the blood machines in the background.
Also, in the upper right or middle upper right, he's got this switch, this gigantic switch that doesn't
Oh
connect to anything.
yeah. He wants
Actually,
to
no, I
connect
think.
to like the most
Oh yeah, he wanted. Yeah, he wanted to connect it to like his just light switch or something like that.
yeah, like the most innocuous.
A single LED lamp, like one LED.
Perfect. I like this. This is like an I Spy game.
Okay, there's a roll of toilet.
Really is
There's a
like
toilet roll there, but what do you store inside the toilet roll?
Oh right. There's some free space you need to put in
Exactly, you
there.
got to use it.
I'm just looking to see what I can find. And you know what? I could see like this is why him and Kenket are siblings because I recently just visited her place and it is very much similar.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. There's a specific brand of garment energy, and it's very cool to be around.
I may be blunting that brand somewhat if you saw my place. It's similar degrees of clutter, but it's all the same thing. It's just books, so it doesn't really have the same effect as either of their places.
I mean, jack of all trades.
Right.
Or,
So I mean that's kind of your thing. Like I mean
yeah.
Kenket's is art everywhere and Cash is electronics. So I guess you do fit the theme if it's just all books.
Yeah.
It's not that many, but it's like maybe probably
It's a whole
40% of
shelf
my
of
wall surface is
yeah.
books. It's only 40%. It could be way more, which is really sad. Actually.
Well, about 0% of my wall surface is books, so got that
I
going for
assume
you.
that's because you shoot them well and you place them in little shrines where you can respect them
This is
properly.
my
Whereas here, this is
this
just
is my
bulk. So
book. It's just one of these guys. I know, like, say what you will about Kindles, but like, it's so convenient to have all my books in one spot like that.
that is true. That's absolutely true. Don't worry.
But I like the paperback. I mean, the feeling of it is something that is actually very valuable.
Ironically, because it's almost a reverse case when it comes to technology, but I feel like people who, well, no, I guess it's exactly the same. People who despise Kindles because they want physical books. It's a bit like despising digital tracks and you want only vinyls. With full respect to
Right.
vinyls, I'm saying like, come on, the vast majority of people couldn't tell the difference, and it'd be effectively the same experience. But now you've got everything in your pocket.
Exactly. Well, it's like it's a trade-off of convenience versus, there's kind of an appeal to the physicality of something, but it has a trade-off, right? Ooh, I like.
who
Okay, yeah.
posted my
I appreciate
who
this.
posted my
I appreciate the
map?
focus, right? 'Cause I have mine as well. Okay, down here.
Maximal. I've never been described as maximal before.
Well, it's an app's description.
You do have a somewhat extremized personality, Cash.
I don't know what that means either. Vocabulary's stunted.
Well, that's one extreme, you see.
Right, where was I? I have to. This one is going to need some focusing. This is well, actually not as much as it did when I was trying to be fancy with the loops. Now it's actually got a little bit simpler. But I think I handled loops within loops. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we did. Push nodes to stack, I believe, and that handles
Yep.
loops and loops. Right, we did
just push the next
we
ones up.
did a loop within loop test, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think specifically for that stack.
Yeah. So we can totally copy this. In fact, this is where I wanted to introduce an inheritance. So let's do that. So we'll make a new for each agent node, and this will see how nicely we can inherit this guy. So same, it'll inherit that anyway, so we don't need to worry about copying that. Number of loops. So the stuff that doesn't make sense anymore. I do want to inherit this, so we might actually have a base abstract loop node class. I don't want to have number of loops on for each agent. It makes sense. Unless it's
I mean, we can probably just get that based on the input, right? Just get a length on
we can
that.
totally get it. I just don't want it to show up in Tangler. So
Oh, right. We won't need
what
to.
we're
Yeah.
gonna need here is a
private.
public abstract base class for both of these guys. Which would be our
Yeah.
I guess it's a loop node base loop node. No,
Nope.
Tangler node. You can never type for a little while after having a cigarette. Actually, we already have a base for this, but it's not base. It's not enough.
Looping node,
It's
yeah.
not enough.
Right.
It will have to be one of those, but that's not the functionality I'm looking for. So this guy's gonna handle. It's gonna have to see what we can pull from here, and what makes sense to stay in the base class. So iterations. JSON properties sets for serialization, saving, and loading. Iterations again, mostly used on num loops, but we'll be able to use that. Yeah, we'll pull that to base. Num loops is not relevant for this, so I'm gonna. So what can I take out of here? So stop after the loop is finished. So we should probably bring this into is finished for a start, and just have that for now. And we'll virtual that. And for our excuse me. For our base class, that will just be false. We don't want these things not running anyway. Actually, I'll just make abstract. Just lose the body. So for our loop, we'll have that pulled out into our is. Well, this should be complaining because it hasn't gotten. Oh, there's too many errors for it to even complain. Oh no, this isn't coming from base node. The base loop node. Now it'll complain that it doesn't have this, which will be that. Iterations needs to be protected. Finished. So most of this should hopefully disappear. Loop broken out of num loops. This broken from was the continue, I think. Oh, break. There was a break looping node and a continue looping node. So broken from definitely. Oh, that was in the base. We probably don't need the space anymore. since we have base now. So this
Oh,
can
yeah.
this can just be a Tangler node, and we'll bring this guy up. It is relevant. You can safe delete that. It says it can't be deleted safely. I don't believe you. Just give me some errors. I'll do one later. So if it's broken from, otherwise it basically you're broken out of. If it's finished, which is fine. We want to keep track of that anyway. This is a little internal thing.
Yeah, if it's internal, might as well leave it there.
Yeah, I'll make that just a,
I guess we'll have to instantiate it anyway, so.
and we'll just at this point we know we've gone up, so we'll call. Oh, we already have iterations, so we'll just use that. We don't need this. Iterations, yeah, okay, it's fine. Maximal. Okay, I'll take it. This is still legit. So we need to pull that guy out too. To base. Infinite doesn't really make sense for our agents either, so this is very specific to here. So execute. I think what we want to do is have you know, here we basically want, is it gonna be that simple? Push looping node this, iterations, and this is kind of, this is what it's doing. This is the work. So this would be basically on iteration, or on loop, I guess. Either works. So this guy will be another abstract method on loop, and for this one, it's just going to be continuing graph, nice and simple. This continuing graph, and then we basically don't need any of this anymore, which was the purpose of this endeavor. Yeah, that looks nice.
Gotta love inheritance.
So I'll pull this guy down. We still hopefully have that test graph. It might be a little bit broken, but let's work our logic. So let's pull this out. And always forgets the comments, isn't it? And this will be a little base loop node too. And now we should only really need to we did new stuff. So this will have an input. So we'll have a runtime input of that'll be our agent targets. Targets should be public. I don't like how these were not runtime inputs. Actually, they didn't need to be runtime inputs. Did they? No, like they should have been runtime inputs too, theoretically.
Well, they'll have to be certainly for this one, yeah.
But this is for the old loop. They were just inputs, which
So
we shouldn't
we won't
using,
even
we shouldn't be using inputs anymore. This is the thing. That's a legacy X code, X node stuff that we shouldn't need.
Well, we're going to need to use the input for the list of agents.
Yeah,
But beyond
certainly.
that, no.
And then in terms of just keeping it simple, I mean, all this thing's going to have is an output. So this one will have a get value. Show backing value, no.
There's an execution flow attribute too, yeah.
It inherits that from there. We can actually bring down into here now.
Okay.
And the output, if we have a glance at that here to remind myself. Yeah, we don't want backing values on this. Doesn't make any sense. Backing value just whether you can type in a value on the output, which can't type in one of these. So this will be well, this is an individual agent target, and that will be I guess current agent. Let's just see this thing. Let's just make it compile quickly. Bring this out. Bring this out. File. I just want to see what that looks like as a node. And push looping node will want the base loop node now, which will complain about here. Stack should be everything, I think. That. And for each will be do nothing right now. So let's see what it looks like.
I'm gonna go and grab some water. I'll be right back.
Right. No errors, lovely. So this will be under logic for each agent. So it'll take in our targets and it'll be executed by the timeline event. And then effectively it'll do this. And we're missing, okay, I knew that was the case. This actually does have to be public. And now we'll have an output which we can use as the and again, this is where we don't need the target from this timeline event because it's not targeting specific. So now we can use the current agent. The source of this, let me just jiggle my graph routing right here. Oh, Kenket's just come to life. You can do a little tweet, maybe we can get some more people to tune in. So, yep, so the source of the damage will be whoever cast the Inferno, so it'll be Maya in this case, but we'll wire that up. And the target will be whatever we're looping over. And the damage will be 5. Now, this is where you gotta make this thing a little bit more. Okay, once this is finished, we need to use our continue loop. So it knows at this point, okay, we're finished one loop, continue the next one. And when this completely finishes, I think I made a mistake there too in not making something public. No, it's an output, publish. That should be visible. Why is that not visible? Oh, it's right there. I'm blind. This is another thing I don't like about Xnode particularly is the way it works with inheritance doesn't let you easily. Well, it doesn't handle ordering of these. Like I would like unfinished to be at the bottom, but the way Xnode does. I mean, it's something we haven't got around to fixing, but I would like this to be at the end. This is not the case. So right now it's sitting in the middle. So when this is completely finished, it will then end the graph. So that's our test. I guess let's see if it works. Now, if it does work, any programmers out there will know if it does work, we have to take the code out back, perform an exorcism, and then burn our computers. There's an
If it works first time, it's cursed.
There's something
That's kind of on brand though for the game.
Yeah, it's something
True.
utterly. Oh, sorry, I have to quickly respond to Kenka.
Oh, is she gonna make a post?
I'll see if I can. Can I link this channel? Can I copy? I don't really have a link to it.
I don't know.
Oh yeah, she
I
just
think
told me.
you've got to be an invite.
Sorry, guys.
Oh, we can start showing cool things again.
Oh, we're allowed?
How was your food? Was it tasty?
It's done. Tell us more. Did we do anything cool or mistake? Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Shit.
Well,
We made
we'll just have to do more
we
cool
made
things
this
then.
thing. I don't know if it counts as cool. We made this. So, when this Inferno gets triggered, it will run for each agent. I don't like the title of that very much, but whatever. I guess it makes sense.
Yeah. It's descriptive enough.
And that will immediately check, okay, what targets, and then it'll run this node, which will get all the enemies that are alive, and then it'll execute this for each one. And then when that's finished, when each one of these finishes, it continues the loop, so it jumps back to here. And then when they're completely done, it ends the graph. So we're ready to test that now. See you, Legos.
Thanks for joining.
Yeah, thanks for coming along. If you want to see any more of this stuff, there'll be in the recording.
And we'll be doing more of these for sure. I
Mhm.
think this has been really fun.
If you guys want to see more, we're more than happy to put them on. Whether you like to watch them live, because we obviously we're developing a couple times, two solid sessions a week we develop. And if you guys are interested, we can stream those. Unfortunately, the time zone wise, it's always going to be kind of rough for some people. Not much we can do about that, unfortunately.
What, you don't want to start developing at 5 a.m. on Sunday?
I'm down.
Come on.
Also, have to take a quick break to do my job
Yeah,
in the middle, but
quick 8-hour break. I'll be back at
I'll see if I
8.
can just teach my students programming through Tangletorn. Perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, even if we don't do streams, if you guys are still interested, we're happy to record them and put them up on Kickstarter. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of node editors.
Well, it's just the next logical step of abstraction, right?
Yeah, I mean, also like we want this to be a moddable game. Like we want it to be people can make it their own, and like this game just makes sense to be moddable. Most any card game, I think, just makes sense to be moddable, and I find it a little bit of a shame that a lot aren't. I don't
Right.
know.
It's a good idea. What Pip says. Just treat the people watching like you're programming rubber ducky.
Well,
I mean,
Jib is
why am
effectively
I the assistant
ultimate rubber
programmer?
ducky.
I am a resident rubber ducky.
He
It's
is
great.
ultimate. I mean, this is compared to even this rubber ducky, which is pretty.
Oh, that's tough competition.
Yeah,
I'm flattered.
Jib, you're slightly better. You're
That's all I can say.
somewhere. You're not quite an order of magnitude better. You know, that still leaves a lot.
Marginally
That still leaves
more
a lot
effective.
of wiggle room for pretty good. All right, let's test.
It'd
this
be better if I had
let's,
devil horns.
Let's beat around the bush. Let's see this thing fail miserably the first time.
As it should.
As is tradition. If it doesn't, then we have to have a real hard look at ourselves. There is a slim chance it might not fail though, because of all the effort that I put into the loop node in the first place. We got an Inferno. Okay, so we target nothing, and then we'll see hopefully 5 damage to both of them. So right now we're in super fast mode. By default, it's 10 times the animation speed because you'd be surprised how fast you get bored when developing of watching everything play out slowly and nicely. Our animations, they're being worked on right now, but they're not in the game right now. So we don't have any animations of the characters yet. They're being worked on separately. And I'm going to turn down that speed just because I want to see this thing
Slow down for this video.
legit run. Okay. Okay, at least give me an error. Okay, we don't have to burn our computers. It's good.
There's one error.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find it. There we go. Excuse me. Right. So it is somehow pulling agent target from somewhere. So what is connecting to an agent target? Did I use the
I'm
wrong
assuming
type
it's
of
because
node?
we didn't hook it up, did we? That guy.
It
No.
is the correct node.
Oh, you know what?
Get targets.
Let's take a look at when you actually put it on the timeline. Did we end up specifying a target for that?
Oh,
To
wait a second,
go to
wait a
left a
second.
little bit.
Oh, we never made a we never populated current agent.
Oh, you never pass
Remember,
it through.
like I only made this compile so I could see what it looked like in the graph.
Oh, right.
So that doesn't quite count as a real test. I'm gonna let that one slide because I'm sure some people were paying attention were like, oh yeah, the fuck you doing? This is not done. So on the loop, first of all,
Wasn't
on
me.
finished. This is gonna be straightforward. We just probably want a couple more things in here, like what we're currently on. Normally we don't use this value for anything. Actually, we do. We want. What's on loop called again? So that's. I don't like that name anymore. I want to call that on iteration. Do you have any complaints there? Yep.
No, it's fine.
On loop just seems like it's the start. On iteration seems like it's per iteration of the loop.
That's a good point. Yeah, on the loop starting.
So what we
yeah.
actually do want in execute here, we do want to override the execute probably for yeah, we want to override the execute on not this doesn't matter because it's so simple. But for this we want to override execute. And I need to make sure I run base after. I want this to run after the stuff I'm about to do because the first iteration that's not necessarily true actually. All that matters is the iteration runs before we do continue. So we don't actually think, I don't think we do need to override that at all. I think on iteration, we would get the next agent in the target lists. These aren't really targets, they're agents. I don't know why I call them that.
Thank you, Shock Turtle. Appreciate it. I've been growing it out since
Yeah.
quarantine started.
I can't see, can you see it in the...
I just took
Yeah.
my ponytail down.
Yeah.
Or man bun, I guess.
Mine is
Probably
actually
just
ending up
keep it
almost the
going.
same way. I'm wearing though now like a sort of headband thing, not thin, as like a design for holding hair back without having to put it in a ponytail.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's like for
So
in
free.
between, like too short and too long. Like there's nothing you can do. You can't put it in a ponytail, but it's just in your face still. But once you get past that point, it's like fine. But anyways,
Get the next agent. So when well, it kind of needs a start. It doesn't really need a start. It just needs to have a current index starting at 0, and that will be the default value anyway. So, get the current agent, and then increment the agent index, I guess. Because the first time through, we want the first one, so we'll have to have something like current agent index. If anybody wants mad props in any programming interviews, do your pluses in front and not after. It actually saves memory, saves you doing a variable copy, and it's I think two less operations in assembler. Although it will be instantly optimized by the compiler, so literally no point.
right. So if you do it afterward, it grabs it and then has to do an operation afterward on it as well.
Yeah.
Well, this way, it's just like grab it.
This plus plus makes a copy of this because you can say basically if I were to say say I was to log that, if I were to log that, it would take if it started at 0, it would log 0 and then increment it. So it has to make a copy in memory first, and then. So I guess the compiler wouldn't optimize that. That's a very intentional thing. Whereas this thing, this thing increments the memory in place, doesn't make a copy, and then uses it. So it doesn't actually have to make a copy because it's not being used in 2 different senses.
Right.
So it probably isn't optimized by the compiler because actually I always underestimate the compiler. It's saying, well, you're not really using it in the context of anything else in this. It's not there's no expression around this. I'm not using any formulas or math. It's probably like, yeah, you just mean this. Probably no. This will just mean the same thing.
Right.
If you put the pluses first and then can explain it after, that'll get you props, right?
Exactly.
And especially if you can say the compiler probably, does this work for me. Then you get mad props in interviews, so. Okay. Get the current agent. So yeah, this should be straightforward, except we need to make sure that we're getting the agents. Now actually this is gonna have to handle the whole finishing part too. So this should always be valid, unless we'll get you do need to check if there might be no agents at all, which is legit. If there aren't any agents at all, basically. So if there isn't any agents.any, which is kind of multiple evaluation, so yeah, okay, I will total premature optimization here. But I'm gonna do it. It's like such
Optimization nonetheless.
It's super trivial, but whatever. Gotta keep yourself polished. So if it doesn't find any agents, then do we have a break? We don't really. This always broke in a break node.
Yeah, we have.
Which would break the Tango. So we should be able to just run the graph on and do this. What do we actually want to happen if you feed it nothing? If there are no agents, what's the logical out? Should we just immediately run the finished?
Yeah, I think so.
And that already it's got me. Damn, I just realized something. I think I spotted a bug. In Tango graph, when we break from the looping node, we get the current looping node from that stack of looping nodes, break it, and then execute it, which for a looping node would be base looping node execute, and that does have maybe this should be virtual, because we have this broken from. Oh no, that's handled in here, isn't it? It's broken from's handled there on iteration. But broken from doesn't. This is the thing I'm noticing here. Broken from doesn't actually run the continue. This isn't being used anymore. That's what I'm saying. So on finish connect. Oh, never mind. Sorry, it's right here. Yeah. So yeah, this is why I get confused, because outputs very rarely are touched manually, and this is what we're actually checking here. And the reason we do this check here, for anybody who is curious, the reason we're not accessing this directly is that this output can have many outgoing connections, so we're not remotely interested in this variable. This variable is simply there to say, hey, X node, we want you to display an output node with this type and this name. When it comes down to actually dealing with it, we look at the actual output connections that we have, and we're actually doing, and this is where I probably should do things like the name of a bit more commonly. I should probably stop. Now it shows as used, at least. We actually check the connections that are connected to it, because we don't know how many connections are connected to this. This could be one connection, no connections, or many connections. Oh, see a sequence? Oh, I missed him. It's gone. Where they gone? I can't remember how many shite badges that furry con have done for sequence. It's many by now.
Are they your test subject for making them?
No, just repeat customer.
I love it.
Mad collection. I don't think so anyway. I'm sure it was sequence. We're writing. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, so yeah, this is handled in our execute. or base execute. So basically, I'm overthinking this as usual. This really doesn't have to do. On iteration.
Semicolon 22.
Hmm?
Semicolon line 22.
Oh, this whole thing's fucked, mate. This isn't even. Sure, I'll give that. It's still
I mean,
broken.
one of these several issues with it.
You messed up my indentation. So what I was trying
Well,
to figure out is
maybe you
like,
should
what
have
do
had
we do? What if we
braces.
do? What is the logical thing? Do we? If there are no agents, do we run? Does it make sense to run the unfinished? Does that make sense?
Have a checkbox that says unfinished if none. Maybe.
Is that what the braces
I'm just trying to
do in programming? Are they like Invisaligns or something? They
They're
keep all
kind
the
of like the
indentation
scope of what
straight.
you're looking in.
Yes.
Yes. Precisely.
Like,
The indentation is the IDE or writer in this case will indent for me, and it gets confused if you're missing important stuff like that or so the indentation.
So essentially, like as this
it
stands now,
immediately thought
the
this
reason
was
you need a
inside.
brace.
Sorry?
So the reason you need a brace for something like as it stands right here, line 18 says if this thing, then do XYZ, but it doesn't know where XYZ ends unless there's a brace to say that's the end of this logic bit. So if you do this, then you could put the current agent, found agents thing on line 25.
You can omit these if you only have a single line of code, like hi. And that's why it indented this line here. If I try to unindent that and remove this, and then do anything that makes it reformat it, like this, it's like, oh, well, this is the next line of code, so this must be the one that's inside this, so it indents it for me. That's where that's coming from.
Yeah. Rule of thumb, you should pretty much always use braces unless it's like a single one-off thing where it's like, oh, if you just return
it's one of those coding standards that you have to be at least consistent with. Some companies I work for, most companies actually have coding standard documents. That's required. Then again, a coding standard document's literally worth about the paper it's printed on.
Yeah, it's worth as much as the employees actually adhere to it, in my experience.
Oh, they can all agree to it, but they don't follow it.
That's what I mean. Adhere to it.
I've never seen in my 15 years in game development, I've never seen a coding standard document followed to the T.
Oh yeah, no.
And it's not through ill intent. It's just no one. But yeah, this is. I mean, saying that, whilst we've been developing Tangletorn, it's really helped me hone my own personal style. Well, actually, Jib's helped me hone it as well, and things like this, which don't. This one I would never normally have done. This being a private variable inside of a class. This I do kind of take a shine to. I used to think it was ugly, but if this took like int iteration or something, that not having now that's separate. And this too, this is now a local variable. I can see at a glance what's local and what belongs to the class. So I've taken a shine to it, I guess.
Yeah, it's interesting because for me, the convention I've always followed for myself has been underscore in front of parameters into a method. But it's cool. Yeah, whatever
works as long as it's it's consistent.
Yeah.
Well, I think.
Oh, thanks, Dixie. Thanks for joining. Hope to see you next time. Appreciate you moderating.
Here.
Say hi to the kids for me.
All right. So, question is, what do we do if we didn't find any agents? Do we do the on continued? I think just to get a catch-all, maybe we should have a checkbox that says, "Should I do the on finished?" If there's nothing there.
That, or we could alternatively have like we could be specific on nothing. We could do that, but how much do we care? And this is where we have to again.
That actually good though, because it might be like a gamble node of some sort that's like 20 nodes in the future.
I can see that being more useful than.
I like that.
So what's a good name for it on because remember this isn't the base loop, so we have to give it a catch-all name.
Oh yeah.
On
no iteration or
yeah, that's not bad. on none.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah. Like.
On empty or on none.
Mhm.
I think test did.
I like on none.
I think. So let's see what
Cheap.
test tweeted.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen this art in ages.
Oh, cute.
I remember that one. I still remember when I introduced Kenket to this font making little website tool that makes
Oh my
fonts.
god, she was having a blast with it.
She was so happy. And all of our fonts. I've never worked on a project where all the fonts are custom, but you cannot stop her making fonts now. Great.
You teach an artist how to fish.
Alright, so on none. Okay. In that case, we should be doing this. The stuff that we were adding all here. Not really actually, because it is very dependent on what type of loop it is. So if there aren't any, we should say on no. This is internal, so this can be whatever. On no yeah.
On no results. I mean, if you want to just use
Results,
the same convention, yeah.
On none.
Yeah.
I am very picky about my naming, and I'll stand by that to the end of time. It's incredibly important. This
Yeah, no, I mean,
probably doesn't need to be. This is going to go up into there. One gripe with Rider, I should be able to hit enter right here. It just doesn't have focus on that.
does it have an end that you
mouse click
something?
didn't need. So this will do
you tab enter?
basically the same thing here. And this feels to me now like this should be a util. No, this should be a Tangler node thing. We've done this a couple times now. This should be pulled out into
oh yeah.
get basically
The
get connections by names. Or what we're actually doing is that should have already been capitalized, pluralized. Get output connections.
Yeah.
And that'll take an actual string. And it will basically just do this.
that's gonna live on like the base node, yeah.
Yeah, I'll bring it way up to Tangler node.
Cool.
Field name. That was it. Terribly neat. And field name. Pull this guy in, that's connections, because this needs to be changed. The signature, please bring this up. Do that. Whoa, I'm all over the place. I'm out of control. Pull this up into Tangler node. And now we'll just nest it. If provided. Did we have a check in there before? I don't think we had a
Check for if there's nothing.
Do we have a check? Ooh, I can't undo that forward.
I don't think so.
We'll just have a check in. I think we did have a check in here. Well, it doesn't matter. It's already
Just a 4 with nothing in it.
I'll dive into system code here. I can't see it anyway.
Well, it shouldn't be an issue because it's only going to execute if it finds anything. If that doesn't return anything, it's not going to push anything.
Well, this will could return nothing, which at most of the time it probably will, and then potentially.
But then in here, in the for each,
Yeah, it won't run.
there's nothing in there. Yeah,
But
I think we're good.
Yeah, reverse will probably just return. Yeah, I know we're good. I was like trying to.
Oh, I
trying
see.
to try to preemptively optimize again.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's better now. I'd love to be able to easily find. I'm wondering if we can. I know we've done this in other places. Like the if node, I know we did it here. Yeah, these guys, for instance, would be get output connections. Yes. And then no. I think that's select menu.
Yeah, it looks like it doesn't throw an out of range until the index is less than 0 on reverse.
This one's way more complicated. I'm not going to touch it. That's our random node. It does things like can executes and stuff. I'm not going to mess with that. So what did you say?
I was just saying, it looks like reverse method only throws an out of range exception if its index is less than 0. So I think 0 is good.
Okay, I just realized too, I've got a null reference potential here too, which is nice that we brought this to a method now, so I should throw an Elvis on that.
Oh, yeah.
I still have no fucking clue what that operator's called. It will always be called Elvis in my mind.
I think that's actually what it's called.
No, it can't be.
Let me see. I've heard that somewhere else, or maybe I'm just... No, Elvis operator. That's totally it.
Is it?
Well,
I know
at least when I search
colloquially-
it,
colloquially
it does
known-
come up.
Colloquially, it's known as that C#. How the hell did you search for that? It's like impossible to search for this thing.
I just said C# Elvis operator and it came up. Well, it came up with...
Here we go. Is this one? No, that's
Okay, so Elvis
that's
operator is
ternary.
more like a ternary.
So
what is that then?
these little tangents that me and Jib go on are inevitable, and honestly, this is how I continue to learn about the languages that I've been writing in for years. Is like, well, I wonder why, or I wonder if. I can't help myself
Right.
but look it up. I mean, if you can't put those. So would that be question mark?
Null conditional
dot notation?
operator seems to be...
It's dot notation.
Here, I can send you the link that I've got.
Question mark dot notation. These guys. Null condition. Yeah, you were right. I think you mentioned that. No, it's way better.
So I guess
all of
Elvis
its operators
technically
way better.
ternaries, but... Yeah.
Well, at least I know the real name. I know if I ever do, I do teach this occasionally in my C# classes, but I'm still gonna teach it as the Elvis operator. But now at least you know it's the null conditional. What a boring name. It's obvious as well.
You know how to be wrong when you're not teaching, but then
Yeah. And then
correct.
everyone's like, I'm never gonna remember the name of this one. Like, I can't fucking remember the name of that one.
Oh yeah, I agree, Alan M10.
Yeah.
Control Z, Google,
Well,
Stack Overflow.
I think it goes deeper than that. Is there's only the thing that makes a good programmer. Well, and this goes beyond programming. The thing that makes anybody good at anything is curiosity.
Mhm.
If you genuinely just don't care what this is called, like I want to know. I was invested at this point. I'm like, well, I need to know what this is called. But like,
Right.
it goes beyond like if I want to know if it's possible. I mean, it's almost like an in joke at this point with me and Jib. It's like, well, we code some fancy thing, and then I'm like, I'll get a stupid grin on my face. I'm like, I wonder if.
And it's like,
And
oh
it'll be a
no.
complete tangent to see how far we can push the language. And to be perfectly honest with you, some of the systems that have come out of that have been like much easier to use. The code itself is a little confusing. When you throw a comment on that, it's fine. But that code's not, you don't see that code. When you're using the system in code, it's a much nicer system to use. And that's only comes from understanding your language in and out, basically. And you can't just you can read a textbook and understand as much as you want. But
You can look it up and be like, oh, you can't do X, Y, Z. But until you internalize that with an experience that you have
Yeah.
tried and it has or has worked.
Also, if it doesn't work, you're going to see some errors you've never seen before, which is great for future reference.
Mhm.
So
Yeah,
let's get
doing
back
is the best way to learn.
Let's get back on track a little. Okay, so output, just refactor that out. Nice. Back over here where we got an error. Again, this list here in writer, if you go on a tangent, this little list, like just whatever's got a squiggly line underneath it, just jump back to there. Right. So we have on none now. So on none, we should do the same thing. Now I could totally bring this out into a method too, but I don't feel the need at the moment because this is so specific to just loops. I think it might overcomplicate it. And actually, we don't want to run this on the stack necessarily, do we? We kind of want to look at what if does. Oh no, that stacks as well. Yeah. Oh, didn't push node to stack. What did we push node to stack to be something? We renamed that from something that was way more badly named, and now, yeah, as soon as we added loops, push node to stack number one, that's used everywhere. So it's not loop specific, in which case it probably. I mean, I could shrink this even more and say, push output connections to stack. Yes. It takes 2 seconds. Let's just do it quickly. It takes like 2 seconds. So push output connections to stack, and it'll just take the name. And I'll cheese this a little bit and just make it here. Pull it down real quick. Protect it. Field name it. And then it's just gonna do this.
Not to interrupt, Heft looked further into that documentation, and in fact, it is also known as the Elvis operator.
Yes.
Multi-conditional member access operator, question mark period.
Oh, that's
Oh,
official
cool.
Microsoft documentation.
Yep. Just search Elvis, there's one result. And it's that one line.
Elvis. Yeah! Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Tough Duff.
I appreciate the closure on this.
And it's full on docs.microsoft.com. Boom. They got to have a sense of humor. They do. Doesn't come off very often, but Microsoft documents are not usually known for their sense of humor, but there it is. Alright, so now we got a little.
Now, the question is, real quick, do you know why it's called the Elvis operator?
Oh, we all know. Come on, look at it. Look at it in.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at it in isolation, people.
It's an Elvis.
It's probably one of the best little. Like,
Little
I don't know,
ASCII
I'm
emoji.
still left over in the pre-emoji days because I'm old, but smiley, I'm called smileys, I guess, right?
Emoticons are basically like faces using like ASCII. Emoji are actual like
Pictures.
icons.
So
Not
this
that
is
anyone
probably
knows.
one of the most recent high-profile emoticons. Then
Must be, yeah, since it's a pretty
I don't think
recent
they may
operator.
have been around before. I mean, I probably would have gone with 2 eyes. I was really going for an Elvis. Give them time. They'll be like they'll add that for another operator, and then some kind of weird condensed ternary that doesn't have. Can you do that? No, you can't. A ternary that has no yes operator? No. But then they're like, well, that looks way more like Elvis, so what the fuck are we gonna do now? It's in the docs. We can't rename Elvis. It'd be like Squinty Elvis. I don't know. Okay.
Well, I guess that was why they had it originally. It was a question colon, right? Because if there was no,
Well, no, it was a
ternary.
conditional dot. It was a conditional dot notation. The dot notation
Oh.
the access into an object, and it was conditioned.
Hmm.
This was a lifesaver, but
Oh,
also
yeah.
totally bite you in the ass because
It's sneaky.
it's silent failure. It's just silent failure written over it, all over it.
JavaScript.
So comment wise, I guess execute. On none output. So on none is handled in the base loop. Well, it's not. It's something we can call from the base loop. And the reason we have to call it, we can't automate this really, is because this is very specific. Like for instance, in our loop node, we would call. This is a weird place to put this. This should be at the very beginning. So I think we really do need to override execute for this. Because this is the only place that makes sense. Like we're not doing it every single loop. It makes because this could theoretically change input wise, but we don't evaluate every single loop. That's a whole different kettle of fish. I can't think of a use case for it, so I'm not gonna even entertain that right now.
Yeah, I guess you're right, because if it's like concerning a single agent, we kill that agent,
Yeah, and this is
and then
also
we're not touching them.
this. If we do run that, we don't. We definitely don't want to run this. No, we definitely don't want to run any of this. If there isn't anything, so that is a return. It's a fail. My commenting is a bit subpar today.
I mean, it described what it's doing.
It's kind of self-documenting, but I hate when people say, "Oh, code should be self-documenting." It's like, well, comments never hurt anybody. God damn.
They're for you.
As long as they're accurate. Inaccurate comments have hurt a lot of people.
Right.
No agents provided. Fail. So, we're making a bit of a meal of this, but this is code that we haven't touched in a little while, so whilst we're here, it makes sense to give it a bit of a look over and fix up. There definitely will be other kinds of these for eaches for sure. Currently just agents, but I can imagine looping over other things. Probably. So let's actually finish this guy off. We can test it and see it fail. So this will be our agents. Current agents equals everything found agents. So I was hesitant to access it. Actually, that doesn't matter. It's just caching, so it's fine. So we take our agents, which is be shitty, but it's just the naming, and then we'll take our. We already know at this point. The reason I went on that tangent is we now know there's at least one, because it will not reach the first execute, which is the thing that actually runs this. Oh, this is leftover and all the fancy shit I wrote that I was so proud of, kind of, that I'm gonna ditch that. But, so this will never get run if you don't have any, so this probably know there's at least one, so current agent index starts at 0, so should be valid. Agents is enumerable, so we do actually have to index it. Oh yeah, sorry, we have to turn it into something. It means evaluating it every time. Yeah, I know you can index on that. And just the lazy runs out here, so I guess this just makes me feel gross. Oh, of course, this is actually all right, because this is definitely has to be spit out agent target. So agents actually it should be agent target, shouldn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Which sucks because when we set the thing, it's always going to come from here. So this is actually got to be agent targets because that's the only way it's going to be compatible with all our other nodes. All our other nodes expect agent targets. So it's not compatible. So what we have to do here is make this agent targets 2, and then when we actually populate the thing here, we'll actually have to make a new agents.select. No. What are you doing? Brain fart. No, that's right. Yeah, of course. Yeah, so it was right. So it's select agent lambda to new agent target with the agent. I don't know why I thought I need to do something fancier than that. Yeah, so it's just converting it to agent targets, which are valued have agents inside. So now this is agent target, which means it's compatible here. Now, can we still? No. This grosses me out. Can we avoid it? Not really. I made this enumerable. We could just make it a list. Could just make that a list.
What knock-on effects would that have, if any?
Basically, all of the evaluation will be done in the constructor. After that, we're done.
Then yeah, I
Well,
don't
actually,
see any really
this can
big
still be a new rule, but this should be a to-do list. And now it's been dealt with. We don't have to worry about any crap forever on and this kind of nonsense, I guess. I mean, it's legit agents at this point, just like with agent target. It's an actual agent, so it has value at this point. We convert it to a list of agent targets, and then for each agent, I can't believe everybody's still tuned in on this rambling mess. Congratulations, everybody.
right.
Let's test it. Let's test the thing. Let's have it legitimately fail for once. So, last signing check gets the current agent, so when it does, well, it basically assigns that. Now, this does need to have, I don't think it actually needs to have a to value. Sorry, I get value.
On the is finished.
No, just as a node in general, you know how we have get value, and nobody's like, oh, well, what are you getting
Oh.
in this? Because
If we already
we
grabbed
can
it-
legitimately get that. It's public, we can get it, it's got a value. On iteration,
And
it's
we
got
have the
value.
index. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we need to.
I think we're good. Now on finish definitely needs sorting out here. So this will be if the current agent index is greater than or equal to the agents dot length count. Count. It's finished. So it's good. Let's see if we can infinite loop out of this. Place your bets.
$2.
Okay, let's see how we're looking in here. We don't change much on this end.
I bet the dregs of 1 cup of hot chocolate.
You didn't
Oh,
finish
that's
it?
a big bet.
Well, that's a 20-ounce cup, so that's pretty big.
Bloody hell.
Wow.
Okay, so this is legitimately changed now because we were just well, this didn't exist before, so actually that was wired up before. What happened?
It was wired up before.
I
I
must have
didn't know
changed
why.
something.
Nah.
I changed something. So it has an on none now. So I know this backing
We need to
value.
not show
I know
that,
this
right?
backing value is useful because you can do a picker here, but really, how fucking useful is that picker?
Why would we need one?
It's
I
just,
mean,
like no one's gonna use
it was
this.
just like
no
a
one's gonna
generic-
fucking use this, and it just looks annoying.
Right.
What if we can get rid of that?
is that on any of the other ones too?
Tangent 6. Oh, it's all over the place.
Oh, jeez.
But you know, like here, we're never
Oh,
gonna
I
use
see.
this. But once we've settled it once, we can, you know, turn it into one of those like ongoing to dos. We factor as we go. If we can even do it. So this is an output. Oh, yeah, it just we just don't show the back.
It's just that.
So and that
Yep.
will be on the base. Both of these guys.
It'll be on Tangler node, I thought, right? Because don't we not want that output on any of them?
Yeah, but we'd have to go into X node to make that exception.
No, we wouldn't, would we? No, because the output is a Tangler node thing. I
No, it's
thought.
not. That's the one thing it wasn't. I don't think. Everything.
Oh, okay.
That's the one thing is left over from. One-time inputs ours, outputs theirs. So we
I see.
didn't write the show backing value stuff. That was already there.
Gotcha. Okay.
So this is basically the way we should be doing stuff if we want these graphs looking prettier. So that's not connected. Unfinished is connected. So if there is none, maybe we should. Well, we have no way of testing it with this particular circumstance, but let's see if this thing works. I mean, it won't. Otherwise, we've got actual hell to pay.
Yeah.
What's the going rate for first time winning code these times in like Satan dollars?
I don't know.
Well, we got Inferno
Satan
right off the
dollars
bat. I
coin
mean,
or
this is
what?
foreboding as hell. First card drawn was Inferno. We're dealing with Satan. So.
Yeah, like inviting us to fail.
Okay, whoa.
Well, C1. Again.
I think I slipped somewhere. Where am I using agent target? Place time on event node.
when you're placing the
Ah,
timeline event.
Yeah, it's the source we thought we can get away with being null.
That's what I thought. Yep.
Yeah. Well, we tried. Do we want to fix that? Do we care? Sorry, the target, not the source.
The target. I mean,
It's
since the target is not being used anywhere, we might as well just like apply it to self. Or if we could like make a quote unquote agent that's just the playing
maybe I think we
field
should
for
just-
this
we
kind
should
of
just
region.
basically wherever this is happening, which is like we legitimately care at this point. But or we could just like not care.
I mean, silent failure is the only deal that I would not be. I feel like for the most part, we are going to have a target on there, and so we should have some sort of special case where like we don't need one, but it should be a special case, not one that it just hands.
Yeah, but if it's a
I'm
special
just
case, if it's a special
that we
case,
accidentally don't have the target.
how do we gracefully deal with it in this case then? I don't want to add a
Mm.
checkbox in there. That's
Sorry to hear that, Alan. My apologies.
Oh no.
Oh no.
So as it stands now, our options are we either put it on self, just have source and target both be self,
Which is not
Or-
intuitive. It's not intuitive.
it's not intuitive. We could also make a separate target that's like doesn't matter, essentially, whatever it may end up being.
Which is an extra
Like
node.
any. It's an extra node, right? But
That's more clutter.
I feel like the issue though, if we go your route, is that if we have for them, I think that the majority of cards are going to have a target, and if we have this special case be catered to, it's going to silently fail when we actually want it to tell
I
us,
hear
hey, you
I
need a
hear
target.
ya. I definitely hear you.
It's-
I'm just trying to think of a nice middle ground here. There isn't a checkbox.
I mean, it could just be a checkbox.
It could be a
Just-
checkbox. It's
And
getting
then
so rarely used. It's just more clutter, right?
Yeah. Well,
Unless
if we click
unless
target,
I wonder. Okay, this is with rabbit hole engage. I wonder how fancy we can get with a show if. Can we do a show if that target has been unassigned or target is null? Can we do a show if target straight up is null? I don't know if show if is smart enough for that.
what's your goal here?
If show if is null, then we can have a checkbox saying, yep, we're cool with that. And then a checkbox disappears if we wire up target. But it's almost like a little
Oh, I see.
warning. It's saying like, hey, you've got no target, and you can check saying, yeah, I know, it's okay.
You acknowledge it. Okay.
That I think is a nice
Yeah.
compromise, but I don't know if sure if it is anywhere near powerful enough to do that.
Yeah, I wonder if we can.
But
Well, we
there's some
could
good
probably.
there's some good learning to be had here because I'm curious about like if we did this definitely is not a
Right.
runtime input, but it would be a show if, and then I think the docs on this are a little sketch. So let's see what Odium's got. Let's see what it's got. It's pretty powerful. Yeah, this is it. That fucking I was looking for this.
Right,
I was looking
but-
for this on Wednesday, I think. Like how to do this thing where you can actually run code here, so we can do that. Oh no, it's enable if. Oh, enable if's the fancy one, so that's probably. Wait a second.
Enable if.
Is enable if just a smarter?
Oh, I set it to yes or no.
It must be showing or hiding because it's an integer. I thought it might enable for like a boolean. So
I'm
Yeah.
assuming it's like, can I edit this?
I think we'll just try it. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be what we want. So basically, we want to say, hey, does this target equal null? And if so, we'll have a public bool.
Ignore target maybe, or pass
target
target.
optional. I'm gonna go with this side.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm mixing my.
I don't know if it's optional though. I think this is specifically I don't care about a target. Not I could have a target.
Target can be
Know what I
null.
mean?
That's pretty technical. technical language there.
Target, no. But I don't think it can be. I don't think this should be a catch-all, right? This is a I don't need a target case, right?
Yeah, but
it doesn't.
the
not expecting to
reason
ever
we're
get
having
one.
this is that we want to display to them that as a warning, saying, "Whoa, are you sure?" And if they check it, it's like, yeah,
Right.
the target is all the target's. Well, we could say call it no
That's the
target.
thing, though,
We
it's
could
not
just call it no
optional.
target, but I don't know how I've loaded that. Well, let's see. There's no target flow better for you.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm maybe concerned it's gonna look. Yeah, actually, I think it's better. I don't. Yeah, and if it's no target, basically we can do just a ternary here. So no target. Then if it's so it is kind of, this is why I said optional, because because this goes away, it still will have a value though. Remember, this will be serialized even if we can't see it. If we set this to true and then give this a value, this will disappear, but it will still have a value of true. So if no target is true, we then do Elvis. Otherwise, we do a non. No wait.
Yeah, how do we pass
Shit, we
in?
can't.
Just
This
like
is a property. We can't bypass this shit, can we? This is gonna happen regardless. Damn. I'm not fucking putting a try catch in there. It's heinous.
that. Yeah, that feels like a smell.
No target. Well, this is pretty ingrained. This is.
See, I don't know. We might be better off like making a target that's just like a void.
No,
You know.
no. Again, if I set this to true, and then if I set this to no target is true, and then I give it a target, this will still be set to true. So we have to handle the fact that this
Right.
might be true, and we still care about the target.
In that case, we might even just have like right before we do runtime, it changes it to true if there is already a target or something like that.
Well, actually, hang on a second. What am I even talking about? Because if this is true and then hidden, that means we have a target.
Mhm.
So we can do that check. We'll say, look, if target does not equal null, this is gonna get ternary hell if I'm not careful. This is gonna be a nested ternary.
Yeah, we might have to just do that right beforehand.
This might be a nested ternary. So if
Yeah.
the target doesn't, if a target isn't null, we use it straight up. We use the target agent, and at that point we know it's not null. We don't need an Elvis. Otherwise, and this is why it becomes a nested Elvis. I mean a nested ternary, which I don't like.
Now we need to check target null.
And then
Or no target, I
we
mean.
would return. Then we would check that. This is gonna look really weird because then we check no target, and if it's no target, then we're happy to have none. Otherwise, we actually do want it to explode. In which case, we call something we know full well is about to explode. So this is what's called shit.
I was gonna say
That's
that's a
actually-
one-liner up top there.
That is gross. Not just the nested ternary, but this is an intentional exception. We know that's gonna blow up, but we're using it just because we want this, which is just kind of gross. Which I'm okay making that. I'm okay doing that as long as that we just clean this shit up a bit. Because nested ternaries are.
Yeah.
Well, you can make them a bit less heinous with a bit of a little bit of this.
Sure.
See how less heinous it's looking.
Let's just use like 12 lines.
Yeah, that's what ternaries were for, right?
It's true. Yeah. Expand your code vertically.
Yeah. Ternaries are all about really fleshing out that indentation.
I don't know. What do you use your ternaries for?
That's none of your goddamn business.
All right. Yeah, I don't like this, but I figure we can just put like a hack comp.
Well, we can just duplicate this. We'll make a proper RO error. I don't want to do that. It's filthy.
Yeah.
Okay, so, let's just let's make this legit. So if I can't describe it in English, I shouldn't fucking code it. If a target is required, So if not no target, then it's simple. We have get target, so that would be our agent target, found target, target, and that would be target equals. Oh damn it! This is all right. We'll start refactoring slowly but
I
surely.
guess we did start doing that, didn't we? Well, isn't that only for private variables?
Ninetales. So you miss anything big? It really depends how you feel about Elvis.
So the answer is no.
This is
You didn't.
tentative refactoring, slow and steady. So
Wait, but hold on. So wasn't our idea that internal like private variables were underscored, or am I mistaken?
oh no, these are just fields, any field.
Any field. Oh,
Any
okay.
fields, yeah. Because otherwise, there's no point
Okay.
having public ones not have that, because then it gets rid of the whole benefit of not clashing with locals.
I see. I see.
Ninetales. What are you guys saying? We're working on kind of what's called not technical debt. We're in an area of code we haven't touched in a while, and we're kind of shoring it up a little bit. We're basically ready to test what we've been building, but we're shoring up some code that had some problems already. That we hadn't.
Well, it's basically the new code that we made is interacting with the old code in a way that the old code did not anticipate.
Yeah. And
so now we're refactoring the old code to anticipate it.
Yeah, which is always a good time to basically bring your old code up to scratch, up to
snuff.
So even it's silly things like our naming convention. This is a particularly old node that we had, and our naming convention has changed, and that's actually what all of these warnings are about.
I was going to say these all need.
And we could do this whole document at once. I guess there's no point. Oh shit! I know why we didn't do this. Because every single one of our graphs will break. That's why we didn't do it.
Oh right.
That's why I've been so hesitant
That's
to do
super
it. But we could use this guy. It's kind of gross, but
oh yeah,
it's something that
we'll deal with that later.
we have to come back and delete. But again, I have actually no idea if it's going to work in the context we're using it, but it should do.
Fingers crossed. I mean,
this is what that's. I can't remember how much Rider costs. I think it's like $20 a month. I've been paying for so long now that they give me it's 40% concurrency discount. Like they did not need to do that for me. I would have paid the full price forever.
wow.
They're like, yeah, you've been buying
Okay.
it solid for a long time. So what the fuck is this thing here? I guess that's always going to be. I'm just confused as things to see things that aren't inputs, but yeah, that's never going to change.
Oh right, yeah, no.
Oh, I remember why we didn't do this.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we do want to get some actual. We'll get this super codey stuff out of the way pretty soon, because I'd love to hear some input for some card ideas. Once this is working, then you guys can throw some card ideas at us, and we'll see if we can implement them with Tangler as it stands. And if it doesn't, we'll either make it work or add it to our to-do list. So let's just get through this quickly. I don't want to leave this shit. So if a target is required, then grab the target. Otherwise, no target's required. Therefore, if there is a target, use it. Remember, this could be left over. Wait, no. If no target and if no target, if not no target or target does not equal null. There you go. Then that's our target. Otherwise, target is null. And now this will immediately. Writer should say, "Hey, do you want to clap this down to something tiny?" Probably. Does this make sense? Does Boolean make sense? If there's no target, or we have a target. So if not no target, or we have a target. So this could be true. So this could be false, because this could be set to true by just because we serialize it as such. This
Yep.
could be true, but therefore this is false. But we actually do have a target, so use a target. Otherwise, target.
I do see why.
And then we use the
target
target
optional.
down here. Scrap all this crap. I'm happy to condense that because it's kind of replacing a ternary. I'm surprised ReSharper has nothing to say about that. But whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's
Not to nit, but now that I see that how we're using no target, I do agree that actually target optional feels better, since it's kind of like a catch rather than saying like I'm not using it.
okay. We kind of had to see it written out to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Let's come back because we can cleanse all this shit later. Don't know why I'm doing that. That's the fault. Alright, so let's see if that enable if thing works. That's a little. How long was that sidetrack? Like 15 minutes?
Maybe. Yeah.
Okay. But the thing is, the side effect of the side effects of these little detours is this. Understanding now
Mm-hmm.
how this enable if works, which is going to help us vastly improve Tangler as a whole.
Yeah.
Try to get
Enable to locate
September.
identifier
So
target because we made it underscore target, didn't we?
that's right. Yeah. It's this nice thing about Tangletorn's development so far, is that it's not the yeah, I'll go on record saying this. It's not the fastest development of project I worked on, but it is by far the least technical debt I've accrued during a project. To the point where it's incredibly like it doesn't fight you. The code base doesn't fight you when you're adding new stuff because it's being thought because of all the. So here we go. Like there we go. That's optional. And if I do wire that off, that should go away. It does not. So we need to figure that one out.
So I think we need that to be a show. I don't think enable.
Well, that's all it seems to mention, but I do agree. It doesn't seem. I'm a little concerned now.
Yeah, it's not that.
Concerned now. I've got a. Yeah, I would.
Oh, wait, go back.
Huh?
It unchecked it. So go ahead and put it back in.
Oh, it wasn't enabled. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it did.
Oh, I thought I did too.
Hmm.
Oh,
That was weird.
I
Okay.
was flailing around with the mouse. Let's just see this goes. Shall I don't know what the point of enable it is. Is it maybe it straight up just disable your input on it.
Let me check.
Oh, it's good to hear that. Ninetales. I'm glad somebody's getting something out of the
Awesome.
us. They're kind of inevitable when we work on this. Is that but they'll be done shortly, and we'll be making some cards. So once we figure this bit out, so the show if isn't working. So this is equal to null target. To show that if it's null, if it's not null, to go away. So what's causing it? That's fine. If I wire it up, it's still there. Back to here.
Nice Ninetales. I'm glad that it's easy to follow and enjoyable for some people. Or easier. I say that as someone who doesn't follow anything.
Well, I can speak as someone who had done coding for my main job, but not in this context. I've learned so many tips and tricks on how to just like better organize code, how to like do more solution architect sort of stuff. And then little nitpicks, things here and there, like what's the Elvis operator called? Like it's just like it's been very valuable. So hopefully you're getting some value from it too. We can just like put bits and pieces here and there.
Yeah, when Cash was out of the room before, we remarked on his organization, shall we say, but I gather that his code is quite organized.
Oh yeah, it's
Again,
great.
extremes there.
It's very different from my armor. Sorry, this is the inspector.
Mm. Okay, so it
How
has
is this
no
different?
bearing
see,
on next.
so yeah, it is disabled. It should be the same. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's like it is straight up just making it not interactable.
Mhm.
So we should be having this have this show it for the same. I don't know why they mix stocks like that. It's confusing. That's misleading. I don't like that. So it doesn't seem this doesn't seem to be working unless I've missed something on the. Maybe it doesn't like formally serialized as
Maybe.
target null cool target optional if
Well, why would it ever be an enable if anyway? Don't we want to hide it? Like I thought our goal was to make them compressed and
yeah that's
clean.
that's why I'm using a show if not an enabler.
Okay. So we're just like brainstorming why it didn't work, or are we trying to get it
check
to
the
work?
doc to see what's happening. So now it isn't working.
Gotcha.
That's not disappearing. Well, that should disappear when I connect.
Well, we never
when I connect it. You know what?
did. We ever recompile?
You know what?
I guess we had to.
What am I thinking here? That connection means absolutely shit to that code.
Oh,
Think
you
about
have to
it.
do. You have to
It's a runtime
check.
input. It has no fucking clue.
Mhm.
So we may have run into an unfortunate
We
brick
would have
wall
to get-
with this entire approach. Unless we want to get really
Yeah.
deep in there, like we have to check connections. Like actually like show if connections kind of shit. That's more than I'm willing to invest in this shit right now.
I think we can just keep the target optional checkbox there
Yeah,
at all times
I'll
and
leave
say,
stuff. Yeah, I'll leave it in there, but it's to do hide this if there is a target assigned for future reference. I should put this here. It's kind of hard to see those in there. So scrap all that. That will be actually just a straight up So okay, fine. All that's the same. And let's get this thing running. All this to Inferno some goats. They asked for it.
yep, with all their shields and
That wasn't connected.
Nibbles.
Just reconnected itself.
that was weird.
So target optional should allow us to hopefully let's just see.
Well, we gotta hook up the source before we start.
Oh, whoops.
And then I guess make sure we didn't unhook anything else.
No, that was the absolute failure of so guess what else is busted? Do you want to have a guess? Fucking everything.
Great.
So much for fucking research. I knew there was a chance it could have worked.
That's fine.
Luckily,
Let's just do a quick
luckily
path.
it's only place like this one node, and it's not that. But we.
Oh, that's true. We only
do
have a
to go
few
through
of
and
those.
fix it everywhere right now because it's gonna kill everything.
Yeah.
It's only this one node though. So yeah.
Right.
Pretty simple to. This shouldn't even get target. Yeah. This should get agent. You know what? Oh my god. This is not something I want to read
It should.
right now, but it should totally say get agent.
Oh, it's probably because we just had this from before we renamed that.
I know.
If we were to get a new one right now, I think it would say get agent target on there.
Get target agent, you would say, yeah.
So yeah, if we just make a new
why would
one
it be target agent?
right now.
What's target agent got to do it? It should be just get agent. This should be get agent now, no?
Because it's a target agent that we're returning,
Okay,
aren't we?
I'm not gonna go down that rabbit hole right now.
That's fine.
So that's gonna be a
If we
target.
just remake that node, it'll rename it, right?
Yeah, no, it totally will. Yeah, it will.
Doesn't matter, yeah.
That's what it says over here. It'll be to get target agent.
Sweet.
Let's just quickly run through all of our cards.
All right, got slice,
So heal,
heal,
target, source, and target. It's literally gonna be that one thing. So it should take 2 seconds. That should be fine now because target's optional. We'll see in a second. Again, source, target, redirect, source, target, slice. Fine. Slice half HP. Might as well keep it maintained. Zap. Now this is another one we don't need to target.
Yeah.
Except we do need to target. We do need to target actually,
Um.
because this actually.
Oh, right, because we're adding effects to our target.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a legitimate case of that. All right, let's test this thing before my brain falls out here. Okay. Then we can start taking some cards. Inferno. Okay, we got a couple
Oh.
here.
Value cannot be null. Did we miss another one somewhere?
I do suspect my there's gonna be a lot more places that it was not cool with having no target.
Right.
Like in here, no doubt. Somewhere. Well, that's a source.
So I
It's
wonder
not-
if putting in a placeholder that can just like get all those to return true. It sounds hacky,
oh
but
my
that
God.
might be our best
This
bet.
this was a deep dive. This is gonna crop up everywhere. So you can execute, which
Mhm.
takes in source. Why the source? The source has got a value. This comes all the way from. Let's give us a little more space here. This comes all the way from execute node. Blah 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 blah. Pull back from the top. That's coming from here. Source on place timeline. The source is null. Did I really fluff that up on here? Target source.agent. ID pull down source and target. I definitely had that connected in our graph, right?
Also,
Target source, yeah. Somehow it's getting. Oh shit. Haha. Sorry. Side effects. We
Execute
broke, we
randomness?
broke a shit ton more than. We just stopped at our cards. We totally broke our trash mod graph as well.
oh yeah, those get
Massive-
targets, don't
massively broke that. So
they?
let's quickly wire that guy up. So the
Yep.
target, this self will always be the source there, and
Well, we already have those down there,
oh, that's right.
unless you want to
No, that's
string them all the way there.
This is better. Source, source, source. Oops, that's source.
Or wait,
Clear. That's source. That's target. That's target. And
they got one target up
the
top.
one's got source and target. It's the shield.
Cool.
And
Oh, I see. Yep.
these guys got juggled down a bit because we added an extra little checkbox.
Right.
Good. Don't think
Yeah,
we missed anything
think
else.
it
It's the only graphs that I'm thinking about an operation.
Mm,
Wondering where that was coming from, like a weird place.
poison graphs, maybe.
Oh,
I mean, they're not placing a timeline event though,
no,
are
no,
they?
they don't know. Shield is, isn't it?
Mm,
Shield definitely.
yes, it is. Well, we're placing the timeline event for shield, but then I don't think a
Shield
shield graph is.
effect will still be broken. Oh no, sorry, it's add effect.
Well, that one's fine.
It's not timeline.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're fine.
Thanks for joining, Alan. That's a good idea, actually. Well, it's up to Jake, really.
Music, yeah, okay.
Yes.
Music's a thing.
We have so
I
much
don't
to
know,
say
I
about our
don't know
music
how we're
system.
gonna share this.
I-
Like, I don't know how we're gonna.
Yeah.
Like quiet music in the background. I absolutely I like working music. Thanks for coming, Alan. Though, if you got bail, but good point. Yeah, music's tricky because if we put this recording up anywhere, then we're gonna get hit with licensing and so on. I do have a subscription to a shit ton of really nice unlicensed music. Plus, we have Jib.
Maybe like some royalty-free lo-fi stream or something.
Well, I
like that.
got this. I literally subscribed to this thing, which like is amazing.
Is it all royalty free?
On
Oh yeah,
no,
Soundstripe
it's-
is cool.
You pay for it. It's like I don't know how much I'm paying for it, like 30 something bucks a month.
Mhm.
I can't remember. It's like $37 a month. but it's got a huge royalty-free music and sound effects. Really good Foley stuff,
Right.
like decent stuff.
Which-
Like I got
We
a
will
water-
definitely-
a
I will
watermelon
be
hitting literally
borrowing
any
that
other
from you.
solid object, and I got it. And
I
it's-
will borrow this login from you for most of the Tangletorn effects. Then it sounds like.
Well, it's basically it's my business account. So, right, let's get
Sweet.
this go. Whoa, no errors, lovely. Doop, doop, and slow it down. Nothing, no errors. Huh? Let's check our graph's not totally messed up though. Inferno. Invariably, these errors are like, yep, graph's broken. That's not
This is
Inferno.
still shield.
That's not Inferno. I just double clicked on this though. That's the card.
Didn't
right?
like it.
That's the card, not the
Ah. There
Okay.
we go.
Inferno. So for each agent, let's hit it with a debugger, like sensible human beings.
Are we?
Are we?
Are we?
Tough question. This is one of the fastest ways to fix bugs, by the way. Really need to use the bathroom, but refuse to allow yourself until you fix a bug.
Yep.
Also running a cigarette as well, so it's like double combo.
There you go. It's all about tricking your brain.
If you hear sudden silence for a moment, then you know that this bug took too long to fix. Okay, here we go. So we have our agents. It is a runtime value. It should have been evaluated. But was it evaluated? Yes, it was. Because we've got count 2. Perfect. Lovely. Get across there. We get the basics. Let's go sit inside there. This is our not finished, which should very much not be. Remember, this is the override. So core index 2, and the count is 2, so that will return false.
Should be good.
Again, they can't use shift to 11 because those guys are. So that will push this looping node to the looping nodes, which gives us our stack. We increment iterations, and then we do our iteration, which is get the current agent, which is a runtime value, which is our goat number 1. And we never fucking run continue graph. There we go.
Yeah. Boom. Well, wait. Did we have to though?
Yes.
Yeah, no, if you did, it was
We
only
did.
in the
That's the
abstract.
only
Yeah.
thing we have in loop node. Literally, that's it. That's all it does. So run, execute, shit. Execute any connecting nodes. Same for you, buddy. Let's get that shot. Don't need to debug it. Jesus. I have confidence. I have confidence, and I am P&ED. It means I need to pee.
You're almost there. It's even telling you, hold on. So Unity's saying.
Ladder of iron, steel. Still gonna slow us down, even though you're in it. Smack, wallop. Come on. Can't be null on
Oh no.
push the stack, which means it actually tried to return. It got nothing, which is fair. It's completely fair. This returns null on. In this case, it would have been the what was the stack on tax trace on that again?
Good question. Base loop node.
Execute unfinished. Did I lose the unfinished connection?
Did we have one? I don't think we do.
Unfinished there.
There.
So this could be nonsense. I didn't test this since so get output connections. Alright, this is gonna take a little bit of debugging, so I'm gonna use the bathroom.
Okay.
Judge me.
All right.
Don't have a cigarette though.
Okay. I guess in the
Did
meantime,
he say judge me?
I think so. I don't know what he meant by that, but
Maybe because did you finish fixing the bug, or did he abandon it before?
he abandoned it before.
That's why he's
Yeah.
deserves judgment, I guess.
I see. Yeah. Well, we can pretend we judged him and say we did, even if we don't. But I guess in the meantime, speaking of music, we have some really cool plans in place for our dynamic soundtrack elements. This is actually the first game I've done music for that I've actually had the privilege of having a hand in the programming as well. Whereas previous projects has basically been like, here's the music track, and then if I try to implement some sort of thing like, oh, there's change the soundtrack a little bit if like certain elements of the gameplay change. Oftentimes it's just a very bad back and forth between the programming side and the music side, where it's like it's not sounding like I wanted it to, but the programmers don't know. Like it's just hard to cross communicate like that. But Cash and I are both very gung ho about having like a music system that is very dynamic, has a lot of like Tangler elements to it. I'm just telling them about our music system that
Yeah.
we're planning on.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be the shit.
Yeah, I cannot wait
Or else.
until we get more into that.
And make sure you put the word "the" in there, otherwise it gets the wrong meaning.
Well,
Yeah.
depends what I don't know what crew you're rolling with. This is shit. It could mean anything. I don't know. I'm old.
It's true. But yeah, no, I'm very excited for that. That'll make for some fun streams, I imagine.
Oh yeah. Hit me up, you other. We got. Okay, where do we come from here? So we're outputs on where am I? I'm on the field name for each field name. The field name is field name. What? How the fuck did that happen?
Where is that getting assigned?
Oh. Actually, that's a subtle bug. I'll allow that. It's a subtle bug.
Wait, where did you get that? Hold on.
I copied and pasted. I was using name of where this is actually called. Yeah, that's kind of a funny bug. The name ofs are from here, yeah. But I just swapped out field name for that and didn't take the name of out, so it's giving me the name of the parameter I was passing in, which is field name.
Oh,
So, yeah,
oh yeah.
little subtle little kick in the ass fucker.
At least you figured it out pretty quickly.
I'll make a lot of bugs, but usually I spot them fast. Most things I've made a lot of them. I'm impressed. There's still 9 people actually.
Yeah,
Pay
thank
off
you
the
for
9
joining,
people, 'cause
everyone.
They're
And
gonna
thank
help
you.
us make some cards, and hopefully if they're down for it.
Yeah.
Boom!
Ah,
It works. Ta-da! Finished. Done. So we have AoE. And
I like it.
kind of a lot of code improvement along the way. So let's commit that shit.
Yeah.
So when this Strangler is like a separate application,
Mhm.
this won't happen. We won't be able to make a card and it'll pop out right away.
We just added a whole bunch of functionality to Tangler.
Yeah, I know.
So no, this won't
Right,
happen.
but
Well, if it what am I doing? It's completing project cache. I only got a few to choose from. Yeah, right. I love our Tangletorn is so called TT timeline UI.
timeline comp. Yeah.
I cannot change that for life for me. But there it is. So what do we do today?
Nope.
What have we done today? We added
That's actually very well put, Ninetales.
Ninetales. He understands.
I would
We got-
actually
we got it.
argue that is any creative process, right?
No,
You're
if
choosing
if you replace
things-
bugs with fuck ups or mistakes, then you pretty much covered every creative process.
Right. Like it's all about just trial and error at the end of the
keep
day.
fucking up until you fuck up less, and that means you're getting better at what you're trying to make. But if you totally stop fucking up, it means you're not trying hard enough. You're not learning anything new. As soon as you start fucking up, you've stopped learning.
Yep. That's always been the hard part for me from like an emotional standpoint of like embracing the failure, because that's where you're going to learn the most.
Yeah. It's like the
So
hardest thing to
being
do, and most. Well, it's the hardest thing to do. Added.
Yeah.
Well, at least we got get agent targets loop. Agent targets node targets for each agent node. Did that, and when we added Inferno.
Inferno.
Bueno. So I'm willing to type. Alright. Now we need some suggestions. I mean, we can come up with them if nobody's interested. If ABS wants to keep in mind, there aren't that particularly complicated cards. But I think the easiest way to do this is like before, just look through some of the art. And see,
Yeah, I like that.
Any of the art like stands out. So I want to open this up properly and just look at some art.
Mhm.
This is what you guys came here for, probably. Not code. So you have art. So now we want to make a new card. Card number 7 of our test deck. And we've got some really nice art. All of which can...
Oh yeah, that was when Cocodope did something for us, right?
Hmm?
This is Cocodope, right? I think I saw him at MFF that one time we were plugging this. Anyway.
So that's like a kind of like stealth card.
There was a better stealth card earlier, I thought.
We got that guy covered.
Mm.
That one could be good for...
That could be a fun one, because to me this feels like an unreliable damage thing. Like you could throw it and you could do 1, or you could throw it and you could hit their eye and you do 10.
Yeah.
And that would help. That would show us like our math nodes and stuff.
Yeah, we could do that. Just do a... That could just...
I'll save that as like in the maybe category.
I mean, we could do it that in 5 seconds. We do it like right now.
True.
If our
Yeah, let's do it.
if our random number node still works, I'll we can do it in 2 seconds. So what was the art called?
Yeah.
Knife throw. So
Knife throw.
we need
Yep.
a name for the card. Anybody ideas?
Knife throw.
No, it's boring. I mean, the rest of our cards are pretty boring too, but name wise.
All right, we're getting some chatter on the chat here. Let's hope we have some good ideas.
Let me put something here. Just off the top, just a name for the card, whether checking the dagger or the eyeball. I assume it's the eyeball. It's the
Well, they're
squishiest
aiming for
part.
the eyeball.
Take the
But they
shot.
could do-
It's like a from the hip. I like from the hip. It doesn't suit the
I
art.
like from
but
the hip
the
as
name of
well.
it.
Basically, yeah, it conjures up the idea of like kind of a random,
What's
like it
what's
could
it,
be
what's
really
it
good.
when you take
bad.
when you take a chance? You take your opportunity. You take
Take your shot.
your shot.
Quick
Um,
throw. I don't know. The quick is kind of like choo, like do it. So it could be like a one
Click.
cost.
It's potluck.
But
Going for whatever you get.
Let's see.
It'd be great if it had some depending on how much damage you get, like random effects depending like if it quick fire.
Quick fire, yeah.
I was thinking like
now-
a quick flick. I don't know. If quick fire sort of suggests magic, but I mean, it's essentially the same. Yeet.
Quick fire to me actually suggests Crumb with a gun.
Yeet is if you're chucking your demon at something.
Right. I like it. I like the idea of like the quick because that implies quick fire is probably unreliable, but it's very quick to get out. So you just need a damage of some sort. It's kind of like a Shiv build almost.
Pot
Make
shot.
quick throw
How about
also.
Pot shot.
Pot shot.
This doesn't suggest knives.
I mean, I said the knife might aim for the eyes, but
You could just call it eyeballing it
I
or
like-
something.
okay,
Like,
I
you
like-
just-
I know. I like
but the
off-
problem is it's not descriptive
No,
enough
no,
for what's
no,
actually happening.
I like offhand. I really like offhand.
offhand.
It looks like it's a left. We don't know. We don't know if Charles left or right-handed, but it look offhand makes sense. It's like you're just taking an opportunity, going offhand. That's what you
Well,
got.
you just that's $1 cash.
The what?
That's $1. You use the wrong.
did
you know.
you-
The dollar.
So if you
Instead-
use the wrong pronoun,
Ah,
in
never
Trell,
mind.
then you put $1 into the jar,
What pronoun did I
which
use?
is
They.
no, they
No,
is
what-
correct.
No, that's what I said.
Isn't that what?
No, yeah, yeah. Use the wrong one. Use he.
Oh.
Oh.
I don't have $1.
Ah,
I have a $2 bill.
You don't have $1. Okay.
not worth as much.
A $2. What? Okay. I'm gonna call offhand. Triple Tire wins.
I think.
It's gold offhand. You know why?
Sure.
Because I got the fucking keyboard.
It's true.
I keep duplicating slice over and over again, feverishly. Okay, offhand. Right. Now, you guys can come up with what it does while I select the art.
I like the idea of random between like 1 and 10 or something, or some low number, some high number, and then have it be very quick to come out. That's going to be kind of the goal of it. It's like it's not designed to be reliable,
Yeah.
but it's designed to get something out there very quickly, to get in front, to like to interrupt an attack maybe.
Yeah,
or...
so it's like one time, one turn.
Mhm. One turn, yeah.
A live enemy. Pretty much going to be a rip-off of Slice, like a lot of the simple ones are.
Ooh, Pip says random damage and hits a random enemy if there's more than one of them.
Random damage. Oh. I like that.
So,
no, because 1 to 10 damage is quite significant, but that's like a serious amount of damage, but not with shoes, which means you're kind of holding it until you've only got one enemy left, which kind of makes it a little OP when there's only one enemy left, because you can kind of game it, but that's okay. I don't mind people. It's kind of the point. It's a game after all.
yeah, I guess so. And to answer question, Ninetales, how much does a standard attack do? We don't really have our scaling set up yet. It's probably going to be lower numbers, just because for mental math purposes, it'll be a lot easier.
And honestly, UI purposes.
Yeah, that too. Yeah. We're not doing like MMO, like thousands of damage hits or anything.
No.
I think the general idea for that's going to be chiefly down to Flo, who might be joining the stream before it ends.
Cool.
Oh, yeah?
He's just he wasn't able to join right away. He was hoping to later. But yeah, it's going to be mostly down to that his ideas of it, I think.
Sweet.
So this target will be another one of those none targets. If we're gonna go with the random enemy. I kind of like the random enemy thing.
Well, okay. What do you think about this? 50% chance it goes to the one you want. 50% chance it goes to a random one.
I like that because it's gonna really push Tangle.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, okay, that's it. So in that case, it does need a target.
It does need a target.
It does need a specific target. Right, cool. So we'll do that. This will really test our if nodes too. I don't foresee anything here that isn't already implemented. So this is why I wanted to do the stream in the first place, because it's get some ideas from elsewhere and see what we got. So we got offhand when it happens. So this will be very similar again. So when it happens, this is where it gets interesting. This is where the interesting stuff happens. So we will need to add a little bit, like a random chance node. I think I might have made one.
Mm-hmm. So we have a get random.
I thought I made a
If it's
chance
higher.
I have a random number, which will work, but there's no way I'm gonna use that. I can.
Wait. What's the random boolean though? Is that? Can you wait that? It should be in.
So you take random boolean.
Booty?
Oh.
Yeah, get rid of boolean.
Okay.
Oh, it's just that. Okay.
That's basically.
I mean, if we're doing
that's a
good,
flip coin.
sure, but
Let's just see if it's still legit.
Yeah,
it's
no.
ancient. I even use my flip coin method. Yeah, no, we kept this one intact. This should still work.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, if we do want to do a 50-50, if it is a straight 50-50, we can use a flip coin.
And then Pip and Trivial have some good points. Pip says it doesn't have to truly be random damage, just kind of have an average. So I wonder if we need to make our random number node a little bit more, like have it weighted towards the center somehow. Like
that's the definition of a random number between one and not.
Or could it be a case where it's usually one number, but sometimes it's a different, much higher one? Like if you hit the eye, basically.
If we want a bell curve on it, sure.
No, what I mean is that you could have a flat distribution, or it could be a bell curve, or it could be like a binary where it's usually one, but then sometimes it's this much higher, like a critical hit, basically.
Precisely.
They actually coded into the card following its own mechanic.
I'm gonna start implementing this when leaving those bits out. Actually, no, can you keep that discussion going? I'm just gonna put smoke and
okay,
because I think there's some really good ideas here. And honestly, what we're looking for here is a card that's gonna push Tangler. and that's
So
what we're
lots of
getting.
if and else and looking for
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. It's like,
Yeah, and to give basically the broadest range of things that
But-
of cards
well,
either in the game
well-
or that people could make later using Tangletorn.
Yeah.
Mhm.
While I'm on
It has to
that
be
though,
coded first and thought
while
of
I'm on
first to
side,
be able to do
let's
that.
try to keep it in check in terms of testability. If it's got like 10 different potential outcomes, testability is gonna be a bit of a bitch.
Yeah.
So something that's can be tested before the night's out, kind of.
Yeah.
Right, back a minute.
Let's see. So we've got just have it branching, 50% chance of rolling from 3 to 6, 25 of 1 to 2, 25 of 7 to 10. That's not bad. That is an easy way to gate and guess like a pseudo distribution at that point.
Yeah, technically the first 2 to 50% and the 25% of 1 to 2 and 3 to 6, that distribution's even. It's like exactly even chance of each of those, of each number within those. But the 25% chance for the higher distribution sort of stretches out farther. So that's that's like a modified flat distribution.
Right. It's like you can still kind of
Yeah,
test
yeah,
ideas,
sure.
but you do that though with what we've got because what we have is get random number. First random number could be get from 1 to 10, and then or 0 to 10, I suppose. If that random number is less than 5, do whatever. If it's between 5 and 7.5, do the next one. If it's between 7.5 and 10, do the third one. And then those extras, you could do another get random, like from 3 to 6, if it hits that first case. So like it's totally doable.
Although like a genuine Gaussian distribution or a normal distribution bell curve, I wonder
Yeah.
how easy that is to implement and round to a whole number within. I assume it's pretty easy, but I don't know what sort of coding exists within Unity for that sort of thing. Like, is there a
If
simple
Unity is
function that can do it?
to
It
have
doesn't
there's
like
proxy.
cause a lot of
I bet
calculations.
there's
Not that's going to be too
magic.
burdensome.
Yeah, let's see. Unity distribution. Library, maybe? It would probably just be a stats library, actually.
Then I'm thinking, because of like the physics background, I'm thinking of what about a Maxwell Boltzmann distribution, where it's usually near the bottom, but you've got this freak chance of having some absurdly high number. Just
Right, that'd be
on the
great.
off chance. It's like rarity drops in certain games where like you have this small chance of getting a legendary item. And so you have a small chance using
Exactly.
this card that just somehow randomly one shots something it really shouldn't have, but I
Yeah.
don't know. That might be
It's
a bit
the,
too OP, too probability based.
The Smash Bros. Luigi misfire, basically.
I've
Are
not
you
played it,
familiar?
so I don't get the reference, but
So
apologies.
Luigi's one of his moves, his side B, he like just kind of does like a missile. You can charge it up for a long time and go further. But 1 in 8 times, I believe, 1 in 8 chance he'll just immediately have like a fully charged one. It just goes across the screen. That's called a misfire. And it's usually like it seems to always happen when you need to like cheese out your enemy. It's pretty funny.
So is that a programming error, or do they leave that in intentionally because it was an error,
They
but they
put
liked
in
it, or they put it in on
purpose.
purpose? Okay, okay.
It was on
Well, they have to
purpose.
give Luigi something, I guess, because he
Yeah.
gets nothing.
Precisely. Well, he gets wave dashes and melee, but that's it. Let's see. So I guess what we're thinking with this card, because 1 does feel pretty low. I guess I do agree with Pip that it's like you do kind of like if you're throwing it from a distance like that, it could hit their shield, it could hit their shoe. I mean, it could technically miss altogether, but that would be really punishing. The idea with this card, I think, because we already have a slice, it's like let's do X damage, right? This one, it feels like it's more of like I am sacrificing predictability for speed. And on average, I'm doing, 5 damage or whatever it may be. I'm doing it much quicker. And I think that's going to be more important. Let's say there's some enemy that charges up, but if they get hit by any damage, they don't get to do their move or something like that. That sort of situation, this card would be a lot more valuable. I don't think it's going to be a pure damage doer, though. It's more of just like you got it in your deck, it's super quick to throw out sort of deal. At least that's how I'm envisioning it. But with that said, we can totally balance that out. I mean, I like the idea of having the branching because it does kind of like show off the system a little bit better. So that may be like a possible use in the future for this card as interruptions. I don't think it's not something we've been able to implement yet, but I'm just brainstorming through why would a card that could do 1 damage be useful? And that's like one situation I could see it.
It would be chiefly if it imposes certain status effects or somehow frees you from others.
Right. I mean, every card should have a good kind of niche that it does well in. And this kind of card would be things that are time sensitive because it's really quick.
Here's like a card, for example, that's yeah, I don't know, it's called Boop, and you basically the image is you poke someone on the nose, does 1 damage, but it stuns them for a period.
Right, exactly.
It would be the joke example of that sort of card. Yeah, I'm not saying actually put that in.
Do we sell
Yep.
on the card design?
We're still thinking through it, but at least I'm liking an idea that Pip has here. It's kind of a pseudo distribution where 50% of a chance that it'll do 3 to 6 damage,
Mhm.
25% chance to do 1 to 2, 25% chance of 7 to 10.
Yeah.
So it does kind of give it like a middle ground it's more likely to be in.
Yeah.
And totally random.
And we could totally,
And we can totally do that with a bunch of
we could do that with what we have right
cards.
now. That's just
Exactly.
our
Utility.
right. They need to go into math. That's just stupid.
They do.
They need to go to math.
Do we have one of those yet?
And the other one was get
Mhm.
random number.
Mhm.
These are actually floats. Okay. Oh, this isn't even the mark. It is. Okay, so let's go with Pip's suggestion of ranges. So we have 2 layers of random, basically. And see how that feels. It's kind of, I say difficult to test. It's kind of, we have to step through the graph, which would be nice. We haven't done the graph debugging in a bit, so let's break these guys. That do damage will still be the same. This will be cleared. We'll have a math random number between 0 and 9. You just do 1 to 10.
Yeah, I think that should work.
And actually, we'll be doing do damage, and then the
Technically
amount
0 to 10, right?
the amount will actually come from. Oh, this could.
We need to make this
No,
an integer at some point.
No, this actually will change our if statement. Because we don't have a range if statement.
Oh.
I'm fucked if I'm gonna chain these together.
Yeah.
So an if between.
I mean, good.
I'm okay an if between being a math node.
Yeah, because we're gonna have to have multiple of them. Well, we could also do a show if on the equal to comparison. We say if A is between B and C, but C only shows up if comparison is between.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah. Yeah. It means having 3 of these chunky nodes, but they are reusable that way.
Right. And we only show the other one when
Oh,
we
that
don't,
would
when we don't need it.
be. Where do we want that to lie? After the before after this or here. You'd want I kind of just default to runtime inputs. It doesn't really do any harm.
Sure.
Runtime input public bool between. I'm not gonna. We don't. I'm not gonna rename all these right now. Let's just keep the pace going.
Just to note, my understanding though is that most, I mean, this is again down to flow really, but I think it's going to be generally pretty conservative when it comes to random chances for damage dealt and certain things, just because it makes it more difficult for a player to be able to estimate the effects that using certain cards together is going to be. They
certainly.
exist, obviously, but it's not going to be the general rule that we've got probabilities. You still have the complete range of all the different kinds of
The problem
probabilities
is like
that
the
when you
description is not going to be very easy to describe because you're going to say, yeah, it's between 1 and 10, but behind the scenes is actually doing a bit more than just between 1 and 10. It's actually weighted.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, and that could either be through specifying ranges, like a chance, and then the range within each of those chances, or it could be what I had mentioned when you were out of the room, Cash, is I don't know how effective this is, but and this is way more probabilistic, I guess, but you could have things like just a bell curve normal distribution, or there could be other kinds of distributions like
Yeah.
a binary. Well, I guess that's just branching as before. And then the joke examples like the Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution with this freak chance of doing something absurdly high, but is usually on the lower end. But that makes it horrible for trying to predict what you're going to do.
The stuff I don't like about what I'm doing right now, and that C has like when it gets become B and C between, and also I'm not sure if you can chain show ifs. Let's just see if that works.
I think B and C is fine. Makes sense. A between B and
That
C.
works at least, chaining with your ifs. Okay.
At least for integers right now. Yeah.
Basically, what we should do is have rename these. It's gonna break all if statements. While we're here breaking stuff, this should probably be the input. And the other thing is the comparison.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're not gonna. That doesn't work, so let's just stop doing that. And this would be int test.
And compare. Well,
Yeah. And now we have this with all these guys. It's float input, string input, bool input. Widget input.
Oh, Paper's sorry, I missed that. Paper's asking if you have tooltips for cards.
we don't yet, but I think we will
Yeah, no.
absolutely want that. I mean, if for nothing else, I mean, flavor text is usually there's like an option. At least in the games I've played, like Monster Train, for example, you have an option to show lore as part of the things that show when you hover over, which I think is awesome. But
yeah, but also
from,
extended descriptions of exactly what it's doing in case someone's not sure about the mechanics. I do know that in some games, like for example, in Armello, has it's much less reliant on cards. But when you click on it, one, you can get a massive zoom in of the artwork, but also it's just a massive zoom in of the card.
Yeah,
and I would imagine when you're in a setup like this, you can hover over certain terms and it'll define it basically on the screen.
I'm keen on having, given it's a very art-heavy game and that's high fidelity art, high quality art. I think it should be possible to really zoom in on that art if you want to.
For sure.
So I've gone with, I'm leaving it in compare and then in compare max, then max. And now we just gotta change up these two. Now this doesn't make any sense at all.
Why not?
Because we shouldn't even be doing. It should be comparison type. And not a Boolean.
I'm not tracking. What's the Boolean that we don't need?
Between values. Because we already have a comparison and having between.
Oh, right, duh, yeah.
We probably should have a between inclusive and exclusive, but I'm not going to go there yet because it really is necessary. And so the show if would be the comparison. I wish I would launch all the touch on that comparison, and then I believe you can do enum checks here. Yeah, you can. So that would be comparison dot between. Check that works. So if I make a between. Ah, shit. Yeah, I brought the other one up in it. So we need to actually do a joint. We could do one of these fancy ones.
Oh, right. It has to be both.
So basically, one of these fancy, this dot compare is equal to compare. Spell that word ever. between and object type equals float in this case.
And we can. Yeah. I guess we don't even need that first show if anymore, do we? Because it's still going to show up.
Yeah,
Maybe.
that's right. That's right. Good, because I was getting me pissed off with the link for that line of code.
Yeah. I'm actually curious now if it will show up, if one will override the other. Or if it doesn't, or.
It seems to. Yeah. Like that little dance it does. Little UI dance it does when you swap between those two.
Yeah.
So yeah, that would be, we don't need this anymore.
Or,
No, we just
no, I
skip
think
that.
we don't need that first part. Yeah. Cool.
Or we could have done the other way around
that's-
and not use this.
Hmm.
But that didn't seem to work actually. That's exactly what I had before.
Right. Yeah, I didn't seem to like that.
So that
I think it
animation-
does an
I think
or.
one of them trumps the other one, I think.
Well, it could also just be doing an or. One of those was always true.
It's true, yeah.
Um,
So this seems to be fine.
so the annoying thing here, the secondary compare, you can't see the max on it for the float.
Yeah,
It's like
that's been an
float
ongoing
pair and
that's
float
been
pair.
an ongoing problem that.
Wait, was there like a little horizontal slider there?
Is there what?
If you click and drag when it gets over there, what happens? I see the little like horizontal drag right
That's just
there.
for changing the value.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a Unity,
Gotcha.
that's a Unity thing. I'm not
Cool.
super concerned about this. We know what it means. If we need to refer anything, we got the inspector down here, which clarifies it for
It's
us.
there.
This
Yeah,
would
for sure.
not be an issue in an external tool. So this is one of those things I'm happy to defer.
I agree.
So the downside of this is that it's a little clunky. We're going to have 3 of these guys.
Yeah.
Whereas a between is more shorthand, but not as powerful. So we get a random number. That's our input. Why? Oh, it's a float. That's right. That should still work. Actually, you know what? I'm curious to see if this does work or not. Remember this little
If it
problem?
asks.
Remember this guy?
Yeah.
Input should never.
Refresh every time.
In input, we kind of want this, and we kind of don't. I remember we discussed this before. It was like, you know what, should we get rid of that thing? And then we realized, like, you know what, for the fact that how deep we have to go into the engine to change that, was never worth it.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
for now, it's a little twitchy little number. So the integers,
Yep.
int compares. That's a float output. So
Mhm.
hopefully that'll.
It should be
If that
floats.
doesn't convert, if it doesn't
25% chance.
Sorry.
It should be floats since we're doing a percentage chance.
Oh, I thought we were actually doing. Okay, we're doing actually 0 to 1.
So this is the first if. Yeah.
So even though those lines are gone, they're still actually connected. Not that that makes a difference, but
I know that's really annoying.
at least we're not fighting the type anymore. So
Mm.
I'm going to straight refer to Pip's thing here. So it's
50% chance, so 0 to 5 for this first one.
oh, from rolling. Okay, rolling is the actual damage. So
Yeah.
0.5, and then
Okay, so we're doing random number from 1 to 10 right now. Do we want to do it from 0 to 1?
what? Yeah, 0
You
to
see
1
what I
is your traditional percentages. If you're doing with floats.
Okay, so we should get random number min and max from 1 to 10 to
The
0
problem
to
is this
1,
is
right?
now inclusive, and we don't really want it to be inclusive because it could trigger 1 in a billion years. It could trigger 2 of these.
So if we do an inclusive, well, what are other comparisons? Do we have a greater than or equal to?
If it's a float, if it's a float, and it's a compare,
We have those
well, first of
separate.
all, we're missing our compares, so let's put a compares in there. Okay, first of all, this is, you know how old this code is when it's actually using pattern matching now.
Yeah.
And now this guy we'll have our between on a float. So we'll just do a less than, and we'll make it exclusive on float. So we
Okay,
can't.
so
There's no
exclusive.
chance of it ever. So a float input is greater than the compare, and less than, but not equal to, the float compare max. And do the same thing for our. Well, I will go through and refactor these guys for our.
Oh, whoops! There was more messages I didn't see. Number of outputs.
No, well, if we're dealing with
Yeah,
floats,
I mean, I see what you mean, yeah.
percentages are the way you done it.
Like technically, we could go with the like combinatorics sort of approach, but I guess I mean we already are here. We might as well use
I would
the
imagine if
percentages.
in that case, if you want to have it such that you have like a 1 in 10 chance of something happening. If you wanted to do it without
Normally when you
percentages,
do
you'd have to add 10 different
normally
inputs, I
when
would
you do
imagine. But
percentages,
in this understanding.
normally percentages in
No, I agree.
programming
They're
are
both fine,
always
yeah.
always 0 to 1. Generally, I mean they have the effect. Oops, they have the effect of same.
It's the same effect, and it just becomes easier to scale. I feel like.
Yeah, I'm just complaining because there's potentially other ones that we don't care about for those guys. All right, so that should give us our betweens, and they're not inclusive, so we should never ever have 2 happen at once. Now we have our ranges. Well,
So
what are the ranges again?
technically, well, real quick, technically there is the edge case at this point of what if it is exactly 0.5? It's not going to fall into any of these. So we can fix that by doing, instead of a compare between 0 and 0.5, we can do a. Well, wait, hear me out. Hear me out. We could just do the first one is it less than or equal to 0.5? Middle one, is it between 0.5 and 0.75? The one after that is equal to or greater than 0.75. If we don't want to code up the exclusive or inclusive at the moment. But like we might as well, since we're already here, just have the inclusive exclusive be separate.
I guess where do you put the inclusive? Which end? It doesn't really fucking matter, to be honest.
Yeah.
It basically it does matter for integers. You're much more likely to care, and traditionally exclusives lie on the max bound.
Mm-hmm.
So that I'd be more comfortable with. That's generally how. Usually, that's all. This comes from the fact that arrays are base 0 and programming is generally base 0. So exclusive on maximums is the thing that came from that.
Sure.
And you can
That's fair.
If you have to choose one of the two, kind of go with the grain on that one. I hear what you're saying. You can totally do this thing the other way, but while we're here and adding.
Oh yeah, no, that was just a stopgap if we wanted to do it quickly.
But what were the ranges again?
It's 0.5, then 0.5 to 0.75, and then 0.75 to 1.
And then this will be between 0 and 1.
Mm-hmm.
You can see immediately, little numbers. Okay. Cool. So we have our 3 things, and now each one of these will roll different damage. So there's gonna be a second layer of rolling. Integer in this case. So math, random number. Now we got a problem because this is straight up. These are floats, so we do need a second.
Floats.
We do need a second. We need to rename these guys basically, which will break some stuff. That's okay. Get random float.
Yeah.
I don't usually like to bring coding parlance into things, but you can't really avoid it in this case.
Yeah, we're already specifying that.
Fucking checkbox in there for this. They belong separately, I think.
If you really wanted to be friendly to non-coders, you could say decimal, but
yeah, I'm not sure how that would actually make it much easier. Random range. I'm just gonna now take ints because random range I gave int and float. All right. So I'll store that into a different file, so you don't explode. And then Yeah, this is the one that has to leave because the files are moving in float. So now we have 2. And we'll probably lose this guy over here. Well, it does seem to recover usually pretty well from, so that's now float, which we do want. So
Awesome.
just for the sake of sanity, I'm going to rename that get random float. Now our if statements should make sense. And now we're dealing with get random int. And again,
Okay, so
none of these need to be
50%.
triggered. It's all triggered through. This is where I'm a little concerned. We just hit a bit of an interesting roadblock. This is why it's useful doing cards like this. How
Oh, we don't have a way to
does it
execute that
know?
one.
How does it know which one to evaluate?
Right, because it's based on just grabbing a value.
Like
Well,
we don't
we assign variables.
Oh wait, no, we have the yes outputs. Now what? Okay, so we just got the
Right,
we
but
just
we
got the
don't know
3
how to
damages.
get there.
We just have 3 damages.
Oh yeah, duh.
It's not. It's not. That's okay. That's not even clunky. That's just straight up. That makes sense.
Yeah. Plus, if you wanted to change types of stuff, yeah.
Because these might have other effects too, more than just do damage. They might oh, it's a glancing shot, maybe something. So now these
Yeah, maybe the
these
on
straight up
some.
have their own little. Yeah, I cannot wait to reprogram this thing. It's so fucking loud. It's something only we have to suffer through. I mean, it doesn't help that I'm recording it. Just take a little bit of a bite out of it. So yeah. So what were our numbers then?
It's 3 to 6 for the 50% chance, and then the other 2 are 1 to 2 or 7 to 10.
If I may, because those are sort of spitballing numbers, though it makes the first 2 a flat distribution. Like there's no difference between those and a 75% chance of 1 to 6 damage. So you can tweak it a bit if you want,
What
but
would you suggest?
presumably you want just like a slight change. I don't know where you want to weight this, make it more likely it's in the middle. Yeah, because it's like a 0.125 probability of getting a 1, and the same for getting a 2, but on the one above, it's also the same for getting a 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, assuming each of those 2 are flat within themselves.
Did you make a graph?
So it's a flat distribution, and you could just have the same things in one node and save
Just make a
programming.
graph in your head of this thing.
Are you sure? Would it not be 7 to 9 though in that case, or?
I'm not sure how you mean, but if those are like, if it's an equal chance within each of those of getting a random integer, and there's no distribution within them, then it's like 50-50 getting a 1 or a 2, and it's a 0.25 probability of getting to that end. So it's a 0.125 probability of either a 1 or a 2. But then you got the same deal with 3 to 6, where it's 3, 4, 5, and 6, and it's 0.5 in total, so it's 0.125 probability of each of those. So it's the same as a 0.75 probability of 1 to 6. So it's redundant there.
I see.
And by having it split into 3, you can change the probabilities. So yeah, I mean, if you want to have like a weighted chance, so it's more likely to be in the middle range, then you got a smaller chance at low, smaller chance at high, then
so given
you
the
can just
description of
do
the
that.
card is do between 1 and 10 damage, should we exaggerate this and then change the description? Because right now it sounds like it's so subtle, it's not even noticeable.
Oh yeah, we should definitely have like a 50% chance this damage, 25% this. Like I think it's most of the games I've played like that, you should know exactly what it does.
So I think we should be more exaggerated in this. This is too like unnoticeable. Maybe it's like most of the time we'll do very little damage, sometimes we'll do a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
I think we can simplify this
when it comes to
cases.
probability distributions like before, yeah, the fewer there are, the better in the sense that it's easier for a player to understand and
Why don't we
predict
say,
what
like,
sort of things
why
could
don't we-
happen. But you can have a card that's like there's a chance. It could have a card where it's like it's off. It's typically low, but you got a decent chance that it's going to be very high, which is like a good critical hit chance. That's the equivalent.
What about
Or you could have something where it's typically normal, but sometimes it goes really high, but also sometimes it flubs, and it's like it's like a near miss or just a grazing thing.
I like this new suggestion that Pip has. Looks like it's kind of what you're working towards. 75% chance of 5 damage, 25% chance of either 1 or 10.
Oh yeah, I like that. I like that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's go with that.
That could work. I mean, the second one has an average of 5.5, so technically it's better on average, but
It means it's a
it's
reliable.
like,
it's a
yeah,
reliable
it's
card, but
it's
it
the
might-
same
it
deal
might- it
basically.
might- It's reliable, but
Mhm.
might backfire in a way that's good or bad.
Mhm.
Not
I mean,
much
hell, we
value.
could even make it chance of 2 or 10 because it is a smaller chance thing.
Let's get it working,
I
and
don't
then it'll take a little bit.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
So 0.751. So that's our 2 chances. And
Mhm.
then if it's yes on this one, now this has to be. Let me clear those. These have to actually match up. There has to be the full range here, otherwise the card could potentially do nothing. Luckily they do. They take the full range. So now my interest is whether these will. I'm curious to see if there's an integer casting issue to float, which I don't think it will be. But so what were the numbers again? 5.
In this case, we don't even need
Yeah, we
that
can get
get
rid of-
random. It's just
Get rid of this completely and just have 5. And in this case, it's a range
mhm.
of 1 or 10. Yeah, I like that.
Can you do that on the one thing, or do you need like
Well, that's
another
1, 2, 10. No,
probability?
I think it was either 1 or 10
Yeah.
was the
Oh,
one.
okay, yeah. No, it makes more sense. It's more.
Yeah.
I guess you'd need an
That's
extra
like
node for that.
basically you
Just
barely
to
hit-
split
you
in
barely hit
between
them
the
like
two
good or
set
like
options.
massive luck. In that case, we'll use our flip coin,
Mhm.
and then the flip coin. Well, we now need an if statement, unfortunately.
Trying to think if there's like a crappy way to do this roundabout with just randoms in math. If it's 1 or 10, we could do a get integer of 1 to
You could
2,
multiply it.
multiply that by
You could
10,
Uh,
5.
if you had
And
an
then
abs-
subtract.
if you had like a floor, like a round
Yeah,
down
right.
floor, you could.
Oh,
but
that's true. Yeah.
You could, but like, it means it adds. It
would
means
be
adding more
too-
nodes,
yeah.
which could be very useful nodes, but it's not.
No, it would just be like a smart ass way to do it.
It could be useful in the future. If it becomes blatantly useful, let's go with it. So this thing's gonna
Yeah.
randomly choose for this guy. Basically. Actually, this is interesting. Oh, it needs two damages again, doesn't it? And now we don't. We have none of these random. One's gonna be 1, and one's gonna be 10. And
So-
it's a yes. It's a
See, we're just gonna have to make them both be there.
so that triggers that,
Mhm.
and this triggers this. Otherwise, it triggers it. And all this ends. It's gonna be a bitch to test.
So, just looking at this right now, I'm thinking through ways we could optimize it, and I think if we could do like grab one of these random amounts, pass it through, and then we could only have one do damage. Kind of like we have a random execute node, but just like the other way. You see what I mean?
Say again, sorry.
Like get random value of the ones that are connected to me. And that would be a node that you would connect a bunch of different
Oh.
numbers into. And you could choose. Oh, no, wait. Never mind. That doesn't make any sense. Never mind.
I know you're saying it's
True.
it's a reverse. It's a it chooses one of the random inputs. A random input.
Right. Hmm.
Yeah, a random input could be a useful one.
Yeah, I figure in
Which is-
some
it's-
cases
it's
like this, it
not,
might
it's
be.
not super.
It's not exactly helpful to this, but
But I can see it being useful.
mhm.
Should we take the time to do it? I don't think it's gonna take.
Nah, I think we can do it later.
Can you put on the cholo?
Sure.
So I can see that being useful for a bunch of stuff.
Sure. So get random value node basically.
Get random input. Get
random
random
input,
value,
right. Hmm.
and then spits it into the output. There's a bit of legwork there, enough that's be tedious to watch right now, so we can always just blast it out at some point. Alright, so should this work? On timeline event doesn't trigger anything. It needs to trigger both ifs. Because they don't collide, then we'll only ever get one. So we don't have to deal with the no's. If we wanted to optimize, we could get rid of this if statement and just use the no output on this one. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good idea. If we're only doing one or the other.
Which then just hits that. So go for like small optimizations and spend all day fucking tweaking these graphs to make them look prettier, but
Mhm.
there we go.
Nah.
Yeah. Ninetales. Yeah, I think we avoided that one, but this is like a better way of avoiding it. We avoided
Right.
it in the way we have exclusive higher bounds, but this is I would prefer this way of avoiding it.
Mhm.
You just don't this way you know clearly by looking at it.
So we do have one for hit random target. Well, what it does is it does damage, and that do damage node asks what's the target,
Mhm.
and you can get a random target that you pass into that do damage, basically.
Yep, we totally added we use it all the time actually. It's, well, we've used it before. It's under where is it?
I think it's just
Get
get
target agent,
and then there's a random.
enemy.
Yep.
Who's alive.
We also have a unique random, which is good for
Yep.
going through things like a bunch.
If you're in a loop,
Where if you
you're in a loop,
let's say
you want to
3
make sure you don't
times.
hit the same person like 3 times. Like magic missiles, for instance. Like a classic magic missiles that hits like 3 targets. You could have a unique random, so it doesn't hit the same one 3 times potentially. If you're interested in that functionality.
And I think that's actually also smart enough to know if there's only, let's say, 2 enemies and I
it
need
does-
3 of these,
Yeah,
it'll
does-
reset on everyone.
Yeah, it does take into account that. If you run out of possibilities, then to loop around again, it just it'll try to be unique as long as possible.
Right.
We try it.
Well, cool. Yeah, I think this looks good. Let's just do one last check. We have our offhand.
And then, luckily, it's a really
Graph.
fast one to play.
Mhm.
I'm tempted.
Yeah.
I'm not going to, but I'm tempted to. This could be a moment where we could take the reason we wrote this graph in the first place on slice discarded, when you draw the card slice, and well when you discard this graph is run when you discard a slice. Then therefore you played the slice and it draws a new one. We did that because it was nice to have a slice around for testing purposes. So whenever you played a slice card, it would immediately draw a new slice card. But this is using the old style. It's a completely separate graph. This is something we needs to be incorporated into basically into the same graph. So if we were to have this for offhand, it would be in the same graph. Why do you want to open that phone?
Yeah, that's actually one of the Tangler
So you could have
or
that down
Trello.
here.
notes
That
they
means
made.
making an event for it that I don't want to do right now. Do you mind? Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Is it in Trello?
No. It is, yeah.
Okay.
Bring on discard card into event-based framework.
Okay, cool. Right, let's give it a shot. We add to
Sweet.
our starting deck. So
Oh yeah,
offhand,
we do.
We need to throw a few of those in game rules. The data, I think.
We'll be right back.
Okay.
More water.
Okay, so I have a bunch more cards. Offhand. So now so our deck's getting a lot bigger. It's getting increasingly less likely to find the cards we want for testing. So that's gonna be something we want to address too. It's like there should be a little bit of UI. So it's like, just give me this card. I want this card right now. Basically the cheat deck. You can just flip through it and grab a card. And that's how cheats are born. Whoop. Okay, so we don't have it. Do we have an offhand? It's 1 to 10 damage to the target. So that would need to be describing for sure. So it should do mostly 5. So I did 5. Unfortunately, there's not many in the deck, so there's the one. Well, we've already started playing around with the mechanics of being able to have a card selection. Like if you want to, there's always there's the card combos too. We're going to be adding, so you can combine 2 different cards and create a new card. So those are kind of all those mechanics are kind of sitting waiting to be implemented at the same time because they're very related. So I should have 1 to go.
The being able to pull a card from the deck, one of your choice, is yeah, that's in other card like deck building games as well. It's in Slay the Spire, it's in Hearthstone, things like that. It's quite powerful, especially when you're like yeah.
And
Anyway,
we're gonna attack like those are all on our to-do list. They're very related, like combo cards and being able to draw cards and discard a random card from your hand, a chosen card from your hand. Like all anything that involves changing cards and manipulating cards in your hand and stuff with some UI is I think all gonna get implemented at once, probably in just like one marathon session. Let's get them all done at once. So this should do probably should do 5 damage. I missed that because it's running too fast. I'm not gonna bother going through my entire. Maya's gonna be dead by the end of this, but I don't think. Luckily, the game continues after she's dead because, well, testing purposes, we left that in. Speed up, speed up, speed up. Offhand. Let's go with this guy again. Probably gonna do 5. Ah, it absorbs. They always have the shields up. Let's just take their shield off. It makes it really difficult to test. Sorry, where's that AI graph? It does make it a little bit annoying to test combat damage stuff. So I'm just gonna take a shield out of the equation. It cannot. Yeah, I mean.
So I think I just realized,
Mhm.
not to change the subject, but I think the shirt that PETA did that I bought from her, I think it's actually a Tangletorn shirt. Because I look at the logo and it's got like the fox and the crow. But
What shirt are you wearing?
I just accidentally am repping our product, I guess.
What shirt is that?
This one. So it's got like the
Oh yeah.
the crow and then the. But then yeah, the Tangletorn logo is the same thing. It's a crow and
It's
a
totally
fox.
Tangletorn.
I didn't realize that until just now.
Fanboy.
Accidental fanboy, the worst kind.
We have 2 offhands right off the bat. Good. Let's test.
Hmm.
Let's slow this thing down. Interesting.
Oh, we never hooked up the source and target on those. I don't
No,
think.
because I've been just testing. I was testing this. Oh, I
Well,
probably
did it
got
get
no.
the
I
other
probably
one?
got the I probably got the
That's what I'm thinking.
the
Yeah.
powerful one. So that was the
Which
that was
didn't
the
have
25%
sort of
chance
target.
I did not wire up. Off. Oops. Offhand. Oops.
Yep. It's...
Source.
Oh.
Target. So that was the full 10 damage. So that was almost a successful test itself. It actually did 10 damage there.
Right. Exactly.
So
what it
that was what 1 in 25. So there's a 12.5% chance, and that one got hit. So offhand 5. So that you can use.
You could probably heal yourself.
Poison. Let's just kill one of them off. That doubles that,
Oh yeah.
and the respawning constant. The infinite slicing. Bye.
You're going to.
The shield's about to run out.
Wow.
Bosh. See you later, mate. Still no redirect. I mean, still no offhand. Still gonna die.
Does the deck
Let's do a
end up
let's do a
re?
redirect on what's he coming up? You're gonna nibble himself. Lost. Oh no, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not cast yet. It'll take 2 turns to
Wait,
cast.
wait, hold up.
Which
What
means
nibble
it's
again?
gonna coincide with a bite, which is good.
So those are all on Goat 1, which is dead with minus 50 health.
Yeah, we know this. This is a problem with the timeline. It doesn't remove stuff. From
Okay, cool. Just make.
Yeah.
I thought it was doing
Do you
50
want
damage.
to throw in Charlotte if you like? Yeah, we still don't cleanse the timeline of that. When
Sure.
agent dies, we don't cleanse the timeline of their stuff.
Cleanse timeline on Agent Death.
It's one of those like easy things to fix. We haven't got around to.
Yeah.
What's this effect again? Oh, this is my zap. Okay, I don't want to kill him because I actually do want to get. Oh, fan. Here we go. Slow it down. God, okay, we're gonna. Oh. Interesting. Oh, that's a legitimate bug. Oh, we've seen this before.
No matching elements.
We've seen this before. This is a modifying collection that's already been changed. Oh no, it's not. It's actually giving me a. That's straight up saying that this doesn't exist. I wish I had a debugger when I just hit that.
Yeah, at least have a stack trace, right?
Yeah,
And we can reproduce it.
We've had this a couple times. The indicators being missing something. I thought initially it was to do with stacking, but I looked all through that code and the stacking definitely doesn't add redundant indicators or anything. So it's struggling to find.
Okay, so what happened when it
It's trying
through
to.
this?
It's,
What
it
effects
can,
do
it
we
cannot
have?
find an indicator. Well, this straight up just needs a better fucking error message.
Yeah.
So that'll be a log error of couldn't find an indicator. I don't really. This is like a don't need to fix it now bug.
Probably not. Unless you think it's
But
pretty easy.
No, only because I know it's coming from a totally different area of the code right now. So I'm not gonna dive into it now, but I do want to put some just some better debugging on it. 'Cause it's cropped up a couple times, and every single time I'm like, God damn, what should I debugger on that right now? And because it has no fucking error message, nothing useful. Just couldn't find an
Sure.
indicator.
So hopefully this will at least help.
For effect, and that would be e dot effect dot. I think it has a 2-string already. Do effects of 2 strings?
I think so. Nope. Yep.
Yeah, they do. Cool. Couldn't find an indicator for effect on agent. And this probably doesn't need to be a black shit. Sorry, that doesn't do that. Okay. So again, it'll come up again. I don't think it even blocks play. It's just an indicator unfound thing. So at least next time we hit that, we'll have some more information.
Yeah.
Well, this is nearly done. So if you guys want to warm up some thoughts on another card, this card's almost finished. Okay. Well, technically, we've already tested to the point where it works. Those are 5. Do we want to take this moment to... Now we're getting more and more cards in our deck. Do we want to take this moment to force a card into our hands?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, we do.
It literally won't take very long. So that'll be in character UI on GUI.
Oh, we're just gonna have it be like, force this into my hand.
Yeah. So pro tip for anybody.
So are
who's
we
pretty
for hand from our deck, or for just creating one right
anything.
then and there?
Brand new goddamn card straight in the hand. Thin air.
Sure. Doesn't matter.
The second you think, oh, wouldn't it be useful if, that's the moment to fucking code it. Don't wait a second later.
Because
Like,
once
this is
you think
already
you
becoming
got it,
annoying. Fucking solve it right now. So I'm just gonna make it
Mhm.
really simple. Where are these guys at? So we'll make another. Let's see what all this debug shit is. We're running out of debug space on the screen. I could make it legitimate
much
UI.
debug.
I could make it legit UI, but I kind of want it to be part of the debug things that we can hide. So let's I don't know. Let's throw it bottom left here.
Sure. Yeah, I mean that's where the deck is.
So basically what I think we're going to be dealing with is something a bit like this. Put it down here. It's going to be two things. So the bottom is going to be the width minus, what was I copying? Space and no, it needs to be the 0. The height minus 30, no. Yes, height minus 30. 350, 30, that should be fine. And we'll have the pop-up, the worst goddamn name was editor. Yeah, it was an editor. I think it's the recording, it's really slow in shipping. Pop-up, so such a terrible. And it takes so we have to get all of our cards. I don't care if it happens every frame, it's debugging, it's not the end of the world. So all cards equals, let's call cards equals this would be a lot like Tangletorn graph editor, because we did the same thing. And not here. No, Tangletorn graph editor. We do a similar thing for this. Basically, we want get all the cards, find everything of type. Is it just card? I think it is just card. Find all objects of type card, order by name, so alphabetical. Find us our cards, and then a pop-up will forget the style. We don't need that. Just have the index, which is going to be our selected card index, and then the display options will be cards.select. Card name. That. Grab that. So now we have our index, and now we'll have a button underneath that. What are you complaining about? Oh, this needs to be a two string? No, it's already a 2-string. What's he speaking about?
Wants it to as an array, probably. No, that is an array. The select.
No, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah, it was still enumerable. Yeah. So if we layout button draw card. And because we're in, this needs a much bigger height. This needs to be minus, no. We'll make it on a horizontal group. I absolutely hate this. This used to be the only way to do UI, by the way. Even if you want your own in-game UI. Like, this was the only way of doing it.
It's awful.
Immediate mode.
Every time I watch UI, I'm like, oh yeah, implementing it is hell.
Yeah. 4 years. I was pigeonholed, man. It took me so long to get out of that fucking part of the game industry. You do one good job, one good deed never goes unpunished.
Right. I mean, like, I like the idea of it. I like the idea of being like, let's make an intuitive
It's a really
system. But the
important
way
piece of
it's
Malcolm that's done wrong.
coded,
It
yeah.
just It's a valuable skill. It's a valuable area of game development to be in, because being in UI means you can't avoid not being in contact with almost the entire code base. And if you're working in a larger studio with, like, an actual office space, you're gonna be walking desk to desk and be like, mate, how the hell does this work? You're talking to the network guys, the sound guys, the level design guys, like everybody. You're talking to literally everybody, because you need to represent their code.
You need
visually.
endpoints, basically. Yeah.
So I mean, as a learning thing, it's nice.
Mhm.
Right? How are we gonna force?
Well, yeah. I mean, you're bridging the gap between user and tech. I think that's really valuable.
yeah, it's good for
You're
you. It's good for
creating the
users.
system for which they can interact with the game.
I mean, cool. It's force. Do we use test in front of everything? Yeah, test. Draw a card. So we don't forget to.
Might be test like force card or something. I feel like draw card implies I'm taking it from my draw pile.
Sure. I don't mind mangling the hell out of this name, because this
It's just a test, yeah.
shouldn't exist. And that will be this big guy. What else does it need potentially? That's gonna be it, I think. Again, don't mind making this ugly. It's not. It's more. Did you see that actually run through its? Did you see that?
Hmm?
Did you see that happen? No, I know my.
Did
It actually
ReSharper
created-
do something?
This I know my computer's running really slowly.
Oh, oh, whoa.
I've never seen it actually run. How fucking hot is this machine running right now? Oh Jesus!
Oh my.
So I need to check
I guess
out.
it is
It's pretty warm here, but
about 80 something.
it's running
yeah.
90.
Oh my.
It's warm, but usually it's supposed to. The 90 is supposed to get clunky. The recording probably isn't helping in the background. But either way, carry on. So these are objects right now.
Pip says Cash is going to have to pull the giant emergency handle. The one above your desk.
Yeah, it's pretty tied in there.
Did you connect it to anything in that?
Not yet, no. I was actually considering turning it into a giant battery for my motorcycle, and have it so when you pull the switch, it basically swaps from the main battery to whatever that's containing. And I've already priced up putting some Tesla cells in there to have like mad range. Like my current range is about 35 kilometers, and I priced up some batteries to make it about 100.
That's probably a bit more useful than what I imagined for it. I imagined you just connecting it to a single LED.
There's a blind.
That was your
light that
initial
just
plan.
destroys
No,
everything.
you've got more ambitious.
I'll still spend $1,000 on batteries, but it's only the power of the one LED. So it'll run for like 350 years or something.
Well, and you need an LED to indicate that you're using the emergency battery, right?
Mhm.
So
Yeah, how else are people gonna
And
know?
then I got distracted, so I didn't implement anything else. So these are objects. Why are these objects? Because I didn't cast anything. Order by. This is. Really? Does this not have a generic version, a templated version? Oh yeah, it does. I just wasn't using it. Yeah, cool. Why did I copy and paste this from?
Oh, right.
Seriously, where did I copy and paste this from? Here.
Probably the other drop.
Dumb.
Yeah.
They fixed both at once at least.
Oh, I see. You don't even need that anymore.
20 minutes. That's totally bullshit.
Well, so I mean, I know these do the same thing, but why would you choose this version, the templated version, over the other one?
Because it forces basically this one will return a T, and because this one takes a type, it doesn't know what that type is yet, so its only choice is to return an object.
Oh,
no
so you
way
would have
of
to
knowing.
cast it right after.
Whereas because this is templated, it's like, oh, I know it's a T, so I can return T. You don't have to cast it. The downside is
see.
that card is not a object. I'm looking at the wrong thing. It should be card definition, shouldn't it?
Hmm.
Because those are actually, yeah, those are the things I want.
Do we have a way to instantiate a
We
card
do
from a
indeed, because
definition?
Card definition is how we draw cards everywhere. Card collection. Basically, just like card.
Oh, it is
collection,
definition.
Add, and then boom, adds it. Which should do add to bottom, which should basically trigger all of our card collection has the hand. So we have the hand UI, I think. Comes from a card collection UI. It should just all feed. All we do is basically add that card, and it should just happen. So this guy is now an actual card definition, and it needs to get its hands on. Where am I? In encounter. I want to talk to the UI, but I also don't want to use the pub sub if I can avoid it.
After all that work to implement it, and now you're going
Well, no,
to
hang on.
avoid
I
it.
started out in encounter UI, so I'm already in a UI world, don't I?
Mhm.
So surely I already have encounter UI. Wait, I'm in encounter UI. What am I doing?
You already have
I'm
access to that,
literally in
don't
the
you?
same class that has things I want. Like me.
Uh-huh.
I was trying to beat around the bush there, going through all this mess, when really, I'll make it a method just because I should, probably. But it's going to be local. I mean, it's going to be this class method. Mostly going to,
That's like kind
mostly
of
just like a login.
resharp thing like that. Like just like step by step frame.
Force drawing. Card dot name. And then hands dot add card. Oops. Was it add or add? Add. Oh, that's the UI. Damn it. Shit. It isn't. It isn't actually.
Can we get
It is
to it from
actually.
UI?
It is actually in the encounter after all that because it's
It has to be.
yeah, because it's data. It's not UI. So the data, how do we get that? It's all privated up. So I guess we do have to put that function in there. And this is all connected through its subs here. Its pub subs all connected here. So if anybody's interested, don't have time to get into that right now. This is a whole other part of the engine. It makes communication between.
It's cool though.
It makes communication between the UI and the data side of things incredibly simple. It's not anything. It's not novel by any stretch of the imagination, but it's so this would then, in fact, would actually do core dot game dot current encounter dot this, which means we don't need it here anymore. Let's bring this back out to here and do cards. Make that a thing again. I'll hold on to that, remove that, make this. Poor computer. Oof. Player hand dot.
Maybe because you're like streaming as well as recording.
It's that, and it's muggy here. My laptop doesn't. It's underneath my.
Oh right, sorry, yeah, of course. I hope it's not like wet bulb conditions now where you are.
No,
Not
it's
that.
Hopefully not.
It's like
Still,
what temperature is it?
it's only like 85, I guess 27-ish there, right?
Yeah, it's just a bit muggy. It's just been
Oh,
muggy.
yeah.
Okay, so at least it's gone down that much. So. Yeah, because it was.
So envious of you.
All right.
It just feels a bit muggy. It's all. All right, so that should trigger all the stuff we need. And the card definition should be found from all the cards. And yeah, okay, sorry. That was a little bit ham-fisted, but normally that would have been a 2-second job.
Oh well, at least it hopefully works.
But it's going to instantly save us a shit ton of time. So debug on. So we should have all the cards available. I don't know why it's over there.
It's
Okay,
all right.
should be able to draw a card. Try to.
Oh, it didn't even.
Right. It has to be a sequence. This is another detail we can't really get into right now in terms of, because Area 51.
Well,
FBI
yeah.
Reasons.
I mean, we can explain kind of what it's
Go
doing,
ahead,
at
I'll
least,
fix
right?
it. Go ahead.
All right. Long story short, we have this idea of sequences which is basically the UI that surrounds data events. So if I draw a card, from a data standpoint, immediately that card is now on my deck, right? But we need that to be transitioned in such a way that the player can see the card move. The card moving, actual like visually, is through a sequence. And we have it set up in such a way that you can't just like shove in data without having a sequence around it. So that's why when we tried to put our heal card into the deck or whatever it was, it said you didn't have this in a sequence, you can't do it basically. So we're making sure we can put it into a sequence right now.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's going to involve. Oh, it's just a hand UI. Damn, I'm gonna actually. I'm gonna actually, basically, take out that requirement. Your card out actually needs an event, but we'll have to make the event this time. It's gonna be because it's a hack job. We need a new one of those guys, which takes. We're already in here. We're already right. So this does not need to be in. This can be the base. Do not need this in. Which means it can't be. No, it can be abstracted solar virtual. Always forget that. But this doesn't exist, so I guess it doesn't. Okay. Well, we only want it for the hand at the moment, so it's not gonna force the issue. Then we'll have hand override that. It doesn't have a base. And effectively it's just gonna force this to happen outside of. So we need to make a new event, which in this case will be a new on-card event, which we can hack the hell out of. It's going to take, for instance, what hand it should go to. We're like, well, we're in the hand, so there we are. And I think we already have that to type, don't we? Type. It's not overcomplicated. And then it's going to want the card. Ooh. That's tricky because I don't actually have a card yet. This happens. Card's a physical card at this point, so this comes from here, which comes from a publish here, which is still a card. So these on-card addeds, they take cards and they're pulled from new card. So it's simpler than I thought, right? It is a complete cheat, so it doesn't really matter. I'll leave this relic shit here for now. I'm gonna mark it as relic. What is all this shit? That's my favorite. My favorite comment color. Relic. You discover some ancient code that from like a million years ago, and you don't want to delete it because it's kind of like a bit of a museum piece at this point. And there's still code that's marked relic from like the beginning. Well, I've only actually, to be fair, we only started introduced relic recently, so we're still discovering relics.
Well, it is about the same shade of Tepia as like an old Mac 512 or something like that.
Like
Totally, yeah.
Smoking indoors was mandatory. So new card. Shit, this is not helping me here. That should take the card. And then whatever call this guy, which is nothing right now, and that's public, which was going to be our encounter UI. Encounter UI. Yeah. So this guy. Still don't know why it's pulling up two of those definitions when I would do that. So this would be force. Oh god. This is an encounter, so we have player hand dot force. Where did I add this force in? Force side card was in the UI side of things. Oh, damn.
Mhm.
Which means it reacted to.
I thought it was also called that.
I'm spinning in circles. This is why I should have just used the fucking pump sub in the first place. So I try to bypass the whole thing. So now the hand UI. We could have used the hand UI now, so we skipped the whole goddamn thing. Means we can go back to encounter UI. We can do it here. We can say, you know what, just fucking hand dot force add card and no, I'm overcomplicating it. Let's just make it a real flow. Just stop messing about. So it's like the actual draw. So what is it? Starting hand. I think it was a method. Number of starting cards, which is going to be used in here. Oh, we did this because we were trying to avoid the sequencing, and we can't get around the sequencing, so we have to genuinely do have to do this. It's supposed to be riveting to watch. So force card. I mean, we're literally just cheesing this thing. Like, what does this even need to do? Do card added. I mean, this is all art. This is all animation and shit, so we do kind of need to run this. So it does need to be a card added event. That's okay. We've munged that. And that's run from here. We do a new card. So it needs a card. So we can do new card based on the card's selected card index. Sorry, that was need to be outside that. And then it needs. Why does it need both? It wants the card and the event added. Four-sided card implementation is here. Event was never used. Needed index, so why did I even bother? Yeah, take me to the base. Change the base. Yeah, how about that? And now that can be simple. Skip through our errors. Get rid of the shit that I was coding for no goddamn reason. Don't need that anymore. Well, actually, I want to keep that. Force card draw. Again, implemented here. And yeah. Bloody hell. Alright. So how we didn't manage to lose all of our viewers during that little interlude? Have you been doing, like,
Dedication
have
is
you been doing something
inspiring.
entertaining on camera when I've not been watching?
I mean, that's always like the scariest part of streaming. Is like, oh no, I'm doing something boring. No one's gonna like it.
Oh,
But like,
this is a dev session.
part of the process. Yeah.
Dems the cookies. There's not much you can.
Yeah.
Alright, give me an off fan coach.
See, I noticed that heal. It still shows as heal on there, even though you updated it. And maybe you need to like
Forced heal,
update
and
the.
Yeah, it's still not drawing, so there's some issues here.
Mhm.
For instance, it's not updating that index. Oh, that's because I That means I fluffed up the UI, the on GUI part. Oh. So you have to wait for that second wind after a while. It's not been that long a dev session. So we got selected card index on the pop-up. We'll maybe reset to selected card index. Huh. I don't know why that's being reset. Alright, let's just hit it up. I have patience for this. Debugger. Zero, zero. Cards, 7 names. So we'll jump to the actual hit. That like I'm really concerned about the fact it's over here. I'm not sure it's recognizing me actually clicking on that. Because there's nothing wrong with this UI code. That's legit. So why is it off to the side? Okay, we'll put it over to the other side of the screen then. Sure. Put it above the and turn. I'm just jamming random shit all over the screen now at this point. Probably rid of UI space, debug space. Let's see if that I just want to make that core new object. It's true. Let's be honest, we're debugging right now.
I agree, Ninetales. So long as it appears, that's all that matters if it's a debug.
Honestly, the uglier the better, because you don't want to get comfortable with it. So whenever I do debug UI, I know the hex code off by heart, hash FF00FF, which is like the most in your face
Garish yellow.
most in your face fuchsia color, which is almost as
Oh,
color my
right,
hair
yeah.
used to be. It's like it's this color basically, and you can't miss it. Even 1 pixel of that shit on the screen, you can't miss it. So there's no way that was.
Are you wearing the watch that is that color right now?
Yeah.
The pink one?
Oh, that, yeah.
Good.
It's like it can't squeeze past QA because it's too fucking obvious.
Too garish.
So this is hideous. It's over here. That's
So
weird.
why is that not updating? That's weird.
It's also not aligned, which is more concerning. I wonder if that's because it's in. I don't think I've used a pop-up inside of. I'm not sure if I've used a pop-up inside of an area before. So let me just like scrap the whole area concept, and it'll dump it into the top left.
Sure.
Oh, I copied and pasted this end turn thing, and I could not help.
Oh.
So this will dump it top left, but it won't be using areas anymore. It could be the horizontal as well, potentially. I can't. I've never seen that. Something like that. I guess horizontal might be an issue as well. Unless I got some style left over for some crap. Let me move all this stuff way up. Way up. Here. Probably want that back in case I do want it later. What's the card we were testing this for? What was the reason for this?
For the
Was
offhand.
it was still offhand?
Well, I think we were thinking about doing it for other stuff, but
I have no idea what's happening here. It's very strange.
oh wow.
Hmm.
Now it looks like it's doing like a. Is that an Odin drop down, or is it like a Unity one, or is there a difference?
No, that's a bill in Unity one.
Okay.
But
Do you need to also have some sort of like update code? I mean, I know the drop down position is one thing, but because we change it, it doesn't
yeah,
change.
so how this is supposed to work is you give it an index and it returns an index. So this would be the current. They should always be the same. So if I set this to 1 and 1, well, 1 and then ignore it. So it's always coming in with 1. It should always be, in this case, because it's base 0, it should always be the second one on the list. So immediate mode basically will draw that on the screen and then return if it's changed. Return its new index. That's why you can put like things like GUI there, a double button, and put it on the if statement. It's really the only thing that immediate mode UI has going for it, to be honest. Now it's set to 1 perpetually.
I see.
That 1 in there, that's the whole concept, is that you have the same thing here and there, and then this guy will. And that's not getting.
Well, wait, what are the arguments? Is it saying this is a thing to change, or what? So what is pop-up's first argument? Is it supposed to be the default, or is it the thing that you're going to be changing it to?
It's the currently selected index.
Right, so you had it as 1, so it's never going to change.
Just then, yeah, now I'll put it back to selected card index. It starts at 0, but then is return value from this method. Returns the integer value, which is now the new. If you look at the bottom of that tooltip, the index, the options for selected by either. That's what they changed.
Correct, but because we were always calling it with 1, that's why I didn't update.
I only added that for demonstration purposes. It wasn't there before.
Oh, I thought it was already doing that.
No,
okay.
it was there for like 2 seconds.
Never mind.
Yeah, it's been like this for a while. It's just when we think about the card section, am I doing something dumb here? It's cards, it should always be the same. Find all of the cards, order by name, to lists. It's gonna be the same list every time. So the index should never change, it'll never matter. Let's see if other
Do we need to
examples-
instantiate that with a
see if there's any
value?
other pop-ups we've used. Just to see if I'm sanity check myself.
The only ones we do are for
Here.
changing graph. We don't do anything with that afterward.
So this is a little bit more roundabout, but it's basically the same concept. The new master will eventually be. Actually, this is a terrible example because it never used new master. It reloads the thing if you actually change it. But other than that, it's identical. I said we use a rect in this case. No, I'll try the rect just to see if it's some weird. That I don't know. The fact that it's off kilter means it won't be GUI layout anymore. That will be editor GUI. Just wondering if GUI layout's like the fact it's not in the right place suggests that maybe by clicking on it, it's not actually selecting it, it's dismissing it perhaps. in a weird place. Right, well, this card is pretty much tested. I'm going to use the bathroom to have my last cigarette. You guys want to come up with another card?
Good, might as well.
Yeah, I mean, we don't. I'm honestly not that fussed about this thing. We'll get it work. I'll get it working at some point. I'll have a cigarette and have an epiphany probably. Yeah, new cards.
Let's see, new cards. What are we thinking for some cool ones? We don't want it to be like too complicated, but also if you have some wild idea and it is too complicated, we can always just pare it down. So sky's the limit until it isn't.
I'm sorry for suggesting that earlier, but it would be interesting.
Eat the demon.
You do damage in proportion to the demon's health or something.
Oh, so we actually did have that set up at one point. Because we had a new node that was kind of like get stat from a target. And so we could get the health, the current health, or the maximum health, or whatever from whichever target, and then we could like scale based on that. So we actually also do have a reflect. We have it, it's called redirect at the moment, but it's exactly how that works. So if Goat 1 is going to attack me, and they put their event on the timeline or whatever, but then I put a redirect on them, their next attack will go back to them.
Also,
So
for
at
the
this point,
befriend the goats one, I'm not quite sure what the status of the diplomacy system is in terms of Tangler. I'm assuming because I mean the idea is that fundamentally, mechanically, it's very much the same.
yeah, mechanically it's very similar. It's just going to be a matter of manipulating stats pretty much. As it stands, it is somewhat combat centric in terms of like doing damage versus do diplomacy. You know what I mean? But it should be pretty good. But yes, befriend the goats. I like this idea because we will be having our diplomacy system. That hopefully that will be a reality. And if it isn't, I'll be very sad. Yes, so we're actually looking at haste as well because we think that one of the more interesting components of our mechanic is the timeline. It's not quite the same as any of the other, hard battlers. Being able to manipulate that around, I think, will be a very big part of it. Whether it means staggering their moves back a few, or moving your own up, or whatever it may be. Or yeah, headbutt, deal damage with your face. I like that.
I would imagine you do more damage the uglier you are because you got more jagged, hard face. But I think all of the characters are beautiful, so I don't think that would really apply mechanically.
I think some might think that Crumb would be able to do that. If there's a character who would headbutt, it would be probably Crumb. Turn something from the timeline to the hand. That's interesting. My only concern with that would be that if we can play on either ours or our opponent's timeline, the opponent's moves would have to be things that have a card associated with them. But we could also, I mean, if we wanted to dumb it down and be like if it's a physical attack, we get a certain type of physical attack or something like that. But that could be interesting. You just like, nope, I don't want that.
When it comes to manipulating your own or the opponent's timeline, it's kind of similar to the haste card, Ninetales, where you are affecting it in some way. The exact way that works is going to actually be down to some degree to playtesting, because not 100% sure, and a large part of getting the engine working this way is to be able to work out which works best in terms of gameplay, which one feels the best. So exactly how haste would work isn't 100% sure, but something like that, yeah, definitely.
For sure. But I like the idea of if you take if you return something from a timeline, if it's from yours, you get the card back. If it's from theirs, it just disappears. I don't think there's really going to be many instances where they are using skills that you can also use. I feel like it'll also just be like a little bit more clear cut of like, if it's from theirs, it just goes away. If it's from yours, you get it back. Because then, yeah,
Yeah, pet the demon. I feel like if you're at a campsite or something and you're gonna rest, and if you're sitting there, I say you as if you were the seer. It's really the two characters together. But you got the seer and the demon, and if you click the demon, it's like a clicker game and it makes little happy noises or something. And eventually,
that.
secretly, you get a stat bonus. Like they are, I don't know, however that works out.
Right. So
Maybe not that Lester.
So about like whether or not opponents use cards behind the system, the layers at the moment is like, here's a card that creates a timeline event, which the timeline event is the actual magic. The card is just kind of like the like filler, the UI kind of in a sense. So the player has cards which turn into timeline events. At the moment, the enemies have timeline events. They don't have a card because they don't need a card. Um, that may be changing at some point if we do end up having some sort of like grab cards from an enemy sort of deal. But at the moment, it's mostly the enemies just go straight to the timeline event. Concussion, pet too many times too fast.
That part when you're dealing with the lesser dog in Undertale.
Yup. Oh my gosh, my friend showed me a pair of underwear that had the Chrono Internet mini game T-Rex, and it was just that pattern. And I was like, I want this so much. I have spent an embarrassing amount on that Chrono Internet mini game from like my middle school days. High school, I guess, yeah.
The disturbing thing is that that's probably one of the most played video games in history.
Yeah.
It's Google's official
available.
game.
Yeah. It's free to play. Don't even need to buy internet.
Those suggestions.
Then-
Mhm.
Ooh, like you steal their health kind of deal.
So, haste card.
What if it was like the next physical attack you do, you get 50% of that damage back as health?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, like a vampirism thing, Hillstrain. Yeah, it's the
And
same.
Tango should
Mhm.
support that like right now.
Yep. We could totally make it. Let's see
But there
what
always gonna be
card
cards
are.
like that. Although I don't want to go overboard with them because again, health management is a really critical thing in any kind of roguelike. You don't want to be able to
I'm
get
just
health
gonna,
too
I'm
easily.
just going to do this thing for now.
Yeah.
And just for the sake of carrying on. We did
Mhm.
more or less test that card. We can
Which
test
one?
it- we can
Oh,
keep-
the
we
yeah.
can keep testing it, but it was working. So I'm happy to make another card now.
Mhm.
I like the idea of a
Should we
health
take
damage
another
card.
look at the art?
Yeah, haste cards. Yeah, haste cards.
Don't have yet,
We're
but-
looking that into when we've got plans soon to basically do another pass on the timeline, make it so you can predict things in the future. You can a graph and say, is something going to be still in effect in the future, and so it's going to be another pass on the logic behind the timeline, and that's things like haste would involve like moving things in, like advancing them closer to the center, and that would fit into that kind of that lump of work. So I think we're probably going to hold back on haste stuff. It's definitely on the list, but we'll do haste stuff then.
And then yeah, so I was telling Pip we have a reflect in the form of redirect, which
Mm-hmm.
technically at the moment it actually attacks a random one of the enemies, but beforehand, before we changed that, it was basically if Goat 1 tries to attack, that attack hits Goat 1 instead. Ooh. Flip both sides timelines entirely.
Whoa.
Let me see if you mean like if I have a thing on 1 tick away and 5 ticks away, they flip to 5 ticks away and
I
1
think
tick
you mean
away?
just like flip the timelines. Enemies, you're
Like
straight up flip them. If that's what you mean, that's pretty. It's not really complicated. It's more about making sure you deal with what the source becomes and the target becomes of every ability. Sorry, everything on the timeline. You need to make sure the source is then being redirected to another source.
Yeah, I'm
well-
not 100% sure I understand, but I assume that you don't mean like literally swapping the actions in the sense of you're Maya, you're fighting some like melee attacker, and then now suddenly you're doing melee attacks and they're chucking fireballs when they can't normally do that. I assume that's not what you meant. You just like mean the timings.
Oh, I see. Right.
Oh, okay.
Right. Yeah, that would definitely. That's a cool idea. I like that.
Yeah.
And
I
would
like that,
definitely-
actually. That's really cool.
super strategic too.
I think it makes sense. I'm not sure how in some cases, like if you're using that to reduce the cooldown of a long thing to almost nothing because you did something, however it gets arranged like that. It needs to be dealt with carefully, but something like that could
I like those
work
kind of
somehow.
cards because
It seems cool.
the timeline's meant to be a big part of the thoughtfulness of the combat, and having to think a few steps ahead, like almost like a game of chess. You have to think a few steps ahead. It's like, well, that's going to happen here, therefore these are going to. So you have to. It really
Exactly.
rewards
It's like a logic puzzle
it
almost.
rewards like that thoughtful arrangement of your timeline. And that,
Yeah,
like
the
I
order
said,
of
you can
operations
play the
becomes
game.
important
You can
there.
play the game in a simple way and just like play your cards normally. But then as you get more experience in the game, you can start making use of those more advanced cards that require a little bit of gray matter. Yeah, a lot of these cards, I think will when we start adding more graph based functionality that can affect the timeline, then a lot of these cards are going to be really useful ideas to test it. And that it also brings up an interesting idea of being able to target something on the timeline. Because right now we can only target agents or nothing. But
That was another good suggestion, which I believe was who had this one. It was basically where you could, it was after Pip again, basically saying like return something from the timeline to the hand. And then we're thinking like we could, if it's from the enemy side, we could just make it disappear since
I
there's
think
probably another.
the first step of that, the first step doing that is definitely make it so the timeline can be targetable.
Mhm.
And that's all that kind of lump of development. It'll naturally fits together when you
In the
do more,
timeline pass. Yeah.
which is gonna be coming up soon. Pretty. I mean, we can do pretty complex cards now, but like that adds a whole other dimension. And that's kind of the idea of the timelines. It's meant to be a rich dynamic to the gameplay. It's not you're it is like a game of chess. Like you're thinking steps ahead, and you don't have to. You can play simply, but it lets you kind of, as you skill up in the game, manipulating time becomes a big. Plus, it's like there's so much like lore
That's
you can tie.
cool
that to.
mechanic. Right. I'm a big fan of like making that one of the centerpieces of the
I mean,
combat
honestly,
is
if it'd be an injustice if we didn't have that kind of those kind of mechanics, because the timeline otherwise feels a little bit
gimmicky.
not well.
Not like, but like
Maybe it just feels like it's wasted. It's a wasted opportunity.
Contrived. Yeah.
It feels like
exactly.
One of the original intentions of the timeline was that you couldn't see all the way to the future, so it had the idea of insight being a resource of sorts. So being able to see into the future was important. Otherwise, you're dealing with like some you know something's coming, but you're not sure really what it is. You might you might see you might be able to figure out like what color it is, which will indicate whether it's a defensive or an offensive attack or action. And then, so there's a lot that can be done with the timeline, and I think that's gonna be what makes card combat really interesting and unique, at least. Is that was always the intention really with the timeline, and it's just not been executed yet. So soon, I think we'll do a good hard logic pass on that, and bring a lot of manipulation of the timeline into the graph. which will just naturally end up with like these kind of more brainstorming sessions. Just naturally end up with some pretty cool card ideas. But there's a lot of like behind the scenes coding to bring that to the state where we can start making cards for it, which might not be particularly entertaining to watch. I'm more than happy to stream every Sunday, to be honest. But a lot of it might just be a lot of coding, and not so much making new cards.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, the way I see it, and I think you and I agree on this, like having an audience is a great way to kind of like keep streamlined. You know, you can't go on too many tangents because you know there's kind of a goal that you have to like make something that is still on topic.
Mm-hmm.
So with that said, I mean, like I'm also fine with having the Sunday one streamed if that's going to be something moving forward,
if
or
people
even like
interested.
every other one or
I
something.
mean, we can record them, but it's a lot more interesting to have people give feedback too, because there's always a good conversation.
I agree. Right. And plus, like when it comes down to it, you know, I imagine many of you will be using this when they're modding, so
yeah, and also
having their input now might be valuable.
We're making a game for you guys.
Yeah.
So that
so with that said, I'm really happy to stream.
That feedback's like I'm completely down with doing every Sunday streaming.
And at some point, I have to figure out my music streaming setup again too, so I can do that again. It's just like it's the sound routing is so much worse for trying to get from like a DAW into like.
We have, I think, because Tango's really solidified recently, and with it, everything in terms of mechanics is starting to solidify. I'd be pretty down with splitting our dev time. So, for instance, our Wednesday dev session, really focusing on basically stuff that's not like not card mechanics. So like our music engine and bringing in more of the art and starting to work on the procedural generation of the map and other systems basically.
Yeah, and then once our combat is even better, we can even flip it, and then the shorter ones on Wednesdays are the combat, and then the Sunday one is for all the the pretty passes.
Yeah,
at some point.
But the dev time is very very much working through our list. Our list grows and shrinks, and we've been working through it, but we've not really divided our sessions into particular sections of development that we've been feeding from the same list.
Yeah, works for me.
So sitting and listening. Well, strumming hand. Are you a drummer?
Strumming hand.
Is what I'm hearing. You got your paradiddles on the go.
Yeah. I could never do paradiddles.
Paradiddles.
Or is that separate from what am I thinking of? Like flams? Guitar.
Yeah.
I want to be better.
Drums are great. I tried to learn guitar and I got immediately frustrated. And then I picked up drums. And then I realized when I got frustrated with drums, I've got a fucking drum kit in front of me.
Just get to keep going.
No amount of frustration.
Yeah, they're also chill.
For a drum kit when you can just flail on it.
Exactly. That's why they're always the chillest member of the band. I am but a simple keys guy at the moment. I mean, like I can play guitar. It's not good, but like I can make my way around the fretboard, I guess.
You know, one of these musicians is like, yeah, dabble, and you're like, just people like you piss me off. It's up hogging all the talent.
I'm sorry. No, but I do want to get an electric actually, so I can plug it directly into my sound card and like do some cool effects with that. Because right now my record setup's not great for my music.
While I'm sorting out stupid UI bugs, you can be providing a backing track.
That's it. Yeah, that would be cool actually to do like a joint stream of some sort. But I don't know. That'd be interesting.
I absolutely love working on the music stuff. We need to get some more sessions of that in like the music engine stuff.
I can't wait to see what y'all backers think of our music system because I mean, I don't know how many of you are a fan of like dynamic soundtracks, but both Cash and I love the idea of a music and sound engine that reacts to your situation and your actions, like very hyper specifically. So, like for example, we're
Yeah.
thinking like, let's say we have the backing track, just like the backing orchestra, but then as soon as you put like a card onto the timeline, then the melody starts playing on top of that. And then if you put a second card, the harmony to that melody is now playing as well until those get resolved and they go back away. So as you build up a timeline, the score builds in anticipation of the moves you're going to be doing. And then on top of that, there can be one-offs, like maybe the drums come in when an enemy is about to attack, and it gets louder and louder until they have a hit.
We talked a lot about, and this also ties into the next like push on the timeline kind of development, is that using the music as an actual cue, like a gameplay cue. So for instance,
indicator.
if you're playing, what was the game? It's like, I can't remember if it was Solitaire. It's like there's one game that you can tell it'll let you know if you ask if you do actually have a move left. Or maybe it was Mahjong, like an old Mahjong game or something. It'll let you know. So if you genuinely do have a play that can save your ass, or like basically checkmate, win, and you don't see it, but the music does, and the music will like give you that trepidation. But you just like you would probably initially just not notice because you're not expecting the music to be that kind of input as a gameplay input. But slowly learning to read the music as well as cues to your plays.
Yeah.
And that's
It'd
like
be very Pavlovian. If you have a certain type of chime that means you can win, then you're like, we got to work on this and try it. But
it means a lot of
that'd be really
simulation
fun.
and stuff. It's a kind of simulation, like forward simulation, and to a degree AI that we want to do anyway.
Right. It would just be harnessing the tool we already made for the timeline prediction.
Yeah, and just in AI in general too, like making there's no denying the fact that our AI graphs are gonna have to get more intelligent.
Well, especially if we're going to be using them to balance initially, we're gonna make sure they have to go through the entire thing.
I think this is where Tango is going to grow quite a lot in terms of. I don't think it's Tango's not capable of doing it right now in the slightest. It's more putting maybe some shortcuts in there just to make it a little, because these graphs might get a little bit out of hand. If you imagine one of these graphs being like a 3 or 4 stage boss battle with different effects and like all kinds of things going on, these graphs can get probably pretty complicated. So
that is the beauty of nested graphs. If you need to, you can compartmentalize different bits of the boss logic.
Yep. So you got this graph being, well, this is a shield effect, but this could be like phase 1, and
right.
So you could totally nest your graphs to be.
Nigel says, still thinking through card ideas. Are there cards with the recoil implemented currently? I assume so, by just being able to like target yourself as damage. Or...
what's recoil?
By recoil, you mean like I went to hit somebody, but I hit myself instead? Because if so, yes.
I assume it means like if you damage someone, you take some damage as well.
Oh, like thorns. Yeah, we do have that. Well, we did. Do we have it set up still? So basically, we had the I guess Cash is feeding pets. We do have some like thorns functionality, where it's basically like if I get attacked, we find out who did that attack and we put in a bit of damage back on them. Now, I don't know if that was done with our deprecated system that we just revamped. I think it was, which means we will probably have to re-implement it, but it might not be a bad idea to ensure if that can work still.
What was that, thorns?
So basically, yeah, a recoil. Because I know we had it, I don't think we do anymore.
Yeah, thorns was implemented using the reaction system. It was implemented in the
reaction, yeah.
We didn't delete any of that stuff. So it's
right, but it's broken to all hell, I'm sure.
No, actually, I think we did. I think we actually removed it before we even. Yeah, we removed that before we even before this was all broken. We still have little comment nodes too, so in case things are too confusing, you can add a comment. So we got Inferno, and we got offhand. Offhand was interesting. In terms
Yeah, I
of
like that. I
what
mean,
what we got out of that development wise, we kind of buffed our if node a bit there.
mhm.
We Inferno. Well, we had
Yep, we got our
all-
get target
all-
agents.
Yeah, all that's I've already committed that stuff.
It's also cool because like it could also be heal plus 2 hit points for every enemy in play. It can do the same thing. You just every time you
Yeah,
go through plus
that's
2 your hit.
that's another thing we need to really do a bit more, basically more nodes for getting information about the encounter itself, like how many enemies are alive,
Mm.
and
Right, because we've got target stat,
yeah,
but we
we
should have
got
like get encounter
although we
stat.
don't really use stats. Stats have been kind of we don't really
We don't use them
they were
yet.
kind of a non-starter in the first place. I think stats, like named stats, something
Mm.
they might come back, but I think they're gonna come back as an enum, so a bit more hard coded because I don't think.
Yeah.
And I mean, if we do want to have very specific, like especially with like maybe boss battles, more
State, I
complex,
think.
and dialogue and stuff, if you want to set named state, we do support that. In
In
game variables, but we can also make those agent variables too. So you can right now you can get you could say, hey, on the game itself, the whole game, you could say, give me a boolean named this, and it'll spit out the value, and you can also set that. But then adding that to on an agent level as well, which would be trivial, lets you kind of have a bit of memory in your let's share between graphs, most importantly, like. And I think that's really going to come to its own in dialogue. Like as you make dialogue decisions in a complex dialogue graph, then you're going to want to remember what you said earlier, or said in previous conversations, or what your current affiliation is with the person you're talking to, and things like that. Pip, the opponent doesn't actually use cards as such. Cards place things on the timeline, and so does the enemy AI. But the enemy currently doesn't really have a concept of cards. They just place things on the timeline, just like your cards place things on the timeline. So I'd say that's where we differ from the. Actually, that's not really a differ on most card games. I think follow that kind of format.
No, yeah, that's exactly it. They basically use a move set.
And I think as
rather
well. I
than a
think
deck.
that's something I'm pretty happy with.
Yeah.
I don't think
The only one of these games I've played that I can remember where the enemy uses a deck was Trials of Fire, I think.
Yeah, there's like
But that was a very
like
different.
Hearthstone and stuff and all that. But
Yeah,
unless you
that
have
one.
mechanics to steal cards from the opponent, and that kind of thing, then
Mhm.
it's only really necessary in those cases. And there is also
Right.
the side effect that you do need. There's a certain degree of art required. There's an art. Yeah, it requires some more art basically. If every enemy, if they're not reusing stuff that you've already going to use, but a lot of our cards are very specific to the characters and the daemons, then
Right.
we'd also need all those cards also for the vast amount of enemies we might have. I mean, granted, they could share a lot of things, but if we have to commit to art for every single one of their abilities, then we're going to end up probably sharing a lot of abilities just because of the art requirement that comes with it. Whereas we don't have to have the art requirement, then we have a bit more freedom to come up with abilities on the fly without having to.
All right, let's see. We've got Mug, where you deal damage, you get a card, or like Assault in the Wound style attack, where it does more damage if the opponent took another attack that same action, or if there's a hit point threshold that they're below. I mean, so the deal damage, get a card. I think we could do that since we do have a draw card node now.
Which was this mug?
Yeah.
I think we probably some art for that as well.
Oh, we almost certainly do.
We do. We got Trell totally stealing some stuff. You got this one.
Mhm.
So that would.
Does this one imply that you attacked him, though? I feel like we have a lot of
I
do
think- I
damage
think- I
cards. I
think-
think.
This would be kind of an interesting card. That you could.
Mhm.
And it would bring a lot of mechanics in that we don't have right now, and we probably can't implement today. But in terms of like, if like, think, okay, so for instance, a lot of other, we have a couple card arts here like Rootbound. So these are clearly like root type cards, so that person can't move, or soothe. Someone's probably maybe like a sleep effect, and if someone has a sleep effect on them, and then you do steal, then it has a completely different effect than if you steal from someone who's not sleeping.
I like it. Taxation and quadruple.
double quotes.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess with that said, I feel like in order to see, I guess if our goal right now is to figure out what holes our system has, I think we've gotten most damage type things down pretty well. I think it is more status type tough, type
Yeah.
stuff, type tough, and that sort of deal.
Yeah,
So with that
there's
said,
some-
the taxation card, something like that, I think it'd be nice as just like a like draw 2 cards or something, you know? But you have to place it in the future, so it's not like you're just getting it immediately, right?
We also need like the thing that's like, it's not the elephant in the room because it's not actually a giant amount of work, which that means probably a medium amount of work, but that is the whole the antithesis to health, and that is your aggro,
Right.
which was always part of the design, and that's why things like soothe were originally an idea. Is that you would not only can you not just defeat somebody by just like killing them, but you could defeat them by making them not want to fight anymore.
Yep. I really like this phase out idea that Pip has.
You're untargetable.
Basically, you and your next action are both like you can't be targeted, basically. So you're sacrificing whatever the next thing, the event in your timeline is. So if they have a really powerful thing and you have like a little, poke, you're fine with sacrificing that poke because it'll also sacrifice their move towards you.
Okay, I mean, hang on. Phase out. You're untarget. You are untargetable. And the
Events
next
on the
card
timeline,
you
I
can
think.
stack. Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting.
I like that.
I like it a lot because I think I'm wondering.
This is the timeline kind of thing that I really like. Like we're manipulating the timeline and we're taking a look at that,
Except that doesn't.
judging that.
That one. That one almost doesn't need the timeline work. It does need an extra node. Actually, no, it doesn't. It doesn't need a node. It would need a modification of a node. Because all that's doing is saying, hey, a timeline event happened, and then you know who the source and target was, and then you can basically, and what that would require is a little bit of actual memory inside the graph. So it's a simple variable, which is something we're clearly going to need. I want to do it really, really elegantly. It should be very simple to use, and that would be a really, really interesting card to test that with.
I'm trying to think about ways we could do it. I don't think we have a system in place to do that easily yet. If it was an action reaction thing, we could say, did an event happen, right? And then take that status off. But as for neutralizing the status itself, or the effect, I guess,
I think there would.
I don't think we have a way to don't do it.
I think I would only really anything shield effect. That would only really mean because
we have it for damage. We don't have
we
just
have on
did they do
damage,
a
but
thing.
we also have it on timeline event, which I think just needs a little bit more.
It's asking for an ID for that though. We would have to know beforehand.
Yeah, I just need some modification of on timeline event, so it's not so specific. Because on timeline event right now, let's grab the code. Actually, it's probably better to see this actually in graph. Well, any graph, Slice will have it.
Good old trusty
right
slice.
now, this is like it only you just give it. We have. There was an effort in that direction. I'm not sure we need this anymore. But
We might need it if it's like on event
this will
cancel or
only
something.
react to a timeline event which has the idea of slice. It's the idea that this has to match this.
Hmm.
And this is still graph specific. This graph will not, another graph won't react to another graph's slice. So these names don't clash or anything. But having a timeline event that's a bit less specific, it's like, maybe filter by source. We can use some of the on damage code for that. The on damage node has tons of code for filtering on source and target. We could do similar stuff.
Right.
Like who was the target? Who was the source? And even just adding that,
Right.
actually,
Timeline event.
even just adding that, which is the stuff we use in redirect, I think uses a lot of that.
It's all damage based though.
All of this filter stuff we add here, so we have quite a powerful filter system here. So the idea on redirect is that some damage has happened, and it filters. It doesn't care who the target was, but it does care that the source of the damage was a specific agent. And then once you select specific, you can feed it in the specific, and that will be, in this case, whoever was targeted by this redirect. So basically, if the thing you targeted with a redirect, therefore the source, does any damage to anything, then it triggers all this logic, which allows us to redirect, do damage somewhere else, and do whatever we want, basically. And it wouldn't take much to expand this kind of filtering to the one slice, where to something, this on timeline event, which is basically asking for some more stuff here. And then you could say, did that, if a timeline event happened for this person, then basically which would be the next one that comes along, and that would probably get us most of the way there. We'd have to add a node for like canceling something on the timeline, which I don't think, well, we don't have that yet, but removing something from the timeline would be easy enough to add. It would take, it would have to be a little smart, because it would need to know if there's multiple ones on the timeline, which one should it remove. Although every single timeline event does internally have an ID, so we could use that. In terms of like adding another card, like right now, I do like the idea of just drawing a card. Like if some of these are like I like all of these ideas.
Let's just do the pot of greed thing. Draw two cards,
yeah,
whatever.
I think we already have something similar, so that would be a nice test of that again, to see how if that still works. And again, like, do we have art to match it? If we do, let's make it happen.
Well, we had what's his face?
Well, that one's already
running.
Appraise is pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, that suggests like choosing something. I don't know. No, like this coin
Right.
everywhere.
Actually, choose a card or something.
So that a phrase is pretty good for that.
I thought the one where they were running with the sack of gold.
Yeah, that one definitely
Steal.
That one's definitely stealing. I think that one that lends itself to stealing. I don't want to stake claim to art, even for testing, because just yet, because we might.
Yeah. Right.
All the bribes pretty good. All the bribes also suggest to me like having an enemy basically attack their team for a little while.
Right, yeah. Let's keep going. Let's see. I guess
We
it's
got all these coils.
all we got.
We got some basic damage stuff. These are mostly just damage poisons.
A murder. Pros.
Soothe ones. That's gonna require our adding some kind of. It feels trivial, which means it's probably like an hour or so of work. to add
Yeah.
sleep effects effectively. But we
Yeah.
talked about this earlier before the stream. Actually, we were talking about how I don't really want to add a simple sleep effect. I'd much rather that a graph, just like we have an on timeline event here, or more accurately, if we have in our shields, we have an
Exactly.
on damage effect. I'd rather have on
Well, we would basically bake in the sleep into the can I execute stuff,
yeah,
or can
I think of
I
a good name for the node, like
timeline
on
timeline
action
place.
attempted or something like that.
Mhm.
And you'd be able to say yes or no effectively. So that you have a whole graph of the decision making of whether someone's allowed to actually do a thing, depending on what it
Right.
is and the state of them and all kinds of stuff. You can decide whether they're actually allowed to do something. So if they're rooted, they can't do attacks that have physical type damage because that's effectively melee attacks. So they can't do physical type damages. So there's some interesting
Yeah.
work
We have
there.
categories of
Yeah.
status. Ninetales has another idea for damage where it's basically like you discard a hand and deal X times the number of cards you discarded, kind of deal.
Hmm.
Seems pretty standard. Get that.
It-
Well, do we
it's,
have a
it would
discard
need,
that
it
we
would
can?
need well actually that would build quite nicely on our looping over agents, but looping over cards instead.
Mhm.
It's like for each card, because then you could do this is the kind of, I don't want to pick up Tango too much, but it is coming to its own a bit now. If you have loop over card, then for every card that you're discarding, you could actually make decisions based on what that card is. If depending on like its cost or something about the card, you could do more damage or whatever.
That's a good point. You could just have it be the cost of the cards that you got rid of. I mean, up to a point, or with some balancing,
I
but
mean, cost as far as we're concerned right now is simply how much
warm up.
much
Yeah.
warm up is, which is effectively how we deal with our mana.
Mhm.
But like, yeah, add up for each card, do your warm up in damage,
Mhm.
which would be
Which I kind of like.
a ton of
Really.
damage, but that could be balanced.
Right.
Yeah,
Ooh,
discard
also
cards to
discard
advance
cards to
timeline. I like
advance
that one a
timeline.
lot. Again,
Totally.
it's one
Yeah.
of those timeline manipulation ones, which is something we're gonna.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do that at some point.
It's
but-
becoming clear. It's becoming more obvious now, like how much opportunity there is there. We already had ideas about
Yeah.
seeing into the future, manipulating time and stuff, but like all of these things, like advancing timeline based on reasons and cards and so on, that having the graphs be able to do a lot of manipulation of the timeline is going to result in some really interesting cards. I think.
Right.
Luckily, this list of ideas isn't going anywhere, so we can keep referring back to it. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. These are really good suggestions. Thank you all.
Mhm.
Like, even if we don't end up implementing all of these, I think that we have value in seeing these here because it makes us think through
Yes.
how we would apply a singular
Well,
system and
it's-
then figure out.
The goal of this, of not just this stream, but the idea in general of like getting feedback on card ideas is that it tests the system. It tests if Tangler can handle them, and all these things. We can take all these ideas and we can identify what features Tangler would need, and the timeline would need, and the encounter would need, and the agents would need to support all this, and then we simply add all those things, which are actually individually not that hard to add, but without the card ideas to back them up, they basically wouldn't exist. So
Right, it's the user story.
Mhm.
Couldn't code it without that.
this is why
So with that
this is why it
said,
has to be a moddable game, because like you can be the best designer in the world,
Right.
someone's always gonna have a whole deck plan, like a deck idea. It's just like especially I'm just waiting for. That's why I want once modding tools are released, I can't wait for someone who's got like full Magic the Gathering background. So some of the combinations and card plays and that are so thinking 10 steps ahead kind of stuff. I'd love to see some depth
Right.
made.
Mm-hmm.
You can never be too proud to think you're the best designer in the room or the developer in the room. There lies mundane.
Mhm. Right. All right. Let's see. We have a few more. Card that, when it reaches the end of the timeline, instead causes the next damage card in the timeline after it to be played and do double damage.
Again,
That's
that's a
kind of
good
like
one.
the idea we had of the combos.
That's another one that will be. We really need to prioritize that timeline manipulation because there's so many good ideas that involve manipulating the timeline
Yeah.
or having
Well, that's
the
that's
crafts
what's so
know
much
a lot
more
about it.
personal, I feel like,
And I think it's
compared to some.
it wouldn't take many
Right.
nodes. It wouldn't take many new nodes to make that all of these ideas possible.
Mhm. You just have to be able to get and set events,
Yeah,
pretty much.
and even just like looking at, for instance, looking at the like I was having a thought about Inferno, for instance. We just have a simple get target agents, but there's no reason we can't pass that through a filter, and that filter doesn't necessarily need to affect just agents, like a filter on anything. So you could say I want to filter, and then depending what you feed in, if it's like filter card or filter timeline event, then it might say, is it a damage event? If so, is it a physical damage event? And then allow you to filter those, and then having nodes that let you sort by things, choose the first one, randomly choose one, like adding all those kind of those powerful nodes but combined can create like pretty much all of these ideas.
Right. And that begs the question too, if we want to be able to do like manipulate only the first or like the most recent thing that's about to execute, basically, how would we get that too? Could we have like a priority, like get first, get last, get random, get second, third, fourth?
This is why I think
Okay.
a filter node can kind of pretty much a sort and a filter node, and then a get random, get first, or just basically a get node, get from list. Having a filter, an order, and a get from list would accomplish any kind of searching you could, not just something things in the timeline, but anything, agents. So you could sort agents by health, then choose one, the highest health one, easily. We don't really have a way of doing that right now. By adding, like, do you mind popping that in a Trello, actually? Filter order by.
Yep. That's what I'm doing.
Order by.
So timeline event manipulation.
Yeah, I think
Sorry,
on a
go
more
ahead.
general level, like a filter order by, like list filtering, ordering, and accessing, I guess, nodes,
Okay.
because they're not complicated nodes. They're just they don't have a use case yet. And
Sure. So list filtering, accessing, and setting, basically.
and probably sorting.
Cool. Oh, whoops. Yeah. That's right. Cool. All right. Well, I say because my hue lights are telling me it's time for bed soon, so I figure we could probably do the draw card thing real quick and see if that
Sure.
works.
Which one was that? Just draw 2 cards when it reaches when it's played. Not when it's played, when it executes.
Yeah, I think so. Let's do that.
So it doesn't go on the timeline. It's not an instant play.
It's not an instant play. No. I mean,
We do
it
have the concept
could be, but
we do have the concept of instant plays, but honestly, we haven't tested them in a little while. So
I feel like it. Yeah,
I'm still in
that
two
might be.
minds about instant plays. They definitely have a place, but I don't want them to be common enough that they become like that the timeline becomes like only half of the combat. I think the idea of the timeline, something being an instant play, meaning it's going to happen next turn, to me still involved means something can react to it. But either way, we can totally
That's a good
implement
point.
that card. So let's give it a go. What should we have? I think we should use the art of appraise. Kind of. I think steel's got too much other potential. Let's go with praise. So what's this card gonna be called? Do you have a name?
I mean, I'm just trying to think if we want to use this one or the steel art. I don't know. I could go either way. But with that said, if we were to go this route,
I got some kind of plans to steal that involve the timeline and stuff. Right, kind of like
Oh, got
you could
okay.
probably
Oh, right, you take one of their events. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Okay. So if that's the case,
Pot of greed.
I mean, maybe like lucky
the
coin.
art
I
doesn't
don't-
quite lend itself to pot of greed as a name. Maybe we can come up with another name for it.
Right. I mean,
Pick and choose. No, that's not. You're not picking anything. You're just getting random.
you're not picking or choosing.
Beggars
It's just
can't
like
beggars can't be
lucky
choosers.
break.
Beggars can't be choosers, but it's a bit long.
Something like I don't know. It's like, oh, we got 2 cards, lucky. It seems like a kind of a happenstance thing.
Luck of the draw.
Yeah, sure. I like that because
Let's
You're
just,
drawing.
I can't actually think of anything similar, so I'm just gonna hit slice again. Luck of the draw. This is actually a good UI test to see if that fits. That fits.
I like
what's our
avarice as
description
well,
here?
actually.
Draws 2 random cards.
yeah. Well,
Pretty
is it
simple.
random cards or it draws 2 cards from your?
Draws 2. Well, I
You
get.
know,
To be honest, it's the same.
Draws-
Unless we have unless we're stacking our deck. Unless we have a way of stacking our deck, which is new. I'm not putting that out of realms of
Hmm.
possibility. But draws.
I think
the
we
next,
definitely should.
Draws the next 2 cards.
Yeah.
How long do you think it's gonna take? Seems like a short one to me. 2, 1, 2.
I kind of like the idea of like you just kind of lay it out beforehand. So I almost want to say like 4
Alright.
or something like that.
No
Just kind of
target.
a set it and forget it.
No target. That doesn't matter in this case. And we need a graph for it. We'll steal splice because it's the simplest, and it's the most stolen graph.
Mhm. I also like these other ideas. You've got spoils or loot or avarice.
What was this?
I think luck at the draw. I like the pun,
Mm.
but hmm,
I like rig. Yeah.
loot to me feels good because you're getting cards. You're looting the cards from the deck, I guess. But I mean, doesn't really
I do.
matter.
It's the only reason I call it something. I actually prefer both spoils and loot, but I kind of want to see if it fits in the card frame down.
Oh, for yeah,
It's literally my only reason
Right.
for holding that right now. So luck of the draw. If
Point.
it fits, then sweet. We'll see.
I don't think it will. Find out.
If it doesn't, it's something we have to. That's something we have to deal with on a UI
Mhm.
level. We'll come to that. So luck of the draw.
Yep.
So it's gonna play. So luck of the draw. We'll just lose the spaces. Not that they actually matter.
I do like rummage for choosing cards. It's kind of like the scry and the watcher on the Slay Spire. You get to see them and you get to choose which ones you want.
Luck of the draw. When that happens, you said 4. What 4? It has
Yeah.
no target. Oh, it always has a source, but we established you don't need a
does-
target, right? We fixed that,
Yeah.
right?
Yep. If target optional is
There we
checked.
go.
Cool.
All right. And so this is obviously not going to do damage. It will end. So do we have? We still have a draw, don't we?
We do have a draw card.
Discard. We have a draw.
No, it's right
card.
down there.
This is a really old note.
Oh, but
so
asking for that.
heads up. This is pretty old. So I don't know how.
Yeah, this might not work.
Actually,
Well,
I think
using
it might. It's so
yeah.
simple. I think it might be fine. I think this might
We
be.
need to get
This is totally going to be a lot simpler than we think.
except for the fact that we need to get a random card definition, and at the moment it's
thought it
asking
was
for
the
a
next-
specific one.
Didn't we say it was the next 2 cards on?
Right, but do we have a way to specify that?
Yeah, that's literally what draw card does. Takes the next card off the top.
Right, but it's asking what is the card definition? Well, we don't know what the next 2 cards are.
Oh, right. Yes.
See what I mean? Yeah.
So, do we want to call for like a no for the get next card? Get next card.
Sure. I think that's good.
Before we dive into that, keep in mind that brings an entirely new type into the graphs, and that is cards, which we definitely need. I also don't want to half-ass this card.
Right. This might be worth a full dev session.
No, because we could totally add, just draw next card. We can totally have it. So we already have a draw next card. We can just expose that. Quite
True.
happily.
Yeah, I guess that will be used enough.
And we just loop over it twice. It's not the end of the world.
That's true. Yeah.
Hey, Rensis. I like Rummage.
Oh my goodness, it
Rummage
is morning in
all
Europe.
these
isn't it?
names are definitely better than Luck of the Draw. But I do want to test the UI.
Mm.
I'm just gonna.
Right.
I'll be right back, mate. Let's use the bathroom.
Okay. Ooh. Well, I'm glad we got the morning Europe crowd. We were so worried about like we're starting way too late for Europe, but I guess if you go late enough, it becomes early for Europe. Or at least I assume that's where you are based on morning. Need to get some light on my face. There we go. True. Hmm. Well, we appreciate you staying on the stream and offering your awesome ideas for cards too. Like a lot of the ones you've suggested are just like very like things that we want to put into the system and we need to test, and having a test driven sort of development cycle has been really nice. Ah,
Okay. What did I miss?
I'm glad you could catch us for a little bit.
Yeah. It's all recorded. I don't know if you mentioned this already.
Oh yeah, so if you do miss some of it, you can always get it. We're gonna post recording of this whole session.
Yeah. It's recorded. It's 5 hours and 26 minutes so far. So it's gonna be. We'll post that to the Kickstarter thingy, so anybody can catch up if they want to. Because time zones. Yeah. Bane my god of existence. I swear to God.
Yeah.
So basically, you just want to expose draw next card. It really is that simple. Make it public. We're kind of good to go. And do we already handle if it's empty, discard, shuffle? We add, yeah. So we already handle bringing discards back in if it runs out. So then we just say draw next card. And we'll make this a totally new node before I destroy this one. The draw next card node. Doesn't need a definition. It's just drawing the next card. Yes, and that doesn't take anything, does not. And the card's done. Seems a loop of 2.
That was easy.
Encounters. Oh my god. Okay, again, we need to go through and really.
Yep.
I'm not even sure it's worth going through and realizing. I'd rather take some time out at some point and just make that. It's one of those like quality of life things we just never get around to. Just make it so you can choose no
Right.
easily.
Yeah.
It's not annoying enough yet. I think it's one of the things like just do a pass, and make the menu a little bit cleaner, and then the whole drop down fuzzy search thing that can come in like external tools, and everybody else can do it. We can suffer in the meantime.
That's fair. Yeah.
So we'll have where it is, draw next card. Draw next card. Pretty simple. So we'll have a loop, a logic, loop.
I mean, hell, we can even.
Loops 2. Oh no, sorry, it's the out. It's the out. So on the timeline event, luck of the draw happens, we run the loop. That runs twice.
Infinite.
And then the only interesting thing about this is when it's finished, it runs the end there. That's it.
Sweet.
Basically, hopefully that's probably. It's nice when stuff comes together quickly. Kind of gives you faith in your tools. So we just need to connect the luck of the draw graph to luck of the draw. And give it a shot. Sure. Oh, we have to add it to the deck, don't we?
Oh, yeah.
And change the image. Get ahead of myself here. So that was praise,
Yeah.
and then we want to add that to our. It's getting progressively more difficult to get these cards, but it's okay.
Yeah.
So we'll just add
Well, we can also take away like
look of the
all of
draw.
the duplicates on all of these pretty much.
Yeah, I suppose so. We don't. You basically get this. Yeah, I mean,
But yeah, we
testing,
only really
for
need one
testing
of all of them.
purposes, what was the? Oh, that was a bit carried away there. Really carried away there. For testing purposes, do we need? I mean, we can always just make a separate rules definition. We'll like just duplicate this rules, pulls back up.
Oh, sure.
The reason we made this whole rule system, and then we can have this one just have one of each.
Rid of
So
everything.
you basically you're gonna get pretty much everything.
Yeah.
I'm totally doing this wrong. Let me just really get everything.
Just get all.
We have 8 cards now.
I think so.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's smart enough you can just
You all-
drag all of those.
Yeah.
Can you ship those? I just want to see if it will.
Yeah. You sometimes have to do the lock. And then boop. You have to lock your inspector.
What was the
with
lock
that.
about?
You have to lock your inspector otherwise you lose it. Or you can do something that
Oh.
Unity did recently, which means you can bring another inspector up.
Cool.
So
Inspectorception.
now our standard game rules will just have one of each card, which will get cycled through. This actually may test even on. Well, we start with 7 cards, I think. No, that's the maximum. Oh, we'll see if it works. We should. You stand a good chance of getting every one of each.
Mhm. It's nice seeing a bunch of
the
new
draw.
cards in here.
Let's
See, it
play
feels
out.
much fresher than slices.
Yeah, it totally does. Like having stared at the same 5 cards for a while, like having 8 now, it just feels like so much more like a game. So that's
Yeah.
you can just throw it there. I can't wait to put some more.
Also-
in our timeline pass. Oh my god, we need so much art, so much art potential
Yup.
here.
Also, luck of the draw did fit on the card. So
I'm running it in slow mo, not slow mo, normal speed. Ow, ow, ow. How do they manage to get two? Well, there's a bug there. They managed to get a nibble and a bite each on the same turn. Yeah, luck of the draw.
yeah, I wonder if our
So that's kind of pushing our luck a bit. That's about as far as we're going to go, probably.
Mhm.
This does look a lot.
Oh
though.
no, I don't think it's a bug. I don't think it's a bug because I think the first one is they put a bite, which took 3, and then they had a nibble next
Oh.
turn, which took 2.
Right. Yeah, so by the way, on a more full screen, if you look at this on, say, 1080p,
Nice.
things aren't absolutely impossible to look at. It's just in the
Yeah.
editor. In the editor, they're basically impossible to read, but in reality, they're not bad. Well, literally everything.
Yeah.
Everything
stings with less time.
Everything's got the description from with poison.
I feel like we should like
That feels broken.
fix that.
But we need.
Yeah,
we
I
need
don't
a
know why
writer.
it's
If only
doing
we
that.
had a writer here. So luck of the draw. Here we go. Let's see how happen. I'm gonna play a bunch of cards actually to see this. Do something. Not slice, but I want to see. Play a few cards so. Let's see it actually stack up a bit. Okay, so we
Just
should get.
Get rid of your entire deck.
On the next hand, we should get luck of the draw. So we should get 1 card drawn at the beginning, and then 2 should be drawn.
I think it'll be the other way. We draw 2 and then we'll get 1 because we start our turn.
Yeah, so it should be 3.
But either way. Only did one of them.
I think that's the loop.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It must have gone out of it too soon.
Is that just a basic loop fail?
Some
Maybe
sort of off by
complete
1.
failure of number of loops 2. Did I
Number
just?
of loops
It looks
two.
like a terrible check. No, it says it is
What's
greater
that?
than or equal to. Oh,
Oh, it's got to be the other way around.
Oh, it's not. It should be greater than, not greater than or equal to. Ooh.
Yeah, it's strictly.
Wow. Schoolboy. Schoolboy error.
It's always is off by once.
Doesn't matter how long you've
Kind
been
of.
doing it. It's still biting the ass.
Yep.
Alright. I don't think I need to test that in super slow-mo. You much know what the gig is now. Back to the draw. Test, test, test. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, we'll
Nope.
slowly. See what she gets. It's gonna. I'm just gonna throw a few cards out there because I don't want to see it.
Yeah, you don't want to get to the limit.
Starting while I'm doing stuff. There we go. We got 3. We should get.
3.
We should get rid of everything. Never
Yeah.
slice because the slice will respawn. We need to fix that.
Cursed.
That bug there annoys me. We need to fix that.
Yeah, I think we'll figure that out.
So we should get luck with the draw immediately. We should give us 2, and then we should get an offhand. 1, 2.
Hmm.
Hang on, we didn't.
Why would it be doing that?
We should have got 3 in total, shouldn't we? 3 not.
We should have gotten 3. What happens if we change to 3?
Yeah, let's make it like 10.
Yeah.
Or more.
We just flood ourselves with cards. Oh, no ref. When you open this.
Shit. I know what it is. Sorry. I mean, it was 2 problems. It was that. That was legitimately a problem.
Mhm.
But it was also we don't continue the loop.
Oh.
Yeah, so I mean. And then that's a good point. No reference. Oh god, this X code somewhere. It could be anything, man.
Oh,
Hold on.
jeez.
I'm not even gonna fucking give more. I'm not even gonna.
Not worth it.
Draw. The test. Draw out some stuff. 1, 2. Okay, it's still coming.
Yep.
So, as usual, we have an off. No, that's an Inferno and offhand. Boom, boom, boom. Like that Inferno. Okay, so we have Slice. We should get 3 cards. Slow it down. I did tab twice, so I think I got a bug. Okay, so we should get 2 cards. 1, 2, and then a 3rd. Okay.
And then the 3rd one. Cool.
Now, there should definitely be some UI flair to that.
For sure.
For sure, but that's a to do. So I'll throw that in.
Mhm.
I'll throw that in. Just another to do for the list.
Yeah.
Here. Right, let's commit this stuff before the change log is too long. What do we add? We had to like brand new cards. We got added offhand cards. Offhand. And draw cards. Very satisfying. This kind of commit change. New cards.
Yeah.
And then all little supporting changes to make it happen.
I can't believe that didn't break earlier on the loop node. Like the fact that we didn't catch that at some
weren't
point.
using loop much.
I guess you're right.
We were using loops, but they were, I don't know. That test was
Just, yeah, not in a
we
case
were
where we
that
would have found it.
scrupulous about the amount of times it was looped. It was more just like, was the nesting looping working? So we probably just didn't notice.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
I think. We added started work on a card draw cheat. Didn't finish that one off. This stuff that was all to do with offhand.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean we got some extra nodes in here too. Honestly, at this point, they were supporting nodes.
Right.
We're still in a branch. We need to pull this back in the master.
Oh, we're still nested. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do that soon.
Should we do that now?
We'll do that. But I just don't want to start any conflicts right now. Not that there would be any, but actually I'll give it a go. But it's just like the
If you're doing a full merge, can't you just take source the whole way through?
Yeah, I mean there should be no changes in master. I always put your unity first.
Oh yeah.
Too late. I managed to get shader compilation logs. If I can ditch those guys. And then choose brands to merge, nested graphs. 12 commits. I don't think we're gonna write anything. You have a nice seamless. There wasn't even a merge commit, so that was totally seamless. There wasn't a resolve commit.
Right.
So that's tidy. Nice.
Well, good stream. Good work. This is a productive session.
Thank you, everybody.
I think it was equal part successful at proving that Tangler has a lot of the bones in place, and also at shining a light on where we really want to focus, which just sounds like timeline manipulation is really going to be our next big
Timeline's gonna be
deal.
next on the cards. I think timeline manipulation. We have a bunch of like kind of housekeeping work to do. We do have a saving and loading serialization system that we need to check on. It's been a while since we looked at it. It was there, but that's one of those like fairly boring ones to look at. So we'll deal with that. That's another point. How do you guys feel about a stream on Sundays? Obviously optional attendance, but how do you guys feel about
You are forced.
a stream on Sundays? Mandatory.
Optional, but the attendance will feed into your final test scores.
Mm-hmm.
Right. If you back at the upper tiers, you don't have to take the test.
Yeah, Sundays again. This is the reason our Sundays is pretty much our main dev session. We have a good one on Wednesdays too, but you know we both got our own jobs too. This is why it's been a slow and steady thing. But I'd love to stream Sundays because the feedback's fantastic and the company's good too.
I agree. It's just fun to like hang out with our backers. I don't know.
Yeah. And this one's been recorded, and I'll record all the other ones. I've been basically recording all the dev I do ever since I realized that OBS can record like 5 hours and stick it somehow in 1 gigabyte. I don't know how it does it. Probably because I'm staring at code.
It's probably just really good at screens that are pretty stationary.
It's because my screen. I'm just like scrolling and typing some code, and the screen's not changing much. Most pixels are not changing.
Exactly. It's probably doing a very good job with that compression.
Yeah. So I've been recording a lot of things. I'll make sure to upload this. It'll be pretty uncut. It'll be pretty much the stream as is, because I am a rubbish at editing anything. Not that I think there's anything interesting to edit out or edit in. So it'll be pretty uncut. We'll put it up on Kickstarter. Luck of the draw name.
For now, whatever.
I think I'm gonna leave it for now. None of these cards are likely to be all are going to be balanced, and the naming and the art and stuff is likely to change. But luck of the draw is sleight of hand definitely suggests that you can choose the card.
Yeah.
Yeah, name balance is important. Yeah, so I'll make sure to upload this or figure out how to put this on Kickstarter. How's that work? You just like, I guess you put it on somewhere and then list it.
We can ask Dixie. I'm sure she'll know.
You have to put it on like YouTube or something as an unlisted thing, and then you can put it on. I mean, I'm quite. I'd like it to be backer only. But I think
Me too.
unlisted as a backer Kickstarter thing. If people want to share with their friends, go right ahead.
I mean, they might also have an upload on Kickstarter for that purpose. I wouldn't be surprised. I haven't.
I don't think
like,
so. They're probably not trying to compete with YouTube for hosting videos, but all the
No, I meant like if you're gonna have a video for backers only, I imagine Kickstarter probably has a way to do that that isn't just upload to YouTube. But also, I wouldn't be surprised if it isn't.
I don't think it. Well, I back about like 20 things on Kickstarter, and I've only ever seen YouTube videos come through, but they've been like unlisted.
Oh, okay. Then yeah. In that case, yeah,
If people want
probably
to
YouTube.
share, then share the link. I don't really mind at all. Thank you everybody for all of your
Legend.
feedback. It's been great, and it's been really nice to not just be stuck in a room with Jib the whole night. Love
I know, right?
you.
Now you have more people to bother you. Then I can finally
Honest.
focus on music again.
Oh god. I should have looking forward to that.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
But I got it.
We need
Making
to
the
do
music
a
again
good
at some point.
music engine dev session. Thanks,
Yep.
Score, for coming. Appreciate everybody. And there'll be more. You guys are all amazing. I love you. Carry on. Enjoy the what's left of your day, weekend, whatever you're doing.
All right. See y'all later.